National Cricket Centre is now a viewing area for members only, without any bar facilities. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and it contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Now, amongst the displays is a very special brand new one celebrating the magnificent career of the late Don Shepherd, the legendary Glamorgan bowler who took 2,218 wickets during a wonderful career for the Welsh county. We're very grateful to Don's family for making these items available. There's also a special film containing some of the highlights of Don's career from 1950 all the way through until 1972. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks. They're also for sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval, which today is scheduled to be approximately, the close of tea that is, approximately 4 o'clock. And for the benefit of those people who just arrived here at Sophia Gardens, good morning, Pujara. The news from the middle is that Glamorgan have won the toss and have invited Sussex to bat first. For the benefit of those people who are just arriving here at Sapphire Gardens, good morning, Pujara. The news from the middle is that Glamorgan have won the toss. Sussex have been invited to bat first. We're also delighted today to welcome pupils and staff from Glamorgan Primary School from Caerphilly. They, as you can see, are just assembling in front of the pavilion because they have the pleasure of performing this morning's Guard of Honour. Boys and girls, we hope you're enjoying your time here today at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. We look forward to seeing you once again very, very soon.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens, where it is gloriously sunny for the first day of this Division 2 County Championship match between Glamorgan and leaders Sussex. I'm Nick Webb from BBC Sport Wales. Alongside me is Adrian Harms representing BBC Sussex Sport. Very good morning to you, Adrian. Your boys flying high.
They are, yeah. Great to see you as well, Nick. Always like coming down to Cardiff. And yes, they are flying high. A couple of wins already this season. Very convincing win at Derby last week. And things are going really well for Sussex. They made a couple of changes during the winter, much needed changes. Paul Farbrace, a chance to analyse the squad last season, but he's brought in John Simpson from Middlesex, Danny Lamb from Lancashire. So that's the experience they needed. And also, who's proved to be a very good overseas acquisition, Jayden Seals, who's the leading wicket taker in Division 2. Only 22, he's generally a quick bowler. And he's been, with others, largely responsible for Sussex, being top of the table.
So Glamorgan have won the toss, and slightly surprisingly, though we may see why, they've decided to bowl first on these rather nice conditions. And there are two changes in the Glamorgan side from the team which drew with Yorkshire, their fourth consecutive draw, in that Zain Ul Hassan and Andy Gorvin play. Ul Hassan returning to the side after missing the trip to Yorkshire. I'm not quite sure whether he might have been left out anyway, but he was unavailable for that trip for personal reasons. And Jamie McIlroy is rested, so Ul Hassan and Gorvin into the Glamorgan side. And just one change for Sussex, Adrian.
Yep, so Ollie Robinson not playing in this game. Ollie was allowed by the ECB to play 5 of the first 7 matches, so he's missing this game, but he will play the next 2, which is Yorkshire next week at Hove and then away at Middlesex. Ari Carvelos, who was Sussex's leading wicket taker last season, comes into the side. He took a 6-fer against Surrey for the Seconds a couple of weeks ago, 35 wickets last season. And so he comes into the side as a replacement for Ollie Robinson.
So the weather is glorious. The pitch is towards the pavilion sides of Sophia Gardens, so slightly to our left as we look out from the commentary box. It will be Mir Hamza to bowl against a side he represented briefly, Adrian.
Yeah, he did. I need to look at exactly what year that was in, but he was certainly during Jason Gillespie's tenure. He came for pretty much half the season. Do you know what? I think I might have a photograph of him in the commentary box with you and me somewhere. Right. I'll double check and see if... He certainly came and did some commentary, which was good of him. So, how's he been performing for Glamorgan, Nick?
He's been steady, but hasn't really been among the wickets. Only 4 wickets in 4 games, even if he's been among the tightest of the Glamorgan bowlers. And in he comes, bowling to Tom Clark, who leaves that one go outside off stump. The 3 Toms remaining at the top of the Sussex order, Adrian?
Yes, they are. Yeah, which is Clark, Haynes and Alsop. Tom Clark has struggled a bit early season. I'm pleased to see he's been given another opportunity at the top of the order. I think because Sussex seem to be making runs all the way down the order at the moment. But he could probably do with a score, could Tom? He's made 1 half century.
And he comes towards us and bowls. And that, again, is outside off stump and allowed to go through. There's just a little tinge of green, mainly down one side of the wicket, but you wouldn't have thought it was close enough to the middle to worry the batters or give the bowlers an awful lot of assistance. Whether, given Sussex's successful season so far, it's something of a defensive measure by Sam North East, I'm not sure. I'd like to think otherwise, as Hamza's on his way again, left arm over, bowls, and that's the first bat on ball as Clark plays it firmly to mid-on, and there's no run. So the Glamorgan side in full then: Eddie Byram, Billy Root, Sam North East, Kieran Carlson, Colin Ingram, Chris Cook, Zain Ul Hassan, Andy Gorvin, James Harris, Mason Crane and Mir Hamza. So there's maybe a little bit of extra batting with Gorvin coming in for McIlroy. As Hamza's on his way, bowls on leg stump and played straight though by Clark, and again there is no run. So Glamorgan is starting off with 4 slips, fairly staggered. There's a point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. And interesting to note that they're actually using a physical screen as well as the usual white tarpaulin at this Cathedral Road end of the ground as Hamza bowls, and Clark plays no shot through to the gloves of Chris Cook. The full Sussex side then: Clark, Haynes, Alsop, Pujara, Coles, Simpson, the skipper and keeper, Hudson Prentice, Lamb, Carson, Carvelis and Seals.
You know, I was just saying, Nick, just in terms of, other players right the way down the order have been making runs, and I think that probably allows a bit of flexibility around Tom Clark, who's been slightly out of the runs.
Hamza bowls, and that's down leg side. Good take by Chris Cook, sprawling to his right from the benefit boy of the Glamorgan 11. So, staging various events, including, I think, a dinner with Marnus Labuschagne present on Friday next week. Labuschagne, therefore, is expected to arrive in time for the next game, which will pose Glamorgan something of a selection headache, given that Colin Ingram, the other overseas batter, is currently averaging 93 and has 2 centuries in 4 games.
How long is he here for, Labuschagne?
One would hope at least a couple of months. So he's expected to play in these 2 championship games and then all the T20 blast and the 2 championship games in the middle of the blast.
Yeah.
Whether that goes into possibly One Day Cup as well, we await to see.
Well, it's going to be James Harris from the Cathedral Road end of the ground to bowl to Tom Haynes, who's been in terrific early season form for Sussex. He's got a couple of hundreds to his name already, and a very good-looking 58 last week at Derby, but he's facing Harris with 3 slips. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is straight away with a trademark shot of his through the offside. He picks up 1, comes back for a second through point. So Tom Haynes immediately on his way, and they're the first runs for Sussex, who are 2 without loss.
James Harris, 8 wickets at 41.5. Glamorgan's bowling averages really are nothing to write home about. Colin Ingram bizarrely tops them with 2 wickets at 38. Mason Crane 11 wickets at 40.
Harris with 3 slips, in comes and bowls to Haynes, and clipped away by Tom Haynes straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But noting the stats, it must be said that virtually all the Sussex bowlers are ahead of anyone on the Glamorgan side in terms of runs per wicket.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden Sills with 18 wickets, Jack Carson 11, James Coles has picked up 10 wickets already this season, Hudson Prentice 9, Ollie Robinson 8. In comes Harris, bowls, and Haynes gets a streaky boundary. Playing forward, big outside edge. I think the ball whistled past 3rd slip down to 3rd man. I'm not sure it went in between the 2 slips. We'll probably see a replay of that in a moment. Here we go again. Well, it was a full shot and it was in the air, and James Harris looks heavenward, and I think that flew past 3rd slip, Nick. Or did it go between? It's difficult to say. Oh, here we go. We're going to see a replay now. No, wide of 3rd slip.
Yeah, might have interested a 4th, but they haven't got 4 at this end.
So full shot by Tom Haynes. Nonetheless, he gets a boundary. He goes to 6, as do Sussex. Harris in bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, the Sussex batting averages. Cheteshwar Pujara, maybe no surprise. He's top of the averages. He's averaging 93, 584 runs. John Simpson, 500 plus runs at 78. So they have made runs all the way down the order, Sussex. But then so have Glamorgan, with Sam North East in great form.
Absolutely. Ingram and North East in particular, backed up by Cook.
In comes Harris, round the wicket, bowls down the leg side and clipped away by Tom Haynes down towards a fine leg, and he picks up a singles to Tom Haynes. He goes to 7, and Sussex to 7 without loss. Can I give out our email address, Nick?
Please do.
We do get a few emails that come in. It's sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. sussexcricket@bbc.uk. If you want to send us an email, it'd be lovely to hear from you.
And nickweb2017 @gmail.com, or nickweb2017 via X/Twitter.
In comes Harris again, number 9 on his back. He's in and bowls to Clark. He clips that away, and that's a shot that will do Tom Clark's confidence a world of good. It was a half volley on the leg stump, and Clark dispatched it beautifully through square leg and brings up a boundary. So an expensive opening over from James Harris. Sussex have been asked to bat this morning, are 11 without loss. Haynes on 7, and Clark with that boundary on 4.
Ian Evans has emailed me, pretty worried about our bowling attack. That's the Glamorgan bowlers. Our batting looks strong, but we really need to sign a good county standard bowler. Let's hope Mir Hamza can have a good match. Yes, it has been an issue in that Glamorgan's batting has performed reasonably, albeit better in the second innings than the first at times. Apart from the opener, of course, against Middlesex at Lords, where Glamorgan racked up 620 for 3 thanks to Sam North East's ground record-breaking effort. Hamza is on his way in to bowl, and that's outside off stump, and Haynes lets it go through. Thought there might be a few more in the crowd today.
Well, it's a lovely day for watching
It's
cricket.
a lovely day for it. People say they want championship cricket in the sunshine. Well, today the area down to our left is fairly thickly populated. It's quite difficult to tell because there's also an area in front of us that's cordoned off for safety reasons, so you won't hear any spectators chatter.
Oh, what's happened?
As Hamza is in to bowl, and that's a good delivery that Haynes, well, might claim he played inside. Got a bit of lift there, did Hamza. And looking at the replay, he did appear to nibble at it slightly. Bit of away movement.
What's a full slip in place here?
Yes. So, yeah, apparently there's an issue with one of the windows in this complex, which has caused them to cordon off the area just in front of us to our right. If you arrive at the ground and you're wondering why, that's it. As that is a flourishing drive from Haynes. It's gone away for 4, not quite where he was aiming it, I don't think, but it's flown away to the wide third man boundary. So he looked to be aiming through the covers, but there was a bit of width on it, so it was relatively safe and dispatched in style by Haynes.
He does like to get after the bowling, Tom Haynes, which sometimes can be his downfall. But as you say, it was wide, but that's the second boundary that he's got through the slip cordon.
So willing to have a go at it.
Yeah, he is.
Hamza in to bowl to Haynes, who slaps him through the covers for 4 more. A grunt of effort from Hamza that you may have heard on the effects microphone, but the result was the same, if not better, for Tom Haynes, who races on to 15 not out. And already this is looking a little bit ominous for Glamorgan, having won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Well, that was a really good shot by Tom Haynes. It was wide, it was asking to be hit, and I say that's very much a feature of Tom Haynes' batting. But when you're an attacking player like he is, you never quite know what's coming next ball. The 200s to his name already this season.
Hamza into Haynes again, and that's a better delivery, and it is defended gently up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Benjamin Cook's been in touch, Nick. He says, I'm currently listening on a train from Milan to Lake Garda in Italy to watch Lewis FC in the semi-final of the Phoenix Trophy against FC United of Manchester.
Oh.
The Phoenix Trophy is a European tournament for fan-owned non-league clubs, and Lewis topped a group containing a team from Belgium and a team from Norway.
Hamza is in to bowl to Haynes, and that's tight as the stumps played out into the offside. There is no run, but 2 more boundaries off the over. Sussex 19 for 0 after 3.
Sounds fun, doesn't it? Milan to Lake Garda.
I was reading a newspaper article about Lewis the other day. Their fan-owned progress and the desire to make it open to all and equal pay for the women's side as well as the men's.
Well, Lewis topped a group containing a team from Belgium and a team from Norway, which were both great away days. I'm not surprised. He says hopefully Lewis can reach Sunday's final. Back to cricket and a great start to the season. Long may it continue for Sussex. In comes James Harris running into bowl to Clark, who drives back down the track. Harris fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. So thank you, Benjamin, for getting in touch.
Oil Oracle on Twitter asks if McIlroy is injured. Not that I know of. He was named in the squad yesterday, but he has only taken 1 wicket in the 2 matches that he's effectively bowled in.
Harris again, 4 slips in place, comes in and bowls to Clark, who defends solidly to mid-off. There is no run.
Say Williams sends a meme saying that's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off in terms of bowling first. Green tinge inquires Graham Smith, a little bit, but not significant. Dave Jones hoping they have a cunning plan.
Well, maybe Harris does as he wheels round in front of us. We're high up in the pavilion at the cathedral end of the ground, looking towards the River Taff as in comes Harris bowls, and Clark is beaten. Now, that was a good delivery. Nipped away from Tom Clark, who wasn't really in a position to play the shot. Well, the ball rattles through into the gloves of Chris Cook. From Milan and Lake Garda to Hastings, and Bob Pook has been in touch. Hello, Bob. He says, good to hear you on commentary after your day off last Sunday. You missed an excellent day's play. Yes, I did miss the win at Derby last week. I was there for the first 2 days, but then went back. It's explained in a moment. In comes Harris, running around the wicket bowls. That's wide outside the off stump and carved away by Tom Clark. Not particularly elegant, but it was a ball that deserved to be hit for 4. It was wide outside the off stump, and Clark hammered the ball away through backward point for 4 runs for his second boundary. He goes to 8. That was way wide of the off stump. 23 without loss. Yes, I went back to my my own cricket club, Bob. There was a retirement event, retirement match for a guy who, you know what it's like in village cricket, which I played. You know, he's been secretary, groundsman for about 50 years, skipper, treasurer, the lot. So it was a chance to get a lot of old players back for you know, a barbecue and a presentation. It was a really nice day, Bob, but it meant I couldn't be at Derby on Sunday. In comes Harris around the wicket bowls. That's a better delivery, but Clark drives down the ground and a very good stop at mid-off. Is that Kieran Carlson in there?
It is, yes.
It is. Prevents the boundary. Bob goes on to say the Sussex bowlers will have their work cut out in this match, particularly against Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram, who are both in a rich vein of form so far this season, averaging 112.4 and 93.4 respectively. Let's hope for another Sussex win with maximum bonus points, which could give them a 30-point lead at the top of the table.
Wow.
Yes, I think Yorkshire and Middlesex not playing this week. As in comes Harris bowls and defended by Clark to a mid-on. And there is no run. There was a howl. I don't know if that howl was from James Harris, but it's the end of the 4th over of the morning for those just joining us. Glamorgan winning the toss this morning. Sam Northeast deciding to field first. Sussex 23 without loss. Haynes on 15. Tom Clark on 8.
And for once, we shouldn't need to talk about the weather for the first couple of days, other than to remark how pleasant it is, with temperatures around about 21, 22 Celsius here in the capital today, and maybe even a degree or 2 warmer tomorrow. So good luck to those club cricketers who should finally get their seasons underway tomorrow, after I know a lot of games last week throughout South Wales and presumably in Sussex were falling victim to soggy pitches, even if it was actually dry on the day.
Yeah, the outfield actually in this match that I went back for last week was more like a football pitch, really. It was really boggy.
Here's Hamza on his way to bowl to Haynes, who's hit on the pad as the ball squirts out on the leg side, fielded by Byram, no run. I
have to say, I didn't play, Nick. A friend of mine did, who I saw this week, and he was sort of limping along and was, you know, he's calving his hamstring and all sorts of things.
Yes, I fear my season might be relatively brief.
Right. Have you got an injury?
No, it's just I'm working for or away for the first 6 league Saturdays, and Hamza is in to bowl, turned on the leg side by Haynes. There'll be a couple of runs here, I think, as Ul Hassan runs round from fine leg and then missed fields when he gets there, but it's a comfortable 2. 25 without loss. And I think our club, which is great to see, has actually got a few more people available this season. They've been picking from the high 20s as opposed to the low 20s for 2 teams.
Crumbs, yeah, that is tough.
So having to leave half a dozen people out. As Hamza's in, bowls, and Haynes works on the leg side. But this is what we work for, to get more people interested in the game and to come to our club, so you can't complain when they do. No. So I suspect my playing role might be limited to August, when a lot of people are on holiday.
Well, we've had Milan, we've had Hastings, we've now got Marbella, because David Sharp is listening from his balcony on his apartment in Marbella. Hello to you, David. We've got sort of Marbella-ish weather here today. I'm not sure it's going to last too long, but we'll make the most of it while we can.
As Hamza bowls and flicked off his legs by Haynes for another single down to Ul Hassan, coming in from fine leg. 26 without loss.
gentleman came and introduced himself to me this morning, who is a Sussex supporter living in Cardiff, and shame on me, I can't remember his name, but thank you for coming and saying hello this morning. Phil Pennicott's been in touch. He says, good morning, Adrian and Nick. Lovely to see the stream and decent weather. It's great to see a speed gun operating. It'll be very interesting to see what speed Jayden Seals manages. Best wishes, says Phil, who's in South Woodford, E18, exiled from Sussex. Good morning to you, Phil.
Hamza in, bowls, and that one has beaten the bat of Tom Clark through to Chris Cook. Nice little hint of away movement from Hamza there, I think. Just the fraction, and it went further after it had beaten the bat, to be fair. So these two beating the bat once or twice in these early overs, but Glamorgan need to convert those into wickets if they're to stand a chance of being competitive in this game against an informed Sussex side who've won their last two. In comes Hamza, bowls, and through to Cook. Grunt of effort, no run, and the over 26 for naught. Jack Stansfield has emailed. Always good to hear you and Adrian on the air together.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, Jack. It's been clear for several seasons now that Glamorgan's bowling is where we're severely lacking. Is it time to consider taking on two overseas bowlers and sadly drop the overseas bat from our county games from next season? Well, it is something they're going to have to consider seriously. Of course, the departure of Michael Nisa has cost them. Mia Hamza has not really made the same sort of impact as yet, and has only got the rest of this month to do so. So I think they'll need to get an overseas bowler for the last block of championship games at least.
James Harris bowling the fifth over of the morning, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who works this through cover point. Already there's a fielder out on that offside boundary. It's a favourite area for Tom Haynes, who's on to 19, Sussex 27 without loss. And
Marnus Labuschagne and Colin Ingram looks like a great dilemma to have, but they may well be the overseas players for T20, I would guess.
Harris, 4 slips in place, comes into bowl to Tom Clark, and Clark is forward and punches that away through extra cover. More runs here for Sussex, at least a couple, and Tom Clark will settle in a couple of runs as Kieran Carlson needs to run back from mid-off the field. Clark into double figures, and Sussex to 29 without loss.
In terms of our commentary team, we'll have Edward Bevan with us for the 4 days as well, and today Dav Pritchard is with us as well, and we'll get his thoughts in around about 10-15 minutes time.
We've got a truly international audience today, Nick, as in comes Harris around the wicket bowls and covering up his Clark, plays straight back down the track, no run. Stuart from Laos has been in touch. He says, great to see a win on the board for Sussex last week and topping the table. I wasn't able to see all the game as we've been having extreme temperatures and thunderstorms here, resulting in regular electricity blackouts, but hopefully be able to watch all of this game. Good luck to Sussex, says Stuart. Lovely to hear from you, Stuart. And Bruce Wells has been in touch, as in comes Harris bowls. Oh, and well, Tom Clark really went up. That was wide outside the off stump, and he'd have been furious. It's one of those, Nick, isn't it? If he crashes that through the covers for 4, I say what a great shot. As it was, he missed it, and it nearly got the outside edge through to Cook. No run. Yeah,
it was a bit too wide almost to play that, wasn't he? He was reaching for a bit and played it a bit square backish.
Bruce has been in touch. He says, I'm watching from the sunny, and I'm going to make a mess of pronouncing this, Bruce, I do apologise. In comes Harris, bowls on the leg stump, hits the thigh pad and bounces onto the onside, and there is no run. He's listening from the sunny Charente, you might know this, Nick. Charente.
West coast of France.
Maritime Department of France.
Charente-Maritime, yeah.
So would that be someone in La Rochelle or somewhere like that, or...?
It's in that vicinity, maybe possibly a bit further north.
Right,
a little bit hazy on that.
Is that what they call the Vendée? I remember going on holiday there. Beautiful beaches.
Well.
In comes Harris bowls, and Clark covers up, doesn't quite time the shot, plays it back down the track. Harris fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 29 without loss. Clark on 10, Haynes on 19, and Martin Mahoney's been in touch. He's from Stoke Mandeville, who says, good morning, gentlemen. I know it's down to the ECB, and I'm not sure it's advantageous for Ollie Robinson not to be playing regularly. He's not had the greatest start bowling-wise, but I would think match bowling is the best way to improve. And to be honest, I think if Ollie was here and able to answer for himself, I think he would probably say the same. He's just desperate to play cricket, Ollie. And I would agree with you, but pretty certain he's going to play the next 2 games against Yorkshire next week, and Ollie Robinson has a great record at Lords against Middlesex, so he'll be chomping at the bit to play in that one. But thank you for your email.
Mir Hamza is in to bowl to Haynes, who works it on the leg side, and there's no run. You are indeed correct. Charente-Maritime is the department including La Rochelle on the west coast of France, where I'm hoping to spend a few days in the middle of the summer.
Oh, nice.
Between commitments here, including the Ile de Ré, Ile d'Orléans, some nice holiday islands there.
Perhaps the sea might have warmed up a bit, Nick, by the time you go.
Let's hope so. As that is an LBW, not really an appeal. It was just a bit of a howl from all round going down.
Down leg side, wasn't it? Quite a way. Yeah.
But, just a bit of excitement for the Glamorgan fielders, having been rather frustrated at seeing the ball disappearing to the boundary. Tom Haynes 19 off 18 deliveries here in the Sapphire Gardens sunshine. Flags fluttering lazily as Hamza's in, bowls and driven into the offside by Haynes. No run. Route to the field at cover.
Excellent stream here, Nick, I have to say. You know, the replay's coming up very quickly. It's really good.
I'm sure they'll be pleased to hear you say that. The streaming team next door. And, well, saying goodbye to Gavin Donald today from the Glamorgan media team, who is off other pastures as Hamza in. Bowls driven by Haynes to mid-off, and there's no run. And our thanks to Gavin for all his sterling work over the last few years, and best of luck with the future.
Actually, I think around the country, the quality of the streams is really improving. I was up at Derby last week, and they've got some students in from Derby University who were working, and lots of comments from listeners. So really good.
There is a lot achieved at many grounds on relatively few resources compared to television broadcast.
Totally.
Hamza bowls and Haynes drives to mid-on, and there is no run. It's interesting with the area cordoned off from spectators beneath us, so we can really pick up Hamza's grunting, and no doubt about the effort that he's putting into these deliveries.
I don't remember him being a grunter when he was at Sussex, but he really does. So where's he got? So he's playing the first 7, is he, Nick?
Yes.
Then back off to
that. Well, that's the length of his contract at the moment. As Hamza is in to bowl, and he's got him. As Haynes appeared to be across the line there. That was a breakthrough that Glamorgan needed. Mir Hamza strikes, and Sussex 29 for 1 in the 7th over. As we watch the replay, he's simply played across a straightish ball there, and the only doubt was whether it might have, I guess, trimmed leg stump, but umpire Chris Watts deciding that it probably would have hit leg, and off goes Haynes. And well, boy, did Glamorgan need that one.
Yeah, and I guess bowlers are never in any doubt, but actually Mir Hamza always didn't bother looking at the umpire, did he? As he ran down the wicket, he was absolutely convinced he'd got Tom Haynes. Perhaps picked the wrong ball to try and drive way through the covers. Yeah, it just runs down. He does have a quick glance, doesn't he? But the finger was up almost by the time Mir Hamza was wheeling round and looking at the umpire. Adrian Dawson has been in touch from Plymouth.
Right.
And he says, I'm thoroughly enjoying the start of the season, and for once my opening day optimism might not be misplaced. I think the experience we have brought in this season have made all the difference. However, I do wonder what sort of chances some of the young prospects on the fringe will get. I noticed Archie Lennon was carted around the park in the recent seconds match. Any thoughts on his development and that of Ibrahim Foreman Hunt et al. the 50 over competition perhaps, and he's enjoying the commentaries. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, I mean, Archie Lemon very much seems to have become a white ball player. He made a big impact when he first came into the side playing T20.
Got some wickets down here, didn't he?
He did. I remember when Luke Wright was captain. I remember David Visa getting a very good catch down here at long on in one of those games.
And I think you had the skipper alongside him as a chaperone, didn't you, virtually, to make sure that he did his interview right.
Yeah. But I think, with two spinners in the side, Adrian, with Coles and Castle, it's going to be very difficult for Archie to break into the championship side. So I think more than likely we're going to see him in white ball. And the likes of Ibrahim, I'll just break off for a minute, it's going to be James Harris. That was the last ball of the over. 29 for 1 as in comes Harris bowls. Let go by Clark outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run.
I think I noticed Crocombe playing national counties the other day. Would that be right?
Oh, that's a good spot.
I think he played against Wales, and I can't remember who for at the weekend.
Right, OK.
There was definitely a Crocombe in the side.
Well, that's a great spot. I mean, Sussex have had a couple of second 11 games. I don't think, with the exception of Harry Carvelos, anyone has been taking hatfuls of wickets. In comes Harris and bowls and defended. The lads in the media office at Hove might be able to tell me actually whether or not was Henry Crocombe playing for.
Let's see.
But with no second 11 cricket last week, it would certainly make sense.
Yeah. I
guess in terms of Sean Hunt, Adrian, what Sean Hunt brings is that variation to the attack of left arm over. But my feeling is that probably, 3 weeks on the trot's quite a lot, but I'd imagine Jayden Sills, if he's fit, and no reason to suggest he won't be, will play all of the next 3. So there's not a lot of space. In comes Harris bowls, Clark let that's one go outside the off stump. There is no run.
Have you got an update on the radio at some point?
Yes, I will finish this over and then I will go. But I might just do this ball actually, so I'm not late.
If you pop back straight afterwards then, and I'll wander off at that point.
Harris. Wheels around, 3 slips go down. Harris is in, bowls to Clark. Short, pulled away by Clark. I thought for a moment he'd been caught at mid-wicket, but it was actually a very good piece of fielding in there. I'm going to make way, and I'll leave with Nick.
Dav Pritchard will come in alongside us as well. Oxfordshire, Henry Crocombe, unless there are 2 bowlers of that name, was playing for at the weekend. In T20 doubleheader in the national counties. Not the greatest of seasons for Wales in that competition. As Harris bowls, that's through lowish outside off stump. Clark shoulders arms, and there's no run. So Dav Pritchard will come in alongside me and take up commentary after this over. 29 for 1. Clark has 10. Alsop yet to face. Morning, Dav.
Morning, Nick. Morning, everyone. And what a fine morning it is.
As Harris is in bowls, driven by Clark, stopped by Carlson at mid-off, and there is no run. 29 for 1 then. Sussex having got off to a flyer. That was a maiden from Harris, who was expensive in his first over, which cost 11, but he's now dragged it back a bit, 0 for 18. Mir Hamza with the only wicket to fall so far, and we've dragged Dav away from his many other sporting commitments to enjoy a day's commentary at Sapphire Gardens.
Yeah, delighted to be here. A bit of a jack of all trades at the BBC, at a boxing press conference yesterday for our TV news colleagues. Turning my hand to cricket today. Enjoyed my stint during the draw with Derbyshire earlier this season, as Mir Hamza starts on his run from the River Taff end. He's in over the wicket, and Alsop is defending forward. Some gasps of anguish behind the stumps. Did they think there was a LBW in play there?
Possibly. What if there was a little inside edge on that?
There was, yeah. Just looking at the replay, fairly thick inside edge. Just shaping it inside there, Hamza. It's funny, isn't it, Adrian, how a wicket can really change the mood. There were some puzzled looks all around the ground about that. decision at the toss from Glamorgan. A wicket has changed things somewhat as Hamza continues over the wicket. And Allsop just leaves that alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, there was. I was watching the expression of the local media guys when Sam Northeast said that he was going to bowl first, and there was genuine surprise. But suddenly the way Tom Haines set off like a train. Would you say a wicket changes everything? I mean, there is a bit of a green tinge to the track, isn't it? I was talking to our colleagues at BBC Derby. They played here a week or so ago, and they said it turned on the first morning. So,
and prodigiously as well as Hamza continues, and Allsop leaves once more. Yeah, Alex Thompson picked up, I think it was 13 wickets in the match for Derbyshire. Mason Crane chipped in with a few on debut for Glamorgan as well. So yeah, remarkable amount of turn on the first 2 days, but then the pitch really flattened out then, and the game rather drifted to a draw. But interesting to see if the pitch offers something similar today.
Yes, I think Alex Thompson, he got all those wickets and he didn't play against Sussex last week, and everyone was quite surprised.
Here comes Hamza charging in the left arm seamer, and also defends solidly onto the offside for no run.
He's got a much better line here, isn't he, Mir Hamza, making all sort of play. The outfield here looks absolutely immaculate. Has there been a lot of rain? I mean, there's been rain everywhere, but I mean, it looks in fabulous condition.
There has been heavy rain, like you say, elsewhere, and we noticed against Derbyshire that the outfield was playing a little slowly, so you weren't getting full value for your runs first couple of days, but as things have dried out, you should get a bit more for your shots. As Hamza is in to Allsop, who nudges that onto the leg side. Yeah, you can hear the slip cordon interested in every ball now.
Yeah, they are. Interesting Sam Northeast's position there at second slip. He's quite a long way in front of the first slip, and indeed the third slip. He's at quite an advanced position there.
Yeah, we've not seen any signs of uneven bounce yet, have we? And I just wonder if he's maybe thinking there might be a little inconsistency in the surface at some point in this innings, and he might think that the variable bounce might be worth positioning himself there.
Actually, now I look at him, it looks as if the third slip has gone forward a pace or two, so that looks like a more orthodox cordon now.
Here is Hamza, and also plays that onto the leg side, but it's fielded at mid-wicket, no run. And that brings Hamza's fifth over to a close, a maiden to follow one from Harris. Sussex are 29 for 1 after 9 overs.
Would you mind if I was a complete pain and we changed seats?
Not at all.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end. Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is...
Perhaps I should explain to our listeners. I've got a laptop, but it needs a battery, and so it's I have to have it plugged into the mains, which is a real pain. So I'm sorry about that, but we've changed places. We've got a few more emails that have come in as well. Hugh Johnson has been in touch with a lengthy email, which I'll endeavour to read during the over. We've got a change of bowling, and it's going to be Andrew Gorvin who's going to come in from the Cathedral end of the ground to bowl to Tom Clark. 3 Toms, the Sussex top order. As Gorvin makes his way in, around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Clark plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Hugh's been in touch, and thank you for your kind comment, Hugh. It's very good of you. He says, great to see Sussex's positive start to the season and return of the sunshine. I notice Coles often comes on as a first spinning option over Carson. Why do you think this is? Coles has obviously improved as a spinner since training with England and India during the winter. Would you see him as a better all-round option to Leicester's Ahmed, who is a similar age? Coles is clearly the better bat, and now arguably as good a spinner. In comes Gorvin, bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays it back down the track. Gorvin fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. What are your thoughts? With regards as Clark as a makeshift opener, Dan Hughes will presumably take over as opener when he arrives as our overseas player in July. Clark would usually bat further down the order and will have to fight for his place with Ollie Carter, who in Hughes' opinion deserves a start. So lots to discuss there. Lots of hope for a glorious summer, says Hugh. Thank you, Hugh, for getting in touch. In comes Gorvin, bowls short. And Clark, well, he pulls that away over mid-wicket. We'll have to see how close that was to the fielder at mid-wicket. I don't think it was that far away, judging by the reaction of the Glamorgan fielders. It was a short, it deserved to be hit for 4, but I don't think that was far away from the fielder mid-wicket, and just wonder for a moment whether Tom Clark's heart might have been in his mouth. We might just see how close it was. Clark goes to 14 and Sussex to 33 for 1.
Yeah, you're right, Adrian. That did deserve to get hit at Gorvin's pace. That kind of short bowling deserves to get punished.
Gorvin in again, bowls. Well, that's already very nearly drags it on. That's the second time that Tom Clark has played a ball which is quite a way away from his off stump, and he very nearly dragged that on off an inside edge.
I wonder if Gorvin was just trying to tempt him there, wasn't he? Really flung it out wide.
He did.
It was very full, and again, at his pace, most batters' eyes are going to light up, aren't they?
Yeah, interesting, James Coles. Already this season, he's picked up 10 wickets. Gorvin is in again. Round the wicket bowls. Clark lets that go outside the off stump. The ball rather dies on Cook as he takes it. And there is no run. Last season, James Coles took, from memory, just five first-class wickets. So he went away with England before Christmas, and he's spoken, James, about how he worked quite a lot with Graham Swan, which has obviously done him a world of good, and he seems to get a lot more lift, does James Coles. In comes Gorvin bowls, Clark defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. End of a tidy enough over, apart from that loose delivery that was dispatched by Tom Clark. Sussex 33 for 1, Clark on 14, Alsop yet to score. So I think unquestionably, Hugh, he has improved as a bowler. I would still say that Jack Carson is the number 1 spinner for Sussex, but it's good to have 2 spinners in the side. It's something that Paul Farbrae said he wanted to do, and have a left arm and a right arm. I think in terms of the batting, he looks a really classy player, James Coles. He's 70. What did he make last week at Derby? 72 was almost effortless. He looks he really is a good player.
Here's Hamza to continue from the river end over the wicket. And Alsop just leaves that alone. There's some significant movement after it had pitched there, wasn't there?
There was. A few people have been in touch about Henry Crocombe. Sam Keir, good to hear from you this morning, Sam, pointing out that Henry Crocombe, who is one of the Sussex bowlers, in fact he's down here this week, Henry, did play for the national counties, representing Oxfordshire, because Sussex do have a tie-up with Oxfordshire, so that's how that's come about. I guess as well it just gives cricketers a chance to get some cricket in.
Absolutely, and there's only so much second 11 cricket out there for those players who are on the fringes at times, as Hamza comes in and bowls with Alsop defending onto the onside for no run. That sounds like Sussex have some pretty welcome selection headaches at the moment, because they've undergone a bit of a rebuild, haven't they, over the last few years? Yeah,
they have, and I mean the decision was made to go very much with youth, and I think people applauded that decision, but the reality is they weren't winning any matches, and I think the lack of experience was laid bare on a number of occasions, in truth.
Here is Hamza charging in, and also guides that through past the SIP quadrant. He'll get a couple of runs down here to the third man region as Mason Crane does the fielding. Yeah, and Alsop will return for 2 runs, so he's off the mark. He's on 2, and Sussex are 35 for 1.
And I think you have to say credit to Paul Farbrae. He came in last year, he had a look. I mean, he said right from the beginning there's some very good, talented youngsters at Sussex, but he said on more than one occasion they're a side who don't know how to win. And with the likes of John Simpson, who talks about when you've got the opposition and you really need to make it count. I think that's the kind of mentality that they needed around the younger group, and so far it's worked really well this season.
Here's Hamza to Alsop, who defends for no run onto the offside.
Blake has been in touch. Hello, Blake. He said, just picking up on Nick's point on Crocombe, as an Oxfordshire native, from the interest I've taken, they've used their link with Sussex really well. Crocombe, Ibrahim, Hunt and Carvelos all playing for them already this season, along with Zackley and Cachet, who is the only one of the 5 from Oxfordshire. James Coles is from Oxfordshire as well, isn't he? So it's a good pathway, and hopefully both counties get benefit from it.
Here is Hamza to Alsop, who plays it off the back foot, and it's well fielded at point by Mason Crane, who's been kept busy in this over.
Have Glamorgan had a week off this season? I guess they probably...
They have. So it was in round 4, I believe, because they played Yorkshire in the last round, and I think they had a bye round the
Yes, that was
round.
the same as Sussex. It was a nice... So much talk around the schedule. That's very, after Joe Root's comments this week about players and player welfare and etc.
As Hamza continues to Alsop, who defends once more for no run. That's the end of the 11th over. Sussex 35 for 1.
I don't know if you listened to the County Championship podcast on the BBC that Kevin Howells hosts, and on there a couple of Sussex. Tamal Mills is on it every week, which is really good to hear from Tamal, who I'm sure is really looking forward to the T20 blast. But this week John Philby, the Sussex chair, was on, and the talk was all about should there be less cricket, and John's view was he thinks there should be more cricket. And to give some perspective to that, he was talking about the schedule this season, and that there's very little cricket at Hove in July and August, and saying, that it's one of the busiest seaside towns in the country. That's a great time to bring people into the game. Then comes Gorvin bowls and Clark defends into the offside. There is no run. And just trying to make trying to make exactly that point, that during those prime summer months, there's not much cricket played at Hove, and it just. I think everyone feels sympathy for players. Back-to-back T20 seems crazy, really. There's no preparation time. I know travel time was something Joe Root pointed out, wasn't it? Players getting back late at night, driving home. So there has to be a balance somewhere. Gorvin in bowls, defended by Clark to the offside. There is no run.
And it was interesting that the point was being made at a domestic level with the PCA's comments as well, because it's something we hear a lot about, especially from international T20 players, isn't it? Because it seems to be a saturation of T20 franchise competitions around the world. But interesting that debate is filtering its way down to a county level as well. And very interesting comments from the Sussex chairman as well.
Here comes Gorvin round the wicket bowl. Short from Tom, and now he's hit on the pad. That looked to me like it was probably going down leg side. But it's the second time he's tried to pull a ball from Gorvin. The first one he did hit him for 4. Let's just have a look at that decision. Yeah, I think that's going down the leg side. And there is no run. Yeah, and one of the points about less cricket, and someone made the point in the podcast, is a bit like turkeys voting for Christmas, really, that if there is less cricket, all clubs need as many professionals.
And absolutely, and Glamorgan, for example, benefited from the apparent congestion in August a few years ago, and they won the One Day Cup, which had become something of a shadow competition because of the 100, whereas Glamorgan were relatively unaffected by the 100. Most of their players were available, and they ended up winning the One Day Cup.
In comes Gorvin bowls. Clark defends a ball of good length. Good little spell this by Gorvin. He's in his second over. Just conceded the one boundary.
I guess the counter argument would be that you're diluting the competition, the One Day Cup, by playing it alongside the 100.
Yeah.
Where else do you fit the 100? I know this is a controversial subject and people will have very strong views on it, but it's healthy, I think, that someone of Joe Root's standing is bringing the subject to...
Yes. Gorvin in bowls, wide of the off stump again. Clark goes after that, plays it to backward point. Well, sort of a bit of a smear across the line. The ball goes to backward point. There is no run. Now, I'm just looking at Sussex's fixtures in July. So we play Glamorgan on the 5th of July. That's a T20 blast game at Hove. Then Hampshire on the Wednesday. So that's 2 games at Hove in July. They play Essex. That's 3 games. Middlesex 4 games, but no championship cricket. 4 games. And comes Gorvin again, bowls to Clark, played into the offside. There is no run. And then, sorry, I have to give the score. I do apologise. 35 for 1. Clark 14. Alsop is on 2. Then we go into the 50 over competition. So I reckon there's 5 days cricket in July at Hove, and then in August, 1, 2, 3. 3 days in August before the 29th when they play Derbyshire at home, so 6 days in August. So it's not a lot of cricket really. So I think that's the point that John was trying to make. I don't think for one moment he was suggesting that players are flogged into the ground. In fact, he said, players have squads and you can rotate players. But I think John's real concern is that there's a desire maybe to cut back on the amount of county cricket that counties play.
Yeah, and it comes from a good place, I understand, with player welfare, but the reality for most county players is that they're not having to juggle it with international commitments, are they?
No.
It's very noble of Joe Root to lend his name to this cause, but you can count on one hand the amount of matches he's played for Yorkshire over the last year. As James Harris returns, change of end, he comes in from the river end replacing Hamza, and he bowls outside the off stump with Alsop leaving that alone.
You know, and I think there is, you know, there's so much going on at cricket at the minute. All the talk about the 100 franchises and being sold off and private equity. I don't even begin to understand, you know, what that means in terms of monies. But talk that, you know, and I hate the expression smaller counties, but you know, some of the larger clubs saying, well, you know, they'd be crazy to turn this down. But there's so much going on.
As Harris continues around the wicket to the left-handed Alsop, who plays a nice shot backward of point. And that looks like it'll reach the boundary. Indeed it does. So Alsop gets his first boundary of his innings. He moves on to 6. Sussex 39 for 1.
I think a feeling as well, Sussex are still feeling pretty sore about missing out on the one of the women's teams. And they're not going to be one of the two sides who come in. I think Glamorgan are, aren't they, in
yes.
25?
Yes, they'll be coming in 2027, I think.
Right,
they won't
27,
be,
sorry.
along with
yes.
Yorkshire, I think,
yeah.
the two expansion teams. As Harris comes around the wicket to Alsop, who leaves that alone.
Yeah, and I think with that as well, you know, a feeling that are the non-100 playing counties getting rather left behind, and I think it's a fair point to make.
Absolutely. I heard an interview with the journalist and author Ben Bloom recently towards the start of the season. He's written a book about the future of domestic cricket.
Yeah.
It was a very interesting discussion, and it does seem to be that the county game is in this existential state at the moment, as Harris bowls and Alsop leaves again. And it always seems to be in this state, doesn't it? The bigger counties are getting stronger. The smaller counties, as we say, are becoming weaker by proxy. And it's a real difficult thing to grapple with, isn't it? How the game moves forward.
It is. But the players have got to come from somewhere, haven't they? I mean, I think of the T20 World Cup coming up, next month now, isn't it?
As Harris comes around the wicket to Alsop, who shoulders arms.
You know, Phil Salt and Jofra Archer. Let's hope Jofra comes through these games against Pakistan unscathed. But, you know, there are two players there who, you know, came through the ranks at Sussex. I mean, nobody had heard, or pretty much he was unheard of, Jofra, when he came over from the Caribbean. He's now turned into, you know, a world-class bowler. Well, he came over from the West Indies and came to Sussex. He didn't go to one of the bigger counties. Phil Salt has grown up at Sussex and, you know, he now finds himself at Lancashire.
As Harris is in to Alsop, who drives onto the onside, but fielded, no run.
So it makes you wonder, if the counties are cut down or there's not as many opportunities, what's going to happen to will there still be the opportunities for these players to make their way through?
It's the end of the over. Sussex are 39 for 1. And it's one of the key points in the discussion, isn't it? Because you can't disregard the non-test venue counties, those that maybe aren't in Division 1 as regularly as others. But there is a feeling that the likes of Surrey and Yorkshire, when they're in a healthier state, Lancashire and others, are only going to get stronger as the game welcomes more money into it, doesn't it?
Yes.
But it's a really good point, especially on Sussex, who've got a really proud record of developing their own players.
Yeah, they have. And Chris Jordan, who was at Surrey, wasn't, Chris's career, I think it's fair to say, probably stalled a little as in comes Gorvin round the wicket bowl, driven by Clark to Carlson at extra cover. There is no run. Came to Sussex and really got his career back on track. And Chris is another who's in the T20 squad in the World Cup as well. So I think Sussex have got a good record of developing players. I guess from members' point of view, but I guess it's the way sport is. If you looked at football, you get a player who does well in league or the Championship, and he gets Brighton and Hove Albion will know that with some of the players they've had who then go to inverted commas bigger clubs. In comes Gorvin bowls, and Clark's hit on the pad. The ball dribbles down towards backward square leg, and it's another single to Sussex. The total goes up to is it going to go to 40 for 1? I think it is in a moment. Clark on 14, Alsop is on 6. Yep, there we go.
Because it's both the strength of the sport and a weakness in the sense that the powers that be are answerable to members, the supporters, which is a great thing in many respects. But then as Ben Blue made the point, often these fans are of a certain age, a certain demographic, and perhaps they won't be as embracing of change as others.
Totally, absolutely. Gorvin in bowls and covers up to Alsop, plays slightly across the line to mid-wicket, and there is no run. No, I agree completely, and I think your point is well made. In general terms, members of clubs are, and you know, membership of cricket clubs is pretty much reducing, really. So it's got to be a balance, hasn't it, between the members' views, but also trying to take the game forward. I think we all agree with that. It's a case of how it's done.
Absolutely, and it's so difficult, isn't it? Because those of us, this is the purest form of the game, isn't it? It's what we love.
Gorvin is in bowls and clipped away by Alsop down towards fine leg. They've taken one. They'll think about two. Alsop is very quick between the wickets, but there isn't a second run there. It's a good bit of fielding going there, I think, by Mir Hamza, who was very quickly around the boundary and gets in the throw. One more to Alsop. He goes to 7. Sussex to 41 for 1.
Yeah, Glamorgan have faced a lot of criticism recently for as well as their results, is the relative lack of young Welsh players coming through. And I spoke to the chief executive, Dan Cherry, at the start of the season. He made the point that the opportunities are there, and yes, it's incumbent on the players as well as the coaches.
Gorvin in bowls, ball full length, clipped away by Clark to mid-on, and there is no run.
We'd all like players to represent our counties of birth, but those days are not as they were, are they? Gone are the days where Yorkshire would only select those born in the county. That the world has changed, and the sport is changing with it, cricket. But like you say, it's a difficult thing to balance, isn't it? Because we do cherish these traditions.
In comes Gorvin running away from us. Final ball of the 14th over. He's in and bowls, and Clark defends onto the onside to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over, 41 for 1. Clark 14, Alsop on 7. Live cricket here on the BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. I was listening as well to a podcast on the cricketer this week, which featured Daryl Mitchell, who's head of the PCA, and they were talking about various things and the schedule and how on earth it could be, and the point was made in that this video about the nonsense really in the First Division where not everybody plays each other twice, and that doesn't feel quite right either. So it's a suggestion made, interesting suggestion I thought as well, that you had 3 divisions of 6 and you had 10 5-day games.
As Harris continues from the river end around the wicket to Alsop, who leaves the ball.
So 3 divisions of 6, 10 5-day games. There's promotion and relegation between the two. Now I know one of the arguments about that has always been, you know, when the county season starts, everybody's got a chance of winning the county championship if you went to one division. But I thought that was, I wasn't anti that idea actually. So 10 5-day games, does that give more room within the schedule? And then there's this whole thing about the T20 blast. Are there too many games in the blast?
As Harris is in to Alsop, who once again leaves the ball.
But I do understand the counties like the blast because it's a real money-making opportunity. But I don't know, I think it goes on a bit long, to be honest. Is 14 games too many?
Perhaps, and
could that be 3 divisions of 6 in the blast and you all play each other twice? Would that be certainly get 10 games, but so the counties want 14? But somewhere, someone's going to have to give, aren't they?
That's the thing, and like you say, it is the money maker for the counties. You compare here in particular, as Harris is in around the wicket to Alsop with shoulders arms, and you get healthy crowds of, on a good day, maybe 9,000 or so here for a T20 blast, and lots of people who either don't go to cricket that often or are new fans who've come to it via the 100 or wherever it might be, and that kind of game allows you to sustain a county championship team, doesn't it?
Yep.
Again,
yeah.
Like we've said earlier, that balance of old and new, as Harris is around the wicket to Alsop, who drives straight to mid-off for no run.
I mean, Sussex get very good crowds for T20, but they certainly don't sell out every game, and certainly with the games coming fairly thick and fast in the blast, I don't know what the equation would be if the total attendances for 7 games was the same as 5 sold-out games. I mean, they always sell out against Surrey, pretty much against Hampshire as well, the local derbies.
Harris is in to Alsop, who defends onto the leg side for no run.
Without, with great respect to Glamorgan, maybe a game Sussex against Glamorgan doesn't hold only because of the geographical. It's a derby between Surrey and Sussex, and it's always nice to beat the big team from up the road. The same with Hampshire, Kent. You might get a lot of Kent supporters coming. With respect, there's probably not a lot of people from Glamorgan who would travel to Hove for a T20 game, particularly on say a Wednesday night or something. So I think there's more chance of selling out those games.
As Harris is in to Alsop, who defends. Yeah, and you've seen a move to try and mitigate against those kind of fixtures with the regionalisation of some competitions like the One Day Cup, which does help. But as you say, some games are going to be a bigger draw than others, aren't they? Glamorgan start their T20 campaign 3 weeks today, in fact, at home to Surrey. If the weather's good, it's a Friday night.
Yeah.
It's the dream fixture, isn't it, with
totally.
Surrey's All-Stars coming to town?
Yeah, totally. But also the way the T20 is scheduled. So Sussex have in June, they've got a Friday night game in Chelmsford in Essex. So that's a 7 o'clock start, won't finish till 10. As in comes Gorvin running away from us and bowls to Clark. Good delivery in Gorvin. Sorry, Clark plays it back to Gorvin. There is no run. Then the next day they're playing Surrey at Hove. So, by the time you get back from Chelmsford, that's going to be, well, probably not much after 1 in the morning, to be honest. Provided the M25 not shut, which, who knows. And Tamal Mills was on the pod, and he was saying the problem that if you got back-to-back games, is that even subconsciously, you may be thinking about the next game, and, you don't want to get yourself injured. In comes Gorvin bowls and Clark plays into the offside. There is no run. So back-to-back games does seem slightly ludicrous. However, Surrey Sussex on a Saturday, 7 o'clock at Hove, I'm sure will be virtually sold out.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I don't know. There are far better brains than mine are involved, but it's.
Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it? Because it's good that we're having these debates.
Totally.
And it feels like a kind of annual event, doesn't it? Every season brings about these discussions.
Gorvin, I'm going to make way in a moment as Gorvin runs away from us in and bowls to Clark, who drives into the offside. Good little spell of this from Gorvin. He's in his 4th over, and certainly since Tom Haynes was out, the run rate has dropped dramatically.
Absolutely, yeah. Just the 5 runs conceded from Gorvin's 3.5 overs. That's coincided with a tighter spell at the other end for James Harris as well. So Hamza's breakthrough and Haynes' departure has really swung things in Glamorgan's favour.
Just the 2 slips in place. Gorvin in and bowls, and Clark defends to mid-wicket, and there is the Sussex run rate. I mean, they were racing away in the first 3 or 4 overs. The run rate is now down to just over 2.5 and over. For those of you just joining us, Sussex batting first, Glamorgan winning the toss, and have picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes, who was LBW to Mir Hamza for 19. 2 more balls to go in this, the 16th over, as Gorvin is in bowls and Clark drives. Nice looking shot, but straight to Carlson. Short extra cover, and there is no run. Clark looks of, perhaps he's getting a little frustrated, but there's a good spell this, bowling good line and length is Gorvin, and Clark is middling the ball well enough, but that was straight to Carlson. In the covers, there is no run.
Yeah, that was your archetypal nice shot for none, wasn't it? Lovely flow to the shot, but he has reached a few from Gorvin so far. Perhaps a sign of frustration.
Gorvin in again, bowls. That is driven by Clark, who does look really frustrated. He didn't put that away. The ball plays to mid-off, fielded by Harris. There is no run. End of the over. Sussex are 41 for 1, with Clark on 14, also on 7. I'm going to make way, and look at the dulcet tones of Ed Bevan are going to join us.
And before Ed's arrival, we'll see that James Harris will continue from the River Taff end, as he's thrown the ball by Kieran Carlson at mid-off. Welcome, Ed.
Thank you, Dav. Yes, good morning. Good morning, everybody. And it really is a beautiful morning here at Sapphire Gardens, as Harris comes in and bowls. Good length ball, thick outside edge. They go for a quick single and get there. Good judgment there by the batsman. And they cross for a single. It's been quite tight for the last couple of overs, but unfortunately for Glamorgan, nothing much beating the bat.
No real danger, is there?
It's been tidy and economical, but I'm still trying to work out why Glamorgan decided, no doubt you've been talking about this, why they decided to field first.
Certainly a few puzzled expressions around the ground when they made that call.
Here's Harris round the wicket, river end, and bowls, and this time back out his stumps goes Clark and just defends on the onside. 42 for 1, and as usual, first day, sprinkling of spectators around the ground. Hopefully with the weekend coming, there'll be more coming for tomorrow and Sunday. I did think perhaps there might have been a little moisture under the pitch as James Harris is in round the wicket. Bowls. Clark goes back and gets 4 runs. Short, outside the off stump. And Clark looked as if he'd been waiting for that, Dav, and got back, stood tall, and hammered it away for 4.
Yes, Clark had been growing frustrated, facing Gorvin at the other end. A couple of balls which were there to be hit, and as you say, Eddie, he was making up for those missed opportunities with that shot from James Harris.
They do look such a good all-round team, don't they, Sussex? They've won 2 games out of 4. They stand top of the second division.
They do seem to have most bases covered, don't they?
Absolutely.
That squad?
Harris again, in past the umpire, and bowls, and Clark, it could be out. Haskaya, Cook is under it, and takes it. Well, it was short, he got it on top of the bat, and Harris gets away with that, a short ball, but it came on to the batsman a little bit quicker than he thought, and the disconsolate Tom Clark looks down and thinks, well, yeah, I've just hit a 4, I get a short delivery, and I've skied it up, but Glamorgan won't worry. It's another wicket. You get 3 wickets before lunch, they say, Dav, and you justified your decision, but it's 46 for 2. But I suspect the young man, well, not so young man, coming in next might have something to say about that.
Well, quite yet.
Mr. Pujara.
One of the finest batters on the county circuit, currently the Indian international Chetwashar Pujara coming in. Just having a look at that replay of Clark's dismissal, it was perhaps just a little wide of the off stump to be pulling, hence why he ended up top edging it to Chris Cook.
Yeah.
And as we discussed earlier, perhaps a bit of that frustration from the earlier overs against Gorvin creeping in, that he felt like he really had to get after the bowlers, whereas in reality it doesn't look like too difficult a pitch to navigate. But 2 wickets certainly helping Glamorgan's cause, and as you say, Ed, 1 more here and they'll feel pretty vindicated to have inserted Sussex having won the toss.
Especially if Pujara, if he can dismiss Pujara, who is in top form, as Dav was saying now, he's absolutely world class and he's a lovely player to watch, unless you're on the receiving end, of course. And India, we know, are well blessed with batsmen. And if they can leave him out, well, good luck to them.
Yeah, the depth in Indian cricket is quite frightening at times, isn't it? When you watch, well, across all formats, with the IPL going on at the moment, but their test team, the riches in all departments, but batting in particular, probably the envy of the world.
So it's Pujara right-handed, that makes a change. And he takes guard from the umpire, and Sam Northeast will have 3 slips in attendance. So the 3 slips, and as I say that, a 4th slip is summoned. So 4 slips, a mid-off and a cover on the offside, then a mid-on long leg and a square leg. Harris comes in, bowls the first ball to Pujara, leaves outside the off stump, and it's taken high up down the leg side by the wicketkeeper Chris Cook. 46 for 2. Glamorgan's bowling was a bit ragged at the start, but then they settled down and tied the batsman down. Just going back to a point I made, I thought perhaps the reason for inserting was there might have been a little bit of juice under the pitch. And okay, if you exploit that in the first hour, you're rewarded. But we haven't had any juice for the last couple of days. Anyway, we shall wait and see as in comes Harris over the wicket, bowls to the right-hander Pujara, who pushes it away onto the offside into the gully region. It's fielded by Crane. That is the end of the over. Applause for Harris. 46 for 2, the visitors score.
I was just wondering as well, Ed, different match, a different climate completely to the Derbyshire game, but the way that that pitch turned on the first 2 days and then flattened out and was very easy to bat on for the third and fourth days, do you think that match might have been playing on Sam Northeast's mind at all, that he was hoping that this pitch might behave similarly and that it'll get easier to bat on as the game goes on?
You just don't know here. Normally, as you rightly say, it does get better. It's the balance you need.
Govin is in over the wicket to Alsop, who leaves it alone.
I honestly thought in that match against Derbyshire that the pitch would improve and not improve, go down and turn absolutely square on the third, as you know, we both did on the third and fourth day. But for some reason, it just died away, as the pitch did at Headingley, if you watched a bit of that. If you're going to get a good pitch for the bowlers, I'll just break off.
There's Govin. Alsop driving to Harris at mid-off for no run.
Basically, what he wanted is to turn third and fourth day for a good game of cricket where, you know, okay, get runs in the first innings, and the spinners come in. And Crane loves bowling, and he's picked up a few wickets this year. And if you've got somebody like Crane in the side, okay, prepare a pitch that is going to turn. Otherwise, you know, the Glamorgan attack has been conceding a lot of runs this year.
Here is Govin over the wicket, Alsop on the back foot defending.
Play to your strengths, as they say. And at the moment, it has to be said that Glamorgan's strengths are not their bowling.
Absolutely. And it is a pitch that sometimes doesn't always play to their strengths in the last few years, isn't it? When we think of T20 cricket as well as county stuff, tends to be on the lower, slower side as Govin is in and Alsop drives. Nice looking shot for none.
It's the story of this pitch for the last 20 years, you know, slow and low. Doesn't often I don't know quite why. You don't get a ball that's flying around or moving a lot. Occasionally you get it. But, you know, you look at the scores over the years and the wickets taken by spinners are negligible.
Govin, arms and legs pumping over the wicket. Alsop nails that one. And that will run to the boundary for 4 runs, past point. A handsome shot. Alsop moves on to 12. That brings up Sussex's 50. They're 50 for 2 with 1 ball left in the 18th over.
And I suspect, talking about of Crane, I suspect he'll be on before long. Because I can't think of who else. Who was the fourth seamer here?
It's not often you see Andy Govin getting through this many overs this early in the day. We've seen Carlson and Ingram use their occasional spin this season, but becoming a little more than occasional at times as Govin comes around the wicket to Alsop this time and he defends for no run.
Yes, that is the end of the over. And what was quite extraordinary was he bowled earlier on in the season. He bowled well, didn't he? Colin Ingram took 2 for 40, 2 for 50, and he didn't bowl a ball up on a supposedly Turner at Headingley. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps that he want to bowl, but I found that just a little bit strange in that mammoth score.
Yeah, particularly when you consider how much bowling Carlson has got through this season.
Yeah. And he's not a recognised spinner, of course.
Absolutely.
And Glamorgan haven't got a recognised off spinner in have you got one on the squad? I don't know. But it's James Harris, medium pace, over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who leaves outside the off stump and goes through to Cook.
Just a hint of movement away there, wasn't there? And the
a little bit, yeah.
In previous over, he got some decent carry. So, something to cling on for the seam bowlers.
Yes. No McIlroy in this side today.
Yeah, Glamorgan have had some terrible luck with injuries, haven't they, to their pace bowlers.
Yeah, is Harris, and bowls straight delivery, and Pujara plays it gently back down the pitch. Patient player is Pujara, and what a signing when you know that he's going to be available for nearly all the summer because he's no longer in India's plans. That's the sort of overseas player you want.
Absolutely, the sweet spot. An international class player, but someone who's not away on international duty too much.
James Harris settling into a rhythm here, bowls. That's good delivery, pushed away into the offside. He seems to have found this rhythm since he changed ends, because he went for 11 in his first over. And, you begin to fear the worst.
Harris seems to have been in rhythm more so this season than he had in previous years, having returned to Glamorgan, hasn't he? He seems to have...
Well, whether it's because he's having the new ball, because you had Neser and Van der Gooten last year, and with neither here at the moment, as he bowls outside the off stump, and Cook takes that rather low down, which will tell us perhaps this pitch is a bit slow.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten, McIlroy, two of those missing through injury. Craig Miles and Brad Wheel have come and gone on the shortest of loan spells.
One apiece. Of course, Ollie Robinson is not playing, and I suspect that Glamorgan were not going to prepare a bouncy fast track when you've got people like Sales and Robinson. This is hit through the covers. A lovely shot for Pujara. Gets off the mark with 4 runs. He latched onto a full delivery outside the off stump, and he knew as soon as he left his bat that it was going to be 4.
Yeah, very easy, elegant swing of the bat from Pujara. Lovely flow to his arms as he hit that through the covers.
54 for 2. And I would think Glamorgan would be thinking possibly about Crane. He's had a fairly lengthy bowl. As in comes James Harris. Bowls Pujara, drives again, and will get runs, 4 of them, down towards the long on boundary. It was effortless. Oh, did he pull it in just... Yes, I think he pulled it in just short of the boundary on that far side. Harris takes his cap. I don't know if he's got a sweater out there. I wouldn't have thought so on a day like this. And he had a word as he passed northeast, so possibly we might see spin, because there isn't anybody else I can think of apart from the medium pace of Al Hussain. Carlson's off spin. I think Crane would be rather peeved if Carlson had a bowl before him.
Yeah, Crane did most of his bowling from the river end against Derbyshire, but from the Cathedral Road end it's Gorvin, with Alsop playing that off the back foot onto the offside for no run. Yeah, so Crane sooner rather than later, you'd think, from the river end.
I would have thought so, yes. Yes. Well, there's nobody else. As Al Hussain is the only one.
And as you mentioned, Zain Al Hassan, he's going through some warm-ups at mid-on, so I do wonder if he might be bowling up one of these ends soon as Gorvin continues around the wicket, and also defending once more.
Yeah. It is a pretty slowish pitch, and yeah, you wonder, but again you see the lack of spin in the Glamorgan camp. It's a little bit worrying, because Carlson really just fills in. Who's that winding? Yes, it is Al Hussain.
Here is Gorvin again, and Alsop drives on the front foot, but will get no runs as James Harris does the fielding.
It is a little bit on the slow side, isn't it? Because he is laying into it, is Alsop, not able to time it. If the ball was coming onto the bat, he could have a free flow. But he's hitting it hard enough, but it's just trickling out to cover.
Here comes Gorvin. Legs pumping as he comes around the wicket, and Alsop defends. Tight again from Gorvin. 2 balls left in his 6th over, 2 maidens, just the 9 runs conceded. And I suppose when you're bowling in the low 70s, Ed, that's what Sam Northeast will want from Gorvin, is it? Just to tie up an end, apply some sort of pressure?
Exactly, and try and put pressure where the batsman wants to get on with it and plays a false shot.
Here is Gorvin around the wicket. This time Alsop leaves the ball that angles in slightly, but nothing to trouble the batter. Yeah, I suppose Gorvin and his economical bowling, you could say he could take some credit for Tom Clark's dismissal, the way that he played a maybe somewhat rash shot.
Yes, possibly, but I think Harris was also bowling and he was full spell, and he basically tied him down.
Here is Gorvin to finish his 6th over around the wicket. Ball moves just a little in the air, but Alsop defends it comfortably enough, and at the end of the 20th over, Sussex are 56 for 2.
Talking about overseas players, on the grapevine I've heard that at long last Marnus Labuschagne is due to arrive early next week. Over to you, Mr. Head Selector.
Yeah, difficult task with the way Colin Ingram has been batting, to ask him to step aside.
Perhaps he'll have a few games for the second team just to get into nick, because Colin has played superbly this season. James Harris is going to continue though. Bowls to Pujara, who tries to play it off the back foot, gets a thick outside edge, and it flies away to the boundary. It wasn't exactly where he wanted to go, but he's got 4 runs and he goes into double figures.
Yeah, some half cries of catch it, weren't there, from the slips. Maybe you're a little more hopeful with your shouts when it's Pujara batting and you're clinging on to any slim hope that he might be giving you a chance.
And if you got an edge to that, it would have been superlative catching by one of the slips there. Hamza's winding at mid-on, I see. Whether he is going to come back for a second spell. But it's James Harris at the moment, having taken 1 wicket, 1 for 37. Passes the umpire on his way, bowls to Pujara, who leaves outside the off stump, goes through to Cook.
So the thing about Pujara is very patient, isn't he? He'll wait for his moments. You won't see him play many false shots.
No.
He's done the damage for the over with that boundary, but if he is presented with something...
I don't think Adrian will tell us. Does he play one-day cricket 2020? I'm not sure, you know. You talk about him being a careful, watchful player. I'll have to check up on that. Harris bowls. Pujara plays it on the onside to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Certainly seen him do so in the past, but I'm not sure if he currently does so. I remember seeing him play a bit of IPL cricket in years gone by, but certainly not in more recent seasons.
Look at that stance now, isn't it? Perfect. Concentrates and waits as Harris bowls to him, and he gets a thick inside edge. Cook goes up. He was very excited, as if to say, well, if he'd missed that, he might well have been LBW or bowled, but he didn't. He gets a single down to fine leg. And Tom Alsop comes up here for the first time for some time.
Yeah, Pujara's had a good look at Harris now, isn't he?
Yeah.
And just discussing his exploits in different formats of the game.
Hamza's very excited there.
Wanting to get involved in the game.
Wants to bowl. Captain, look, I'm ready to bowl. He reverts to round the wicket as James Harris to the left-handed Alsop comes in, bowls to him. Bowls him a bouncer, which Alsop gets underneath and goes through to the wicket-keeper.
He's got some decent carry, hasn't he, Harris, as well as that wicket from the bouncer to...
Yes, I don't know quite what to make of this pitch, because some have been very low down for Chris Cook to take, and others he's taken sort of waist high. And that, of course, was banged in short. Looks a basically good pitch, though, doesn't it? Here's James Harris in and bowls again, and this is driven wide of mid-on, and they take an easy single as it's fielded there by Hamza. That completes the over for Harris. 1 for 39 off his 9 overs. And are we going to see Gorvin? 62 for 2 is the Sussex score after they were asked to bat first. First man to go was Haynes, LBW to Hamza for 19. And then Tom Clark was out to a figure I haven't put down.
18.
He was 18. He was caught by Cook off a skyer.
People rode out because coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Zain Ul Hassan.
Well, it is Ul Hassan to bowl. Bowling his little medium pace. And, well, you would say that Ul Hassan is somebody who's developed himself into a bowler, because last year he was played as basically an opening batsman after Byron's injury, and then we saw him bowl medium pace, just little dobbers, if you like, and possibly the same pace as Andy Gorvin. And if he emulates Gorvin, he'll try and keep the score down. But he knows he's going to bowl, not at the moment to one of the world's greatest batsmen, but to the left-hander. He'll try and just bang it around off stump, I would have thought. He's got 2 slips, then basically a defensive field.
He's just been in conversation with Captain Sam Northeast and former skipper Kieran Carlson. Harris has given him the ball, and Ul Hassan comes around the wicket to Alsop, who dabs that onto the offside, looks for a single. Pujara turns him away. Pujara barely striding out of his crease to tell him no thank you.
No, I think they'd have struggled if they take no fair. And Pujara goes down, hey, I'm the senior batsman. I'll decide when his run is on.
Yeah, seniority ruled there, certainly. He's got a nice unhurried way about him, hasn't he, Pujara, when he's batting or even when he's at the non-striker's end. Ul Hassan picks up the ball again. Shortish run up for the medium pacer who's around the wicket. Short ball, and Alsop gets hold of that one, but it's well fielded just in front of square leg. So not too much damage there. I think it's Eddie Byron.
Oh, Byron,
there,
yeah.
I think. Couldn't quite see, but...
got away with that, didn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw a couple of shortish deliveries like that early in Gorvin's spell as well. Perhaps the medium pacers, the part-timers, just taking a little time to find their line and length. And is often the case at the start of a spell, and that brings Pujara onto strike. 2 slips in for the Indian master. Ul Hassan will switch back to over the wicket.
He played at Derby last year, Pujara, and got 2 double hundreds.
Remarkable.
Well, powers of concentration and everything.
Here is Ul Hassan. It's full and wide of off stump, and Pujara leaves that alone.
Yeah, as if to say to the bowler, you're not going to bowl me. I can bowl you, but you bowl there. Side off stump. Sam Northeast, of course, is equal to Pujara in runs, and the leading run scorer, I think, in the country.
As Ul Hassan continues to Pujara, leaves it again.
Wide.
Yes, thanks in no small part to his
2 big ones.
huge score at Lord's, yeah. Record score at the fabled old ground.
Yeah, but Glamorgan, despite those runs from him, are short of batting points, aren't they? Because I think we're either the lowest or lowest but 1 batting points in the country. He did pick up 4 up at Lords, but since then, Derbyshire, they failed to get any. Yorkshire, they failed to get any batting points.
As Ul Hassan runs into Pujara, closer to the stumps, but once again, the Indian batter's happy to leave it alone.
Yeah. It looks an easy pace batting pitch, and Glamorgan's batsmen, especially Ingram and Sam Northeast, are in excellent form. So, okay, famous last words. You shouldn't get bowled out for a paltry score. Looking at the pitch.
As Ul Hassan bowls a straighter line, but it's still wide of the stumps, and Pujara, who knows where his stumps are better than most, leaves the ball alone once more. So that ends the 22nd over with Sussex 63 for 2.
Quiet period of play because the medium pacers have just banged it in just marginally short of a length, and it's difficult to drive in, especially on a slowish pitch, and they've got to keep this up if they can and just tempt them into indiscretion.
Well, as Ed talks you through this latest over from James Harris, I'll make way for the return of Nick Webb.
Captain is back, see? Harris starts a new over, bowls outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket-keeper. Also remains, he's been there for some time now, he's on 14 from 44 balls, so taking his time, not to be tempted. Pranam Darnik, to our good people at Sussex, it's good afternoon in the language of heaven. It really is a beautiful day, a still sunny day, little wisps of cloud but nothing to worry about. Harris round the wicket, comes in very wide of the crease there, and it nips back close to the off stump, and Cook there looks at the ground and thought, well, just please couldn't it be a little bit straighter. It was close.
The replay here did show it jacking back quite sharply there.
3 slips then still for Allsop, despite the 46 balls he's bowled, and the backward point to cover an extra cover. Fine leg mid wicket, deep and mid on. As Harris comes round the wicket, bowls the left-handed Allsop. That comes back a little bit, but Allsop got his bat out of the way. And the scoring rate under 3, 2.80, which tells you that it's been perhaps not threatening, but economical.
Yeah, Glamorgan been tight. Got a couple of wickets. We shall see how this pitch plays as the game develops.
I'm just talking to Darb, just trying to work it out. Probably him and I and you, I've got a clue. Harris bowls outside the off stump, and no offer coming from the batsman.
Well, after the last championship match here in Cardiff, turned sharply from the first day into deep into the second day, and then went completely dead after that.
As we've seen before here.
Well, it's usually seam and then goes dead. It's very rarely spin and goes dead.
Very much like that pitch at Headingley last week. That went dead. As James Harris comes in and bowls, pitched up, it's driven and well fielded there at a wideish mid-off.
Well, there was still a bit of turn for the spinners on the final day, by which time it was effectively a 6th day pitch.
Yet Moriarty 1 for 128 and Bess 1 for 79. And they're not bad bowlers, and they're outstanding bowlers.
No, it was strange that Lyth came on and caused the danger.
Golden arm. Here's James Harris round the wicket, bowls and also plays it up towards mid-on, thinks, and that's all he does. And that's another economical over. 63 for 2 then is the score. And they haven't quite justified the insertion. Another wicket, Mr. Pujara, and certainly will have justified it, but Ul Hassan, Nick, bowled an over so wide of the off stump that he was told just bowl it wide, they can't score, and try and keep it there.
Yeah, Scorvin was very economical. Harris has been reasonably dangerous, I think.
He's bowled much better, isn't he, from the river end?
Yeah. After 11 in his first over, he's been going at 3 and over since, as Ul Hassan is in to bowl to Pujara, who leaves it alone. A little bit of movement early in proceedings. Be interesting to see where Zainul Hassan bats, having opened the batting in the absence of Eddie Byram. Billy Root averaging 32.
I would put him back.
Thought that Al Hassan would come in 6 or 7.
I'd put him back to open. I'll tell you the reason now.
As
Excuse me.
and he comes to bowl, and it's nice and straight and blocked by Pujara.
I thought that Al Hassan last season, I think I've told you a number of times, that he did a goodish job for a young player coming in, worked very hard, and deserved to carry on. All the Glamorgan excellent opening batsmen, and I refer to Hugh Morris and Alan Jones and Steve James, they started their career at 5 or 6.
As Al Hassan bowls, and Pujara tries to run it down wide of the slips, but is prevented from doing so from a diving stop from Gorvin.
And they worked themselves up to be outstanding opening batsmen. I'm not sure if Al Hassan will get to that position, but I think now that he's come back, well, you know, let's keep him going as opening the innings for Glamorgan and develop him, because he's a relatively young man, and it's something that Glamorgan have lacked in recent years, is an established opening pair.
That's down leg side, and it'll cost him 4 runs. May not be off the bat. Yes, it was off the bat. Pujara just getting a little tickle on it on its way down, and Al Hassan rather asked for that one, losing his direction and shaking his head as he walks back towards us. Knows that you can't afford to bowl in that direction to a batter of Pujara's vast experience, 103 test appearances for India. Al Hassan, shortish run up from medium pacer in, and Pujara defends this one out on the offside, and there is no run. A few people have been in contact via the medium of X/Twitter. X-Twitter. Everyone calls it that still, don't they?
Yes.
As Al Hassan is on his way, and that is defended out on the offside. There's no run, and the over 67 for 2. Pujara has 15, Alsop has 14. Oil Oracle says, what do you think about Gorvin potentially developing as a kind of Steve Barwick style bowler, similar pace? Gorvin needs a few tricks though.
Yes.
And also suggesting that the problem is that talented athletic Welsh school kids get drawn into football or rugby academies, worth reaching out to the hundreds of those that don't make the grade to rejoin cricket.
Problem is that they don't play cricket in schools, which is a disgrace.
Problem, isn't it? Although there is an ECB fund to back state school cricket, apparently. We won't see how that'll be spent, as Mir Hamza will come back into the attack.
Yeah, he's been nudging his captain there for the last couple of overs, doing some practice runs and actions. So here he is, and he's going to bowl to the left-handed Alsop, who's undefeated on 14. In he comes from the river end and bowls, and Alsop gets a full-length ball, and he just pushes it back down the pitch.
Emir Evans says, looks like a good toss to have lost. Interesting to have Edward's thoughts on winter recruitment. Well, we haven't, I don't think we've got long enough to have Edward's thoughts on winter recruitment.
Well, I did make the point with that.
Post-Watershed as well.
Yeah, our thoughts are shared there. Hamza turns, took the first wicket as he comes in and bowls, and that's again well pitched up. And Tom Alsop very restrained here. He's not taking any chances. 16 of 51 deliveries at the moment.
Yeah, it's not as if he's out of form. He's averaging 40 this season on a score of 84.
Yes, all the Sussex batsmen have done pretty well this year. They look a very strong, as I mentioned, well-balanced side.
2 wins and 2 dominant draws, if I can put it that way.
In comes Hamza, left arm over. Bowls driven up towards mid-on though. Good.
Rich Mucky One on Twitter says, nice day for it. I'm finally in the ground, first visit for a long time. Hope you're enjoying it. Mark Davis, though frustrated, week off work, Glamorgan's home, perfect weather, and he's got COVID. Poor old Mark.
Dear.
And Steve West, my intention to attend today's game thwarted by a recent fractured pelvis. Best of luck to you in your recovery, Steve.
In comes Hamza, bowls, and this is pushed away on the onside. They think again of a run, and there is nothing there for them as Billy Root comes in very quickly towards mid-wicket. Like the gentleman, Nick and I went out to the toss this morning, walked back, and we were asked, what's happening? So Nick said, Glamorgan had won the toss, and they fielded. And he'd swear it was our fault. He has to go and say, what on earth's going on? Well, that's the position you asked us, and that's it. That's Hamza bowls.
Oh, dear.
Down the leg side. That's going to be 4 wides. Well, you don't often see wides in championship cricket. That must have just slipped out of his hand or something.
That was well wide of Chris Cook. He
just watched it.
Yeah, just watched it go, really. It was 2 wicket keepers wide of Cook. Just slipped out somehow. So it's another 5 on the scoreboard. 72 for 2.
I'll do another 5 minutes or so, and then our guest summariser, as we call him, coming up from Sussex. Always a pleasure to see Adrian here with us, our guest, and I'll say farewell at the end of this. In comes Hamza, comes in, bowls to Allsop. Allsop is up on his toes, pushes it back down. And apart from that blemish with 4 wides, it's been a pretty accurate over, as it's been for most of the morning session. 72 for 2. Steady start by Sussex. The weather forecast is excellent today, tomorrow, bit iffy Sunday, not good Monday, as usual. As we have an extra delivery for this over, as it's bowled and it's driven up. Diving stop at mid-on. That concludes the over. So as we approach lunch, 20 minutes to go, Sussex put into bat a 72 for 2 after 25 overs. Allsop is not out. 14. Pujara is on 15 as Adrian will join Nick.
Thank you very much indeed to Edward Bevan. One other game ongoing in Division 2 at Northampton, where I hope it's warmer than it was when I was there a few weeks ago. I'm sure it is. Gloucestershire are 59 for 1, having been put in by Northants. Cameron Bancroft is leading the way on 43 not out. George Scrimshaw with the only wicket for Northants. Ul Hassan then from the Cathedral Road end. There are 4 games ongoing in Division 1. I'll give you the scores of those during the course of this over. Ul Hassan bowls and Pujara defends. At Southampton, Hampshire 74 for 1 against Durham. With I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention him on this commentary, but Ali Orr is 44 not out, former Sussex player.
He's been struggling for runs, actually, Ali. That's probably the first score of note that he's made. So he'll be pleased about that.
Canterbury, Worcestershire are 72 for 1. As Ul Hassan bowls and forward comes Pujara. Must be a very difficult occasion that for Worcestershire as they return to action following the tragic death of young spinner Josh Baker 10 days or so ago. At Trent Bridge, Lancashire are 67 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. As Ul Hassan is in to bowl. Pujara driving on the walk almost, but only as far as Root at mid-off, and there's no run. And at the Oval, Surrey against Warwickshire. Warwickshire are 78 for 2 against Surrey, and the Essex not in action in this round, so Surrey, who sat out a previous round, are virtually certain to go back top. As that's turned on the leg side by Pujara to mid-wicket, and there's no run. At the moment, Essex 74 points from 5 games, won 2 and lost 1. Somerset 72 from 5, Surrey 71 from 4, with 2 wins as well.
The commonest, don't they, Surrey, even this early in the season?
Indeed. There's Ul Hassan in to bowl outside off stump. Pujara strolls forward almost and then leaves the ball when he gets there. It's not lightning pace, Ul Hassan, like Gorvin, military medium. But these two trying to keep things tight and to frustrate the Sussex batters.
I think they've done a pretty good job, Nick, to be honest.
It's been a decent containing job, isn't it, from the Glamorgan attack. Probably see a bit of spin just before lunch with Mason Crane in the ranks as Ul Hassan bowls, and Pujara treating him respectfully, defends it out on the offside. So Ul Hassan has his first maiden 3 overs, 0 for 5. And, well, the game reasonably equal with Sussex 72 for 2, and nice to see the crowd has swelled a bit since the start, and down to our right. I was sitting in a brief spell away from commentary. It's nice to see people basking in T-shirts and sun hats rather than the hoodies and beanies that they were in for the previous home game here.
No, I agree. Well, it's going to be Mir Hamza, who's running in from the River Taff end, comes in and bowls to Alsop. He's up on his toes and punches out. That's a nice looking shot by Tom Alsop, and he should get a boundary. Punches it away off the back foot. The ball runs away out to the extra cover boundary, and Tom Alsop picks up boundary. He goes to 18, and Sussex to 76 for 2. Nice email in from Steve Rook, who says he's enjoying the commentary. We were talking about the county schedule, Nick, as we seem to do quite a lot. He says part of the problem with the county schedule is that there are so many games early and late in the season when the schools are sitting and the weather can be indifferent. I think John Philby, that's the Sussex chair, is right. I'll just break off from that in a moment. In comes Hamza, bowls short, and all sorts not to be tempted. The ball balloons through to Cook, who takes the ball down the leg side. Yeah, John Philby is the Sussex chair, and he says, I think John Philby is right by inferring there needs to be more cricket played in the height of summer to boost attendances and create interest. Yeah, for those of you who missed it, it's an interesting podcast on the BBC with Kevin Howells hosting, where John Philby talks about the need he feels for more cricket, certainly in July and August. We're working out Sussex only with sort of like 8 days cricket at Hove in those summery months. As in comes Hamza bowls. Oh, that's a very good take by Cook, diving to his left and taking the ball virtually in front of second slip. That seemed to swing away from the left-handed Alsop, and there is no run. It's a good podcast, actually. Lots of, you may not agree with all the views, but it's a debate that's going on at levels far above our pay grade, Nick.
Well, full credit to Mr. Philby for speaking out on this subject.
Yeah. Hamza, 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and also drives down the ground. Could stop by Hamza off his own bowling, and there is no run. That's interesting you say that, Nick, because I wonder what the reaction would be from other counties. I mean, there was a big caveat in there from John. He was saying, clearly players' protection and welfare is paramount, and but counties do have relatively large squads to put people in and out, and he just felt that the height of the summer there just isn't enough cricket.
Well, the game is selling the family silver, some might say.
In comes Hamza. The wicket bowls, and slightly in there from Alsop, but it's past mid-on. It's going to race away. I'm not sure it's going to get to the boundary. Will it be overhauled? Just inside the fence, literally just inside the fence by James Harris. But Tom Alsop's able to come back for a comfortable 3. He goes to 21, and Sussex to 79 for 2.
Yes, you could tell James Harris was gritting his teeth rather as he charged after that one. It was a long run for a guy who's had a couple of bowling spells already. Yeah, I think it would be tragic if there were to be a split between the 100 hosts and the rest, as it were, because there are so many conflicting interests in the game of cricket at the moment, and it really is a question of squaring the circle, or whatever impossible metaphor you choose to administer.
So when you talk about splits, do you mean breakaway, Nick, or do you mean... I mean, there has been talk of that, hasn't there? I mean, there's a lot of loose talk around about the way it's going to go.
There's a lot of loose talk. You can't tell how much of it is the odd administrator briefing journalists as to what's going on behind the scenes.
Hamza. Bowles and Pujara lets that go. That swung, actually, into Chris Cook after it had passed Cheshire Pujara. There is no run. End of the over. 79 for 2. Pujara on 15. Allsop on 21.
Hamza topping at 78 miles an hour during that last over. And as you say, Adrian, getting a bit of swing on this nice sunny day. A few youngsters in from local schools providing the guard of honour, which is always good to see. They'll do it again after lunch. They did it at the start of play.
Nice day out, isn't it, from school?
Yes, I'm sure they'll be wandering off just after the lunch interval is the usual pattern, but they're all packed in an area of the pavilion seating. Away to our left, as Zain Ul Hassan is into bowl down leg side, and Allsop makes no contact, taken by a diving Chris Cook. It just seems so sad that the last 5 years or so we've spent debating format schedules, balances of power, and now outside investment, selling stakes in the 100 franchises, etc., etc. Ul Hassan bowls, and Allsop is playing this one carefully back down the pitch to the bowler.
I mean, it just still feels like a sort of a pivotal moment, Nick. But the talk on the BBC podcast was, and indeed, I was explaining earlier, there was a cricketer podcast with Darryl Mitchell, the chairman of the PCA, talking this week, and the feeling is that there'll be no change to the schedule next year because it's all getting too late.
Ul Hassan's the left-handed Allsop, who's driving to mid-off Harris Fields, and there is no run. Well, the pressure seems to be on the counties to decide whether and how much of the 100 franchises can be sold off, and I suppose Glamorgan and Sussex in this matter would naturally find themselves on coming at it from a different points of view, obviously. Yep. Glamorgan being 100 hosts and Sussex not. As back on his stumps goes Allsop, inside edge into pad as it rolls out on the offside. But it's just so sad that we spend all the time talking about these power struggles rather than what's going on the field.
I agree. And it just seems to go on year after year, doesn't it? I mean, the schedule is just...
It's the ludicrous decision to sign the long television contract through till 2028 for the 100 without seeing how it would go. There's Ul Hassan bowls and through outside off stump. Allsop playing no shot, and now the very strange decision to have yet another shake-up in the women's game, having spent years establishing the Super League sides. And now they'll be unestablished again.
Yeah.
And go back to a county system, which...
Well, Sussex
have been very...
really disappointed that they missed out.
Disappointed to miss out, yeah. As Ul Hassan bowls outside off stump, slashed straight to gully by Allsop. Feels he missed out there. 79 for 2 at the end of the over. Pujara remains on 15. Allsop has 21.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, a yard either side, and that was 4 runs, and he just looked frustrated, didn't he, Tom Allsop? But he's only got, another 10 minutes or slightly less than 10 minutes to lunch, and just needs to make sure that he's still there when the players go off off the field. Yeah, funny enough, one of the other suggestions we heard, I was discussing it earlier on, was that this idea of maybe having in the county check, they're trying to free up time in the schedule. That's what they're trying to do, isn't it? With do you have? I know it's not. Nothing is perfect, is it? But there was a suggestion of 3 divisions of 6, and you play 10 5-day matches.
5-day games.
Would that be a good idea? At least it means everybody plays each other twice, which gives some continuity. Promotion and relegations between the 3 divisions. Is that a solution? Who knows? Maybe as good as anything else that's been suggested. Hamza coming in from the River Taff end comes in and bowls to Pujara, who clips through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Beautifully clipped away by Pujara. A dive there from Eddie Byram at mid-wicket, but Pujara picks up a boundary. He goes to 19 and Sussex to 83 for 2. One of the things about Pujara, and I don't think it's I put it down to skill, is that he very rarely hits the fielder. If it's a bad ball, he tends to put it away for 4 runs.
Yeah, something you find with Colin Ingram, that he manages to bisect fielders.
Yeah,
quite
totally.
a lot.
Yeah, totally.
So it's a skill to be able to play a beautiful shot and determine where it goes as well.
3 slips and a leg slip in place. In comes Hamza bowls, and there we are again. Over pitch by Mir Hamza, and that's meat and drink to Cheteshwar Pujara. And drilled away through extra cover for 4 runs, back-to-back boundaries, and having just created a bit of pressure. And Hamza with 2 loose deliveries, and it's meant that the leg slip Billy Root, who was in there an attacking catching position, is now moved to extra cover. Pujara goes to 23, Sussex 87 for 2. He's just been fantastic for Sussex, Cheteshwar Pujara, since he came. This is his 3rd season with the club. And that was a lovely shot. Hamza wants another change in the field. He wants his fine leg to go a little finer. But to be honest, they were 2 not great deliveries. Hamza in again, bowls, and Pujara this time to a ball that is well pitched up on about off stump, and Pujara just defends to backward point, and there is no one.
Blake emails to say, as an Oxfordshire native, they've used their link with Sussex particularly well this season, as well as Henry Crocombe. Ibrahim Hunt and Carvallis have already played for them, along with Lion Cachet, the only one of the 5 from Oxfordshire.
Yes, yeah, young batsman. Batter, I should say.
Thank you, Blake.
Hamza in bowls, Pujara to a good delivery, defends down the onside of the track, there is no run. Simon's been in touch, he says, hi, it's Simon from Austria back in contact again. Talking about the scheduling, in my opinion, I'd have the shorter format, 20 to 50 over, bookending the start and end of the season with reserve days in place for adverse weather, and using the lights where the weather isn't as bright makes more sense. To me, it makes more sense to have the long format cricket to coincide with international test summer. So in-form players can be rotated in and out. In comes Hamza over the wicket, bowls, Pujara lets that go outside the off stump. No run. He says, enjoying the commentary and saving Simon from a dull day's work.
Absolute pleasure to save people from concentrating on their work, even if we don't do much for the productivity of the nation, maybe.
And David has been in touch to say, talking about John Philby, and he says, John, as we both know, is a true cricket supporter. His thoughts are correct about the lack of county cricket at Sussex during the summer months. It's a real problem. Hamza in a game bowls. Pujara takes a step forward down the wicket and then drives defensively to mid-off. There is no run. He's content with the 8 runs he's taken from the over. 87 for 2 are Sussex. We're probably going to have certainly one more over before lunch. Pujara on 23, also on 21.
Grant Bradburn, the coach, and Mark Wallace, the director of cricket, enjoying a little perch on the hover cover down at the far end of the ground. No danger of the ground staff being called upon to get that into action, thankfully, for once today.
No.
And I don't know what sort of weather you've been having following Sussex, as Ul Hassan is in to bowl to Alsop through outside off stump, but certainly the only home game we've had here, plus the away game at Northants, absolutely freezing.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely freezing.
It was cold up at In the opening round of match, I mean, we've got quite a bit of play in the opening. In fact, Sussex will have won the first game at Northamptonshire had it not been for the rain. Sorry, at Hove against Northamptonshire. It was cold, not bitterly cold, but it was cold.
Al Hassan sees Allsop forcing this one through the offside. He'll pick up at least one. In fact, he'll turn and come back for two as James Harris retrieves from a long off position. 89 for two.
Sorry, Nick. And it was cold in the home game against Gloucestershire as well. I mean, we are protected at home like we are here. It was only when I went out at lunchtime I thought, crumbs, it's cold. You've got to be hardy to watch in this weather.
Yeah, the home game here against Derbyshire, the Saturday and Sunday were absolutely bitter. As Al Hassan bowls, that's wide and cracked through the covers from Allsop. He'll pick up 4 here as the chase of Billy Roots proves in vain. And Glamorgan just have given Sussex a bit too much width to work with, and you're not likely to get out playing expansive shots to deliveries that wide.
Actually, Sussex have just got away a bit here, haven't they, in the last 3 or 4 overs? Been some very positive batting from Pujara and also making sure that the pull ball has been finished. What's that, 3-4s in the last couple of overs?
Run rate up to 3.15. Al Hassan bowls to Allsop, who's on the defensive, playing to mid-off, and there is no run. Having won the toss and put Sussex in, rule of thumb is that you expect at least 3 wickets by the lunch break, and Glamorgan have only had 2. And it doesn't look likely to see the over of spin before lunch, unless Al Hassan rattles through these 2 deliveries with dot balls. Allsop waits, crouched stance. Bit of a trigger movement, turns that one on the leg side. Gorvin fields at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. The board clicks over to 12:59. This is the end of the 30th over.
Good over rate from Glamorgan this morning.
It's not bad considering that there hasn't been any spin.
No, very good. 30 overs in. I mean, that's what it should be, but it's good to see. At one stage last week, Sussex were -5 at Derbyshire.
Oh, gosh.
Managed to haul it back.
Al Hassan into Allsop, who leaves that one go outside off stump. Now, how hungry are the umpires? There's probably about 30 seconds left before that
Chris Watts is going quite slowly.
Ticks over. Chris Watts and Suri Shanmugan, the Indian official, but he is a permanent member of the list rather than a visiting one.
It's just clicked over now, Nick.
It's 1300s, but we've started, so we'll finish.
Yeah, we will.
As they say on Mastermind, well, they've almost started, so the first over is going to go a few minutes into the scheduled lunch break.
In comes Mir Hamza, bowls to Pujara, beats him outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, slanting across the right-handed Pujara, who rather un-Pujara-like played a miss outside the off stump, taken by Cook. You don't see that too often. But he was definitely beaten there. Hamza seems to sort of almost move the ball more when it's past the batter, doesn't it? He slants the ball across. He went quite a long way. Hamza again from the River Taff end in and bowls, and Pujara's well forward, and thou shalt not pass, and days it defensively to mid-off. And there is no run. I know the opening game of the season here, Nick, apparently there was a lot of turn on the first day. What would you think about this pitch? Is it going to turn a bit later on, or...?
I've no idea. Frankly, it tends. The rule of thumb is that it nearly always flattens out on days 3 and 4. Now, will we get a day 4? I don't know.
Yeah, because the weather forecast isn't great for Monday. Hamza in and bowls, and Pujara again takes a step down the wicket and drives defensively to mid-off. And there is no run. That remains 93 for 2. Thanks for your emails and tweets this morning. It's been good to hear from everybody.
Thank you to Derek Evans, who suggests we'd like to discuss the implications of the women's cricket decision on our respective counties. Well, great disappointment for Sussex.
Yeah, huge disappointment for Sussex. Hamza wheels around at the far end of the ground, runs in towards us to bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara, and Pujara is forward, plays it to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, I think not least, Nick, because Sussex have a really rich history of encouragement of the women's game, the amount of international cricket that's played at Hove, or has been played at Hove, and the club haven't made any official statement.
We'll get a BBC Radio Wales update in just a moment. Matt Thompson confirms Crocombe, Ward and Lancashire all playing for Oxfordshire against Wales. Matt's part of the Wales management. As that's turned on the leg side by Pujara. Takes a single. Everyone will swap over for the left-handed Allsop. It was something of a surprise decision for Glamorgan to bowl first, and they haven't quite cashed in as they might have hoped, because Sussex are 94 for 2 on the stroke of lunch. Glamorgan have got rid of the openers, Tom Clark, who was caught off a top edge off the bowling of James Harris for 18, and before that Tom Haynes was first to go, leg before to Mir Hamza for 19, but leaders Sussex have Cheteshwar Pujara on 24 not out, the Indian star, and Tom Alsop 27 not out at lunch. Sussex at 94 for 2. Thoughts on the morning then, Adrian?
Yeah, I think Sussex will be pleased, having lost those 2 wickets with Haynes and Clark out with 46 on the board. Also, they'd have been a little concerned, I think, that Glamorgan, having won the toss, decided to bowl first on a lovely sunny day. So I think to get through to lunch on 94, Pujara at the crease, both of these players are in good form. So I think Sussex will feel that they've perhaps, we had 31 overs. So I think Sussex will feel that they've probably shaded this morning's session.
Thank you, Adrian, and your commentary team on BBC Sport Online and on the county video streams will be back with commentary just after 1:40. Thanks very much indeed. Join us then.
who plays for the Southern Vipers and very famous dad who, of course, skippered Sussex to those county championships, saying she felt it was, after all the work Sussex had put in, it was, when no one else was that interested. I think that's a fair comment.
Here's Gorvin over the wicket. Pujara defending this time. That ball arrowed in towards him.
We thought it might have been a Mason Crane before lunch, but it didn't come.
I was surprised by that as well, yeah. Considering the success he had here against Derbyshire in his first appearance for the county, and the way this pitch had turned on that occasion. But yeah, no sign of the spinners yet. Fair bit of medium pace from this Cathedral Road end as well, with Zainul Hassan getting through a few overs. But here comes Gorvin. Fullish ball which Pujara leaves outside the off stump.
And Sussex will feel, I think Sussex will feel very pleased. I think when you put into bat, if you can get to lunch just a couple down on the first day, best part of 100 on the board, you've still got Pujara there, and Sussex do bat very deep, it has to be said. You've got Jack Carson coming in at 9. No Ollie Robinson this week, but it is a very long batting lineup for Sussex.
Here is Gorvin looking to make inroads into that lineup. Pujara works this onto the leg side for no run.
And Eric Avalos has got a first-class 50 to his name, so I haven't seen too much of Jaden Seals with the bat. His time will come with the ball. But interesting to see what he can get out of this pitch when his time comes.
Absolutely, yeah. He's made a very impressive start.
He's been really good. Yeah, he has been really good. 18 wickets to date. He's the leading wicket taker in Division 2. I missed his terrific display at Derbyshire last Sunday when he took 5 wickets.
Here's Gorvin to finish his over. Ball's on a length. Pujara defends, and Gorvin starts the afternoon session with a maiden. Sussex still 94 for 2.
I see Ali Orr, who left Sussex in the winter to go to Hampshire, has got his first class 50 for Hampshire today. So well done to Ali. Well, I think my machine's just gone offline actually, so I might have to reboot it if there are some more emails that have come through. So who are we going to get starting up? It looks like James Harris. He's going to open up for... Do you call it the River Taff End? Or the River End? Or
I think both are acceptable.
Are they?
Yeah. And funny for me, as a native Welsh speaker, I'd be inclined to use its Welsh name, which is only slightly different. Tav.
Oh, right,
a longer
okay.
A and one F in Welsh makes a kind of V sound.
Oh, right,
sort of like
okay.
in my name.
Right.
But...
So when I say the Taff, that's wrong.
No, it's correct because it's just a different spelling. So
Right.
in English, it is the Taff end. It's just conflicting in my mind.
In comes Harris running in and bowls. Let go by Allsop outside the off stump. There is no run. And interestingly, I mean, the river runs literally behind the ground here, in all of the problems that Worcester have had with the rain this winter. Does that ever affect this ground?
Not to my knowledge.
Right.
No, it's...
Or perhaps it's just high enough, or there's, the river's, the water's diverted away somewhere else, perhaps.
And you do have a useful kind of bank in between the river, and then there's a path
Yeah.
where you'll see the runners and the cyclists going by, especially on a nice day like this.
Oh, I love Butte Park. That's Butte Park, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. In comes Harris over the wicket, bowls and also drives. Who would not quite re-intended, I don't think. But he's going to pick up at least 1 and possibly 2. The throw goes in from Billy Root. Pujara was just struggling slightly, but the throw didn't hit the stumps, and in the end he's back for 2. Is Tom Alsop?
Yeah, if you're staying in the city centre, it's a lovely walk to the ground on a
Yeah,
day like this.
yeah. I'm not staying in the city centre this time, but I have done it in the past and sort of walked through Butte Park. And I stopped one year. I think it was 2 years ago, and was it the 100 up? No, it's not. No, it's the 50 partnership between the two. 96 for 2. Apologies for missing that. Harris runs in again in lovely sunshine in a bowl. Also lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. And the flowers were fantastic. There was a fellow doing the flower beds, and I couldn't help myself when I said, "These look fantastic." Oh, thank you very much, he said.
Oh, that's nice. That made his day.
No, they really did look nice. And lots of people when I walked home in the evening having picnics and just decked out in the park.
Yeah, beautiful part of the city. And you've got 3 international sports grounds within kind of walking distance.
Yeah.
A triangle with the Principality Stadium and Cardiff City Stadium not far.
Comes Harris over the wicket, bowls. Also lets that go outside the off stump, no run. And I think Bruce Springsteen was playing down here last week, wasn't he?
He was last Sunday, I believe.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. I wasn't there myself, but I'm told it was an excellent concert.
Yeah, well, he's terrific. I think he's 75 now. But what a great place. Would they shut the roof for that?
I don't know. Good question.
Right.
I think they have done for some gigs in the
Okay.
past, but I think they tend to leave it open for quite a few because you could be further afield than this ground and you can hear a concert for miles
Well, can
when they're
you?
at the stadium. Yeah.
In comes Harris again, bowls to Alsop. He's on his toes. Well, he's played on, and the wicket goes down. Tom Alsop can't believe it. He was looking to punch that one away through the offside. He's got a big inside edge. The ball has gone onto his stumps, and Harris picks up his second wicket. And Tom Alsop can't believe that he's out. But out he is, and a breakthrough for Glamorgan straight after lunch. Alsop is gone for 29, and Sussex 96 for 3.
Yeah.
Well, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. James Harris getting reward for just plugging away, bowling decent line of length, but he has mixed it up with the odd short ball, hasn't he? And we saw from Tom Clark's dismissal where he tried to hook the ball and top edge the ball to Chris Cook, the wicket keeper. On that occasion, not quite a short, but definitely back of a length. And like you say, Alsop just looked crestfallen, didn't he, to have chopped on, unfortunately, like that. And the way he was progressing so serenely with Pujara, you get the impression that's the only way Glamorgan was going to get a
Totally,
wicket.
you know, totally. Pujara looks in one of those slightly ominous moods, where he just looks like he's going to get a big score, as he has so often for Sussex. But disappointing for Tom Alsop, and the new man coming in is James Coles. Yeah, so that would have been terrific last week. I'm sure it was a full house.
Yeah, a few friends went, rave reviews about the boss.
Yeah.
Like you say, amazing that he's 75 because he looks like he can run a marathon.
No, I agree. The review I read was that it was sort of better than ever, really.
Yeah, I think, and he's one of those artists who, I think he will play some new stuff, but he'll play the hits as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I've watched Bob Dylan live and absolutely adore him as an artist, but he will be quite obtuse at times, and he won't play the hits, and even if he does play them, it'll be in a style that you've never heard before.
Yeah,
so.
It is annoying when that happens, isn't it? When you go to see someone and because they're famous for all the music that they have played, but I kind of get it. They want to play their new stuff, but you want to hear the old stuff. So it's a the band talking music here. The band I did see really did mix it up with Squeeze. They were excellent. They really did mix up new stuff with old stuff, and there was, they just played a couple of new ones. You thought, want some old stuff, and they played it. So it was really good. Show my age now, Squeeze. But anyway,
That's how to work the crowd, though. Isn't it?
Definitely.
Give them what they want. And then what you want.
Isn't there an indoor venue in Cardiff as well?
There is, yes. You've got the arena, which keeps changing its name for sponsorship reasons. But
Right.
that's a kind of middle of the road sized arena,
okay.
so you'll get a few thousand there. So,
Right.
but yeah, when you get to Springsteen or Beyonce sized, that's when you get the stadium gigs.
Stadium. Well, James Harris is coming in. He'll be buoyed by taking that wicket, running in from the tough end bowls to Coles, who's forward and is off the mark straight away. An attempted scrambling save at backward point. Is that in there? That is Mason Crane. Can't prevent James Coles getting off the mark. So successful over for James Harris, and Glamorgan picking up a wicket straight after lunch. Sussex 98 for 3. Alsop the man gone. Pujara 24. James Coles is on 2.
And if you're after an open air gig as well, Cardiff Castle's been used a few times in recent years as well. If you're looking for some acts, in between that arena and stadium.
Between the two.
Yeah, so they've housed some pretty good gigs there in recent years.
I got to really like Cardiff. One of my daughters was at university down here, and we really liked it as a city. Always seemed to be tons going on.
It does, yeah. Always popular with stag and hen do's as well, even if there aren't big events. Gorvin continues from the Cathedral Road end.
Take.
Excellent take, yeah, from Chris Cook tumbling to his left to stop what would have probably been a boundary there.
The other reason I used to... Funny enough, I was talking to a guy on the gate this morning and saying how much I liked Cardiff, and we were talking about various things, and I said, I used to like coming down here in the autumn and watching the autumn internationals because you could get tickets for a reasonable price. I mean, Twickenham's just ludicrously expensive, but you could get a ticket for, I think we paid £25 down here to see Wales play Australia, which was amazing.
Wow. As Gorvin continues over the wicket to Pujara, slight leading edge there from Pujara. First false shot from him today, but he'll get 2 runs for it and landed safely. That'll bring Sussex's 100 up. They do so for the loss of 3 wickets in the 34th over. Pujara moving on to 26.
Yeah, 100 up. Yeah, Yes, it was terrific fun. The guy on the gate he was talking about rugby. He said, I went to an international last year. Wales played Italy. But he said, I got fed up because the amount of people who keep going in and out the rows to get beers and go to the loo. He said,
As Gorvin is in, Pujara whips that off his legs. He'll only get a single for it. Didn't quite connect. Nice looking shot. Yeah, that's been a big talking point for Wales Rugby Internationals recently, is that it's part of the attraction that it is such a big social event, but then you do get fans who are there to watch the game who do grow increasingly frustrated.
Yeah.
You've got these drunken fans who are going up and down to the bars. So they've introduced parts of the ground where they close the bars at certain times to try and counteract that.
Okay, well, actually, the last time we went to the Millennium Stadium, I think Wales played South Africa, and we were sitting in the non-drinking part of the ground. I forget what they called it. And actually, it was brilliant.
Was it?
No one was getting up. The odd person might get up, but really, it was really good.
Here's Gorvin to Pujara. Times that better, but excuse me, sorry, that was Coles. They did manage to cross for a single the last ball. No run there.
No, it was really good. There wasn't this constant procession of people either going out to get beers or going to the loo or whatever it was, which was great. So if you get, if you go to Wimbledon or somewhere, you're only allowed to go in and out, aren't you? In between games, which I think is, I know people. I'm sure people could hang on for 40 minutes, couldn't they?
Introduce some discipline. I was thinking about this when I was watching the snooker at the Crucible. You daren't leave that crowd. Here's Gorvin, full ball, and Coles connects nicely with it, but it's fielded at fine leg. I wonder if some of the fielders thought it was airborne and going to give half a chance there.
Yeah, it seemed to be a little wild. It just momentarily it looked like it was in the air for a while. It was very sweetly clipped away by James Coles. Just a little anxious there, didn't he, for a moment?
Yes, yeah.
That's a great one actually in the snooker. You just dent.
Oh.
And some of the frames go on for a long time.
They do, don't they? Here is Gorvin to Pujara, who's forward defensively, no run. It looks like a great place to watch sport, but I saw a couple of fans when they were panning around the ground, around the arena with drinks in their hands. Like, you're brave.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stronger bladder than most if you can sit through one of those epic safety duels that could last 3/4 of an hour or so.
Wasn't there a Welshman who did well, got to the final?
There was, yeah, Jack Jones. So he was a qualifier, so he managed to outperform all expectations. Got to the final, lost to Kyron Wilson, but he would have been only the third qualifier in the competition's history to win it after Terry Griffiths, also from these parts, and Sean Murphy back in 2005. So yeah.
Was Ray Reardon Welsh?
He was. Yeah, well, he's still going at the age of 91, I think.
Really?
He is now, yeah.
Wow.
Grand old age.
James Harris running in from the River End, comes in and bowls to Coles down the leg side. Coles, in fact, he went a long way across his stumps then, James Coles. I don't think that missed the leg stump by very much. Certainly that's the reaction of James Harris. He stepped a long way across, looking to glance the ball down to fine leg, did James Coles. And Harris's reaction was it didn't miss by very much.
He certainly did. There's a good few inches between the ball and the stumps as it did pass. But yeah, the fact that Harris had his hands on his head afterwards told you that it was an unusual move from Coles to give him some room.
He's very strong on the leg side, James Coles. He particularly likes that shot that he played in the previous over around the square leg region. Harrison again bowls. This time Coles is stoutly forward, plays it back down the offside of the track, and there is no run. There used to be I'm really showing my age. There used to be a programme on the BBC called Pot Black, which was a snooker programme, and Ray Reardon was I think it was a guy called John Spencer as well, and they used to I think it was I forget how it was played now.
A big break generation.
Yeah,
used to love that programme.
It's Pot Black would have been back in the 70s, I guess. I guess some of our listeners might know. In comes Harris again, bowls. Coles is solidly forward, placed to mid-on. There is no run. Clive Walder's been in touch. Hello, Clive. He says, good to hear you're a Squeeze fan. I went to the Birmingham date on that tour. It was great and a good mix of old and new, says Clive. So great to hear from you. And David Sharp's been in touch whilst on the musical theme. He says, many years ago, I went to an all-day gig at the old Wembley Stadium. The headliner was Elton John, support with the Eagles and the Beach Boys, to name two. In comes Harris bowls. Coles is forward, plays into the offside. I think it's about a single, but he's very firmly sent back by Cheteshwar Pujara, and there is no run. He goes on to say Elton John came in and insisted playing his latest album. Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy, a great album. I'm not familiar with that. I'll take your word for it, David. No one had really heard it, so lots of people decided to leave. They wanted to hear his hits. He was not happy.
Well, I'd love to go to a gig when Beach Boys are part of the support act as well. What a stacked lineup that is.
In comes Harris bowls, and Coles is forward defending to mid-on, and there is no run. There are 3 slips in place, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a forward square leg and a fine leg. They've just got that man just in that catching position at that sort of shortish mid-wicket. He's, what is he, 1, 2, about 4 cut strips away, and it's just that little one that James Coles maybe doesn't quite get over the ball in that, just that little mid-wicket area. Harris is in, short, and Coles sways out the way, lets the ball go through to keeper Cook. There is no run, end of the over. Sussex are 102 for 3. Pujara on 27. Coles is on 3 here on BBC. Is it BBC Radio Wales or BBC Wales?
Well, BBC Radio Wales, but BBC Wales Online these days. So Radio Wales is still very much an entity, and Nick Webb and I will provide the station with updates. But the uninterrupted stuff is on the BBC Sport website. So we go with BBC Wales as a kind of catch-all. Yeah, that field you mentioned, making its way around Billy Root in a catching position, straight silly mid-on for Gorvin, who's over the wicket, to Pujara, who drives nicely off the back foot, and that races away for 4. Very handsome drive from Pujara off the back foot. He moves on to 31, and Sussex are 106 for 3.
I must apologise actually to some of our listeners, and a schoolboy error on my behalf last week. I was looking at Cheteshwar Pujara's figures, and until last week he'd made 63 first-class 100 and 19 test hundreds. And I thought you added those two together, but you don't. The test hundreds are part of his first-class hundreds. I didn't realise that.
Here's Gorvin to Pujara, who defends. So that's interesting. So
I presumed he'd got 64 now, plus the 19 would have given him what, 83 or whatever. So, but no, apparently a couple who got in touch are very kindly said, no, you're wrong, Adrian. So but I wasn't aware of that, because in the statistics on the WorldNet website that we all use, it splits them out. The first class 100 are shown separately to the test hundreds. But my understanding from a couple of people who very kindly got in touch said that the test hundreds are part of the first class hundreds.
Here's Gorvin to Pujara, pushing out to James Harris at mid-on for no run.
And I don't want to put the mockers on Pujara by talking about hundreds.
Oh, he's just a very formidable-looking batter at all times, isn't he? But he looks in particularly kind of imperious form at the moment. In that line of Indian batters, you think of someone like Rahul Dravid, in particular. The wall, someone who would pick his moments to score his runs. Happy to bat all day if needed, but Pujara scores at a fairly decent rate at most times as well, doesn't he? He doesn't hang around.
Yes, he does. And actually, when he played in the 50-over competition, he played a lot of it in not last season, the season before, and he really showed that he's able to play all types of cricket. I don't think he's played an awful lot of T20, but he is he can hit sixes and get a move on when he needs to. And he's an extremely nice man. I can see they've the keeper standing up to the stumps.
I'm surprised it's taken this long, really, for Gorvin, who's in over the wicket with Cook stood up, and Pujara swashes at that.
Stop.
The offside. It's a good stop at point by Mason Crane. Yeah, Gorvin tends to have the wicketkeeper up to him a fair bit. I'm guessing almost as a nod to cricketing orthodoxy. Sam Northeast didn't want to have the wicketkeeper up to his first change bowler. The bowler's got pride, isn't he?
I'd love to see a keeper standing up to the stumps, though. I think it's the real art of wicket keeping.
Yeah, it's an amazing skill, especially when the ball is travelling at those speeds. As Gorvin is in, Pujara leaves that outside the off stump.
I just think it brings a bit of pressure to bear. You've got to be very careful. He has shown, in fact, he's remarking his guard there, Pujara. But early on, certainly before lunch, we saw Pujara taking a step down the wicket, and I guess that it removes that option for the batter.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter how accomplished a batter you are, it just gives you something different to think about, doesn't it? As Gorvin comes up to the top of his run again. Arms and legs pumping as he comes in, and Pujara wafts away one down the leg side and falls over on his bat in disappointment.
What a brilliant take that was down the leg side. And not only did Cook take it, but he whips off the leg bail as well. That was brilliant. So I wonder if we might see a replay of that. There we go. Look at that. Oh, brilliant.
And to do it blind, essentially.
Oh, fabulous. Yeah. What a great bit of wicket keeping. Really, really good to see. David's been back in touch to say that concert at Wembley was in 1975. We were in short trousers then. Wow, yeah, that's like longer ones. David, thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at BBC Wales Sport. It'd be lovely to get your interactions throughout. We've had listeners all over the place so far today. Someone on a train from Milan to Lake Como. In comes Benjamin, I think that was. In comes Harris, bowls to Coles, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. I've said it several times this season. I need to think of another way of describing when James Coles is batting, because bowls to Coles just sounds... but it just comes out like that. Fine player, James Coles. As I say, he was away with England in the winter months. A very stylish player who Sussex think very highly of. He waits as Harris is running in towards us. 3 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and he drives. Doesn't quite time that play to mid-off, fielded by Kieran Coulson, and there is no run.
I was just thinking, the contributor, Benjamin, I think you said, wasn't it?
Yes.
Travelling from Milan to Como.
Yeah.
A colleague of mine is making the same journey today.
Really?
His name's Owain Clear. He's one of our football reporters.
Wow.
And there's a Welsh football coach, Oshan Roberts. He is managing Como FC at the moment, and they're going for promotion to Serie A this evening.
Wow, that's amazing.
Owain is on his way to Como as we speak.
That's incredible, you see. What a coincidence. In comes Harris bowls. Coles let that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Noel has been in. He says Ray Reardon is still very much on the go. He very recently became one of the oldest snooker players ever to make a century break at the age of 91. That's Noel over in Portrush. Hi, Noel. Good to hear from you. That's amazing, a century break.
Incredible. Yeah, very distinctive looking player, Ray Reardon.
Yeah.
Dracula, I think they called him in his pomp.
Yeah. Yes, he kind of finished, I think, around about the time that comes Harris bowls, and Coles, I think that's off the thigh pad, the ball dribbles backward to square it on the onside. Let's wait for the signal from umpire Watts, who signals a leg. No, it doesn't. It doesn't signal a leg by. It must come off Coles' bat. James Coles goes to 4 and Sussex to 107 for 3. Yeah, I think towards the end of his career, that was sort of about the time when Alex Higgins and players like that were really getting on the scene, who were very flamboyant. Ray Reardon was steady.
Yes, absolutely.
Very few mistakes.
Yeah, Higgins is kind of polar opposite in
temperament,
absolutely.
Isn't he? Jimmy White and those sort of guys. Very entertaining. In comes Harris, bowls, and Pujara ducks underneath it, all taken by Cook. There is no. What interesting thing about this track? There's been good carry through to Cook, hasn't there? I mean, he was taking that on the up down the leg side.
It has, and Harris isn't the quickest. He's a good deal quicker than Gorvin, but he's got some joy from his shorter balls. Both his wickets have come from shorter balls, haven't they? Think of Clark trying to hook and then Alsop chopping on.
Yeah, I think Clark would be disappointed the way that he got out. He'd hit a boundary in that over as well, and attempted to pull one, and top edge caught behind. Harris in bowls, Pujara defends back down the track. Harris fields off his own bowling. End of the over. Sussex 107 for 3. Pujara on 31. Coles on 4. The men out. Haynes for 19. Clark for 16. And Tom Alsop since lunch for 29. Just went back to the snooker. They were in the days where you would see them sitting there with a packet of cigarettes on the table, a pint of beer.
Incredible.
Like the darts players as well. And you don't see that, do you, now, with darts or snooker?
I remember when I started watching, it was sponsored by a tobacco company. Yeah, you'd have cigarettes and beers.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
All changed now. You have players such as Ronnie O'Sullivan, who's got the kind of park running personal best times that you'd make him a decent amateur runner.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Incredibly fit. Here's Gorvin. Falls to Coles, who defends for no run.
So the park run is the 5K.
Yes.
What time would he run 5K in?
Ooh,
Perhaps you ought to look it up.
Yeah, he runs regularly enough that he's got some kind of profile on some running stats website, and interesting documentary about him, and it tracks his running, and got me thinking, just how quick is he then? And he'd certainly put most of us to shame with his rapid 5k times as Gorvin comes running in, a full delivery which Coles defends for no run.
And
I think in winning his last World Championship a couple of years ago in his mid to late 40s, I think Ronnie O'Sullivan might have taken Ray Reardon's crown as the oldest world champion.
Right.
I think they were a similar age, very different looking men in their mid 40s, as Gorvin continues from the Cathedral Road end, and Coles works that down to the leg side for a single. Takes his score on to 5, and Sussex 108 for 3 now, bringing Pujara back onto strike.
Actually, I was just looking here. He took part in a fun run in Wales, actually, at Conway, Conwy. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Conway Park Run. I don't know what time. See if I can see what time he did.
As Gorvin continues and Pujara defends. Yeah, I think I've seen him go 18, 19 minutes, that kind of time.
Wow, that's incredible. That really is quick.
Much quicker, suffice to say, than I'd be managing.
They do a park run in my hometown. You have to go around a park twice, and I just used to try and get around the first lap before you were lapped by the leaders, which is really embarrassing.
Here's Gorvin to Pujara. Work down to the leg side. Chris Cook kept busy again behind the stumps.
Yes. What's worse is when you get overtaken on park run by either someone running around with their dog or with a pushchair, or someone who's in fancy dress, and you think, I really am. This isn't good.
Yeah, I wish good runners didn't wear fancy dress for that reason.
Yeah, I agree.
It'd be good decorum to just wear your running gear. As Gorvin continues, Pujara facing the final ball this over and drives off the back foot, a straight drive which will bring him at least 2 runs. James Harris does the fielding. Pujara will settle for 2, taking him on to 33, and Sussex end the 38th over on 110 for 3.
You were talking about Como, and Phil has been in touch. Hi, Phil. And he says, perhaps you'd like to share with your colleagues the picture I took of the picturesque Como ground when I was there a few weeks ago. So presumably this is where your friend's going. It's a picture taken, looks like from, top of a mountain maybe, and there's the ground.
Ah, yes.
This makes for great radio, but you can see the lake and the boats lined up, and the ground looks like it's right on the shores of the lake.
It's an incredible location for a football stadium, and it's a club with some celebrity backing as well, because Thierry Henry is part of the ownership group.
Okay.
Cesc Fabregas is on the coaching staff.
Well, I think I saw something about this in the press the other day and they could get into the top division in Italy.
Yeah,
wow.
First time in 21 years, I think it would be. And some famous celebrities live around there as well, don't they?
In comes Harris running in over the wicket bowl. Short pulled away by Coles. There was a cry of catch, but it was way over the head of Ed Byram, who's in there at square leg, and it runs away for 4 runs. Too short from James Harris, and James Coles too good a player to miss out on that. Pulls it away for 4 runs. He goes to 9, and Sussex to 114 for 3. I once caught a train from Milan, and that went by Lake Como, and it went up. You joined this train called the Bernina Express, which then went across the mountains, and it ended up at San Moritz of all places. Couldn't afford anything in San Moritz, mind. In comes Harris, bowls, and Coles is forward, played into the offside to backward point. There is no run, fielded there by Mason Crane. 3 slips in place, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's now a deep square leg, and a fine leg down below us. Harris wanders back to his mark. Still no spin, I'm quite surprised.
Same. Yeah, I thought we would have seen Mason Crane turn his arm Sam Northeast seems to be focusing on control and economy at the moment, doesn't he? And maybe he might think Crane might be a bit on the expensive side.
Harris in, bowls, and Coles plays that to wicket. There's a good sprawling stop in there by, who's that in? Is it Billy Root? Yes, it was.
Yeah, Crane, by dint of being a leg break bowler, will always bring an element of mystery, won't he?
Yes.
Unpredictability. So.
I suppose maybe having picked up that wicket since lunch, maybe the thought process here from North East is, well, let's keep the seamers going. It's not as if Sussex have got away here. What are they going at? Just about 3 and over. Harris in again short, and Coles just ducks underneath that through to keeper Cook. And there is no one. Elsewhere in cricket today, Gloucestershire 112 for 2 at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. Both openers out. Ben Charlesworth for 16 and Cameron Bancroft for 53. In the first division, there are a lot more games. Hampshire 129 for 1 against Durham. Ali Orr going along very nicely. He's 72 not out. Worcestershire 119 for 1 against Canterbury. Harris in bowls. Coles with a model forward defensive shot plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Kashi Valley going along very nicely. He's on 45. He's a very good player. Watched him last year in the 50 over. Hits the ball very hard. Lancashire 117 for 2 at Trentbridge against Nottinghamshire. And Warwickshire 118 for 3 against Surrey at the Oval. So good to see playing all the games, which hasn't been the case over the last few weeks. Harris running towards us from the river end. He's in bowls to Coles, who struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal from James Harris, possibly because James Coles was quite a long way across to the offside. The ball hit him on the pad. It is signalled as a leg by. Coles will pinch the strike. 115 for 3 at the end of the over, with Coles on 9, Pujara on 33.
Yeah, the gesture from the umpire seemed to be suggesting that it might have been going down the leg side, but perhaps it was height, as you first suggested, Adrian, because watching that replay, the line looked good, but it perhaps was just on the higher side. As we watch this replay again,
Well, what about shout, you know?
good on line, decent on length. Might have been clipping the top of the bails, but it might have been touch and go on height.
Might have been one of those you might have reviewed if we had a review system.
Absolutely. Gorvin to continue from the Cathedral Road end. To Coles, who defends solidly. Yeah, Glamorgan persevering with the seam bowling at the moment. Harris picking up 2 wickets at one end. Gorvin and Ul Hassan providing control at the other. Yeah, we've seen 3 or 4 replays of that LBW shout now, which suggests some of those in charge of the replays think it's close. With good reason, as Gorvin continues and Coles defends once more.
Coming back to the snooker, when Terry Griffiths won the world title, was he a relative unknown?
Yes, so he was a qualifier, and I believe he might still have had a day job at the time.
Right, wow.
I would need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure he still had another line of work, and then that really catapulted him, because those were kind of peak years, weren't they? Late 70s, 80s.
Yeah, absolutely.
Snooker in pop culture.
Yeah. Huge television audiences as well.
Gorvin runs in. Coles plays out on the leg side. Ul Hassan does the fielding. Yeah, and he had a good career, post-playing as a coach as well, Terry Griffiths, as well as a pundit, familiar voice to many. That Carmarthenshire accent and his unique pronunciation of snooker as snooker.
Is that right? He is 76. Terry Griffiths.
Here's Gorvin to Coles, who leaves the ball outside off stump. Yeah, great character, Terry Griffiths. Had a kind of dry wit about him on commentary.
So it says here he reached the final of the event when he defeated Dennis Taylor by 24 frames to 16. This was only the second time a qualifier has won the World Snooker Championship after Alex Higgins in 1972. There we are. you're right about another job.
Here is Gorvin over the wicket. Cole's defence. What was it?
So it says here, I mean, I'm assuming this is correct. He was admitted to grammar school but expelled for truancy. He became a student at a secondary modern school where he played rugby union with the Welsh national team, with team members Phil Bennett and Derek Quinnell. He began playing snooker at the age of 14. After leaving school, he worked in a coal mine and became the youngest winner of the Llanelli and District Snooker Championship at the age of 16. He began working as a bus conductor, a job which gave him time to practice. He later worked as a postman as an insurance salesman.
Thought it was postman. Here's Gorvin. Just didn't quite have the confidence to stick my neck out with that. Oh, very good, Nick.
You can tell Nick's come back.
Is that your cue to come back in, Nick? Yeah. Well, at the end of that over, Sussex are 115 for 3. And I'll hand you back to the puntastic Nick Webb.
I ought to think of a postman cue now, didn't I, really? But I'm just not sharp enough, to be honest. So that's Terry Griffiths. Things we talk about we're doing these cricket commentaries. Did you know that? Did you know he was a postman, Terry Griffiths?
Yeah, I knew he was a postman. I didn't know his other employments, to be honest.
There you go.
Is that a result of the Jack Jones, that discussion reaching the final?
Sort of. We got talking about Ray Reardon, and someone got in touch and said he's 91 and he recently made a century break.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know how we got to snooker, but anyway.
Why not? James Harris propelling the red ball, and that's glanced away down towards third man by Chetashwa Pujara, and they'll comfortably come back for a couple of runs. Is Pujara looking ominously set for a big one, do you think, Adrian?
Do you know what? I always think he looks set for a big score, and I don't want to talk him out, but last week at Derby when he walked out, once he gets to about 15, 20, you think, he just looks ominously good. But I'm loath to say it, so I haven't.
So I'll get you to say it instead. 2 slips as Harris comes in to bowl to Pujara, and he clips that one towards mid-wicket all along the ground, fielded by Billy Root, and there is no run.
Incredibly nice man, Chetashwa Pujara.
Yeah.
I think most cricketers generally are, aren't they? But he's just incredibly willing to talk to the media, and just a really, really nice guy. And he's been had a good influence, around this Sussex dressing room.
Well, it's always important, isn't it, for overseas players, not just in terms of runs and wickets, but to have a good overall influence. As Harris is in and bowls, and Pujara turns the wrists on that and deflects it down to backward square for a single. Eddie Byram is the fielder there, 118 for 3.
Yeah, the younger players around the Sussex dressing room talk about the fact he's available to offer advice, and he's very calm. And the other thing is, they see how hard he works as well. I mean, it doesn't happen by accident, does it, that you make the amount of runs that he's made in his career?
Absolutely. Harris then toiling away in the afternoon sunshine. 2 for 51 next to his name on the board at the moment. As Harris in, bowls, and Coles drives back to him. There's no run. Philip Richards says he was disappointed not to see any spin before lunch.
We were a bit surprised, weren't we?
Yeah. And there's still a little bit green in the wicket, and James Harris is working hard to try and get the odd bit of bounce, which I think did for Allsop just a little bit of extra lift, forcing him to chop on.
And Sussex haven't got away here, have they?
No. As Harris races in towards us and bowls, and that's a short delivery, dug in, but sailing rather harmlessly over the top of Coles, and he didn't need to do much about that.
We were extolling the virtues of Chris Cook standing up, and a couple of his leg side takes were terrific.
Yeah. Very neat, isn't he, Chris Cook?
I will probably go after this over, Nick, because the complications of local radio these days is, I need to make sure that they're dialed in from another source.
Quite. Harris, Ingram and North East are the 2 slips at the moment as Harris bowls, and that's on leg side, worked away by Coles down towards backward square. Single taken down to Ul Hassan, but Sussex accumulating contentedly in the afternoon sunshine as Adrian pops off to do a radio update. Perhaps Dav can rejoin me for 5 minutes before working on some more written thoughts. Derek Evans was asking about the Project Darwin, the women's game, and the result on Glamorgan. Well, Glamorgan in the second tier, 2027, they will have a professional women's side based here. And, well, a lot of work to do between now and then because, of course, everyone else will have a couple of years' start, the first 8 counties.
Andy Gorvin continues from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket, and Coles works that down towards the fine leg region for a single, taking his score on to 11, 120 for 3 now, Sussex. And
there aren't that many Welsh women in the game at the moment, in the regional game. It's Alex Griffiths and Sophia Smale regularly for Western Storm. Bethan Gammon for one of the Midlands counties, or one of the Midlands sides. And Seren Smale with the Northwestern Thunder.
Here's Gorvin. Pujara this time, and Cook does well to stop the ball racing down the leg side for any byes.
But you wonder, hopefully, if the standard is suitable in a couple of years' time, that whether this will be part of the answer to the grumbles of some county members about not having enough cricket, if the women's cricket is up to the requisite standard for bigger crowds to turn up.
As Gorvin sets off on another run to deliver, and Pujara drives and sets off for a quick single, which he'll make comfortably.
But this is one of my long-term thoughts for Welsh rugby, that in terms of income, no professional club sides in the women's game, whether that might be a way forward of getting people through the gates rather more regularly.
Indeed. Should present your findings. Here's Gorvin. Looks like might have clipped the pad on the way through from Coles, but
just to explain that virtually all the Welsh women's rugby side are based with English clubs at the moment.
Welsh rugby could do with a positive news story at the moment, couldn't it? It's fairly glum outlook.
Well, we've seen what English women's football club sides can... The football sides packing some of the London stadiums for the big occasions.
Absolutely, as Gorvin continues with Coles defending. One ball left in the 42nd over. Sussex 121 for 3.
One of my daughters went to an Arsenal game earlier in the season. It was a sellout.
Yeah, they sold out the Emirates, haven't they, for some games this season. As Gorvin sets off over the wicket, and Coles works onto the leg side where Ul Hassan will do the fielding. No run. Sussex 121 for 3.
It's just a question for a lot of sports, I suppose, in terms of investing now to get the playing standards up so that they are a major spectator attraction in future, and that if you've got male and female teams playing at a venue in many sports, it just makes it more economically worthwhile, doesn't it, to have bottoms on seats regularly?
Absolutely, and it's up to those clubs and organisations to fund the female game as well as they do the male game.
Short-term investment for long-term gains, you would have thought, because the women's cricket has undoubtedly benefited from the 100, and whatever you think of the 100 as an idea, it's put women's cricket into the spotlight.
Absolutely, and some of the best performances we've seen on this ground in recent years have probably come from the Welsh Fire's women's team. When you think of how Tammy Beaumont has batted for them in recent years, you know, Hayley Matthews is one of the best players in any format on the planet.
Yes, that Beaumont century here for Welsh Fire was certainly an exciting sporting moment here last year. 121 for 3. Pujara faces up to Mir Hamza on for his third spell. He's got 1 for 34 in 10 overs so far. And this is 5th game with Glamorgan as he races in. Bowls, and Pujara plays it gently out into the covers. There is no run. Still glorious sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens this afternoon, as Glamorgan try to justify their decision to insert Sussex. So I'd have thought John Simpson would have been quite pleased to hear Sam Northeast say we'll have a bowl.
Yes, as some of our listeners have suggested already, the classic good toss to lose, perhaps, wasn't it?
In comes Hamza's next delivery. Big appeal. Looked like a bit of inside edge there, to be fair, as Pujara played it out on the offside. Hamza suggesting that it might have been pad first before inside edge, and the replay shows that it probably was, but he may well have got outside the line, and I think that'll have saved him there. Chetashwar Pujara, because that was a better shout than I thought initially, as the ball crashed into the pads, but Pujara, well, it's all umpire's call, isn't it? But that was a good shout. Fractional as to whether he got outside the line for the impact. As Hamza bowls again to Pujara, who drives to mid-on.
Yeah, I think Hamza can count himself a little unfortunate there. I think the point of impact seemed to be more or less on the off stump.
Yeah, it's one of those where you give, I guess, the benefit of the doubt to the batter. And we're watching from behind, so there was a thought that it might have been inside edge, but it was pad onto inside edge, if anything. And Hamza undoubtedly had merit in his application there. Not granted, Your Honour. Hamza bowls again. That's down leg side, and that'll be 4 runs as he's worked it away off his pads. There was just a fine glance there, and another 4 as he takes the ball down to third man. And Adrian has finished his bulletin update to the folk of the southeast region of England.
Yes, it's an extended region in the so we talk about Kent as well today. Worcestershire going along very nicely at Canterbury, actually.
All right.
Kashi Valley with a half century is a good player.
As Hamza bowls, and Pujara getting on top of that and not really timing it for once, out on the offside. No run.
Well, from where I was watching from, I was half expecting to see the umpire's finger go up there for the. That must have been tight. Did you?
Yes, it was tight. Umpire Watts deciding, I think, that he couldn't be sure if the impact was in line with the wickets. I think a DRS would probably have had Pujara on his way there.
I would agree.
As that is through outside off stump. There's a bit of movement, isn't there? It's still out
there,
there, but largely after the ball has passed the stumps on that occasion. So 125 for 3 Sussex, having been put into bat. Pujara is 41 not out. Coles is on 11. The men out. The 3 Toms. Haynes for 19, Clark for 18, and Alsop for 29. 2 wickets to James Harrison, 1 to Mir Hamza.
He just looked slightly frustrated there, Chetashwar Pujara, didn't he, with that last shot? It's, he's a very patient player, but he was annoyed that he hit the fielder with that final delivery. So just building a bit of pressure here are Glamorgan. Sussex going to lunch on 96 for 3.
2 down at lunch.
Sorry, 96 for 2. 94 for 2, I apologise, look at the wrong line in my book. 94 for 2. Comes Gorvin running in over the wicket bowls, and Coles, with that languid style, clips the ball back to the square on the leg side. They're going to come back for a second. They'll need to be quick, but in the end, there was a misfield out in the distance from Zain Al Hassan, and it allowed. I think Coles would have come back for 2 regardless, to be honest, but it made it a little easier. Coles goes to 13, Sussex to 127 for 3.
One other game in Division 2 ongoing at Northampton, Gloucestershire, 138 for 3, half century for Cameron Bancroft. He's back in the pavilion now.
Gorman in again bowls, and Coles defends down the onside to mid-on, footed by Harris. There is no run.
Match that Adrian mentioned at Canterbury, Worcestershire going well, 138 for 1. Kashif Ali, 57 not out. One of the, I think he was the first product of the South Asian Cricket Academy to get a county contract.
I watched him last year, Nick, in a 50-over game against Sussex. Sussex got hammered at New Road last year in the 50-over, and he smashed it everywhere. Gorman in bowls. What a take that is. That's just beautiful to watch from Chris Cook. I mean, it's down the leg side. Not only has he taken the ball, Chris Cook, but he's also whipped off the bows as well. The wicket keeping is an art. I know you keep wicket, Nick, and that was...
I'd be grateful just to stop anything like that. In fact, I wouldn't be standing up in the first place.
Well, I mean, I would say he's a bit above medium pace, I think, Gorvin, but, that was a superb piece of wicket keeping. They've got this leg side trap set now, Nick. There's a mid-on, an orthodox mid-on, a very shortish mid-wicket, a deeper mid-wicket, and a shortish square leg. So they're looking for that shot that James Coles looked to whip through the leg side. In again. Well, but he's going to get leg-wise on this occasion. The ball's going to race way down towards the boundary before, and so spearing it into... In fact, he got a bit of bat on that, did James Coles. I do him his disservice. I thought that'd come off the pad. But clearly clipped it very fine and picks up another boundary. Coles goes to 17, so it's to 131 for 3.
That's at least the third boundary we've seen fine leg, isn't it?
Yep.
Pujara's picked up a couple. Only the Glamorgan coach, Grant Bradburn, down there to do the fielding.
I think Chris Cook was just suggesting there that maybe the fine leg ought to go a little finer. But he's staying where he is for the time being. Gorman in bowls, and Coles is back on his stumps and punches that into the covers, and there is no run.
Former Sussex man Ali Orr, now 82 not out. Hampshire 144 for 2 against Durham at Southampton.
Well, that will do his confidence of power good. He's had a tricky start to the season as Ali Orr with his new county. Who's that ferociously clapping his hands at first? Is that Colin Ingram at first slip?
It's usually Ingram at slip.
Right. Gorvin is in again. Coles defends onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over. 131 for 3. Pujara 41. Coles on 70. These two coming together when the score was 96. It's a partnership one of 35 between this pair.
Gorvin in the low 70s, 70 to 72 miles an hour, well over. The partnership between these two is worth 35 so far, and the run rate is just a fraction under 3 runs and over. Elsewhere in Division 1, Lancashire are 136 for 2, away to Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Keaton Jennings is 54 not out there. And Surrey against Warwickshire at the Oval. Warwickshire 142 for 4. 2 wickets for Jordan Clark. And all the batters have got going and then got out so far for the Bears. As Mia Hamza will run towards us from the River Taff end here at Sapphire Gardens on BBC Sport Online. Hamza bowls. And Pujara plays it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Very unusually for Cheshire Pujara, he just looks a bit frustrated out there. He very rarely shows too much emotion. For the previous over, he played a ball into the covers and was annoyed with himself he didn't find the gap, and he just looked a little frustrated there as well. I mean, I'm sure it will soon recover his composure, but it's been a good little spell, this.
Yeah, Glamorgan are asking questions. They're, to some extent, looking to frustrate Sussex out, it seems. As Hamza at bowls, and Pujara stepped down the wicket and then the leave when he got there.
Douglas Rice-Bowen has been in touch. Hello, Douglas. He's an exile living in Skipton in North Yorkshire. He says, enjoying the commentary. I'm interested by the discussion today, and I would like to ask one question. Why did the ECB not do all the funky stuff they do in the 100 to the Blast? The Blast would have seemed the obvious thing to do. It would have been of worldwide interest. It would have also grown an audience as the 100 does. The 50 over comp would have had room and top players. I'm not against the 100, but it always seemed the wrong answer to the problems cricket is facing.
Hamza bowls, and that's worked way down towards gully, but well intercepted by Crane, and Pujara has to remain on 41 not out.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Doug.
I thoroughly concur. I don't see anything in the 100 that could not have been done with the same marketing budget with the T20 Blast, to be honest. You could have made the Blast 2 divisions instead of north-south.
Yeah. And incorporated women's cricket as well.
Yep. As Pujara again plays defensively. International battle between these two.
Yes. Pakistan to India.
Bit tasty, maybe. As, yeah, I mean, Glamorgan, I think, were already working towards staging double headers with the Western Storm, and certainly there have been plenty of those in Taunton and Bristol as well.
That'd be a great thing to do, wouldn't it? You know, you people come in, you watch 80 overs of cricket, and
yeah, there's another one this summer here. As that's edged by Pujara, and he's gone. Mir Hamza has got his man, and a vital wicket it is. 131 for 4 as Pujara tried to run it down to third man and only succeeded into running it low into the gloves of Chris Cook.
well, we did say we thought Pujara was getting a little twitchy, didn't he? Played one or two very un-Pujara-like shots, picking the fielder, and he just he's looking to play that one away through backward point. He's got a little nick, and he was on his way. As soon as he saw the ball heading towards Chris Cook, he was making his way towards the pavilion. So Pujara goes, and it's always a massive wicket when he goes, Nick. That's a big wicket, and it's been a good spell of bowling. I think we gave due credit to Mir Hamza the way he has bowled, and I think that's a wicket for perseverance. And it's a good field placing as well by Sam North East, because the runs have slightly dried up for Sussex.
And Pujara was actually looking to guide that one. He did get an edge in the end, but he's looking to play it down through the gully area, past the slips, and just getting the thin edge, and up the steps he disappears into the darkness of the Sapphire Gardens pavilion. Not quite so much of a walk as it is for pitches on the grandstand side of Sapphire Gardens, where if you've made a low score, it must seem an absolute eternity to get back into the safety of the dressing room. John Simpson, and I see he's averaging 78, Adrian.
He is. He made a big double 100 up at Leicester a couple of weeks ago in a drawn game. He and Danny Lamb putting on a huge partnership for the 8th wicket. He's kept wicket beautifully as well, so a good signing for Sussex. But he's coming in here with Sussex needing some... I mean, you'd say now that from a Glamorgan point of view, probably vindicates bowling first, Nick. I think if it was usually the opposition to 131 for 4.
He'd probably settle for that on a lovely day.
Yeah.
And no obvious terrors in the pitch. The ball has swung a little bit.
It has, yeah.
But Hamza's bowled fairly tightly. 2 for 38 now. And, well, finally beginning to pay dividends, because he hasn't actually claimed more than 1 wicket in an innings before now. So be grateful to have a couple, and hoping for some more here today. 2 apiece to Hamza and Harris, Glamorgan's opening bowlers. We've just seen the 4 seamers, so Sam North East is juggling them furiously. Gorvin and Ul Hassan have been fairly tight as well. And 35-year-old skipper, Middlesex player for a decade and a half, making a short trip south. Left-hander, wearing number 9, fairly tall for a keeper. and facing up. Ooh. And beaten by Hamza's first ball, which squared him up. Bit of away movement for Hamza, who's bowling really nicely now. This is probably the best that we've seen him so far for Glamorgan. Just a fraction of away movement was enough to defeat Simpson's defensive prod there. Thought for a moment with the away movement that Chris Cook might be in business, but there was no edge. 131 for 4 at the end of Hamza's over.
Well, it's been a really good spell since lunch in Sussex. Just needing to rebuild here is always a concern when they lose Pujara. Are we going to see... No, we're still going to see Gorvin, who's still going to come in from this Cathedral Road end of the ground. Cole's surveying that leg side field. I think there's a good captaincy here by North East today. I remember a couple of years, no, more than that now, rubbish Adrian, probably 6 or 7 years ago, being at Tunbridge Wells, Sussex playing Kent and North East skipper there, and I thought he did really well. In comes Gorvin bowls, Coles is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yes, he's had to work with somewhat limited resources on the bowling front, and his start as full-time Glamorgan captain. Did do a couple of T20 games previously. But having to work hard to get the most out of this attack. As Kieran Carlson is now suggesting a field change. And fine leg is moved squarer, which I'm surprised at, really. So we've been suggesting it ought to be finer.
Yeah. Gorman bowls, and Cole slightly wide of the Austin calves at to backward point. Never. I'm just looking here at a scorecard, actually. I thought, I've definitely got a picture somewhere. I'm going to hunt it out of you, me, and Mia Hamza in the commentary box at Hove.
You entirely sure about that, Adrian?
I am. I'm looking here. It was 29. Well,
because I don't remember meeting the gentleman previously.
Well, it was 2019, and he played Glamorgan. Made 186 in the first innings. Mia Hamza. In comes Gorvin bowls. Coles is full. Plays to offside now. Glamorgan were bowled out for 186. Charlie Hemphrey was LBW to Mia Hamza for a duck. And then he removed David Lloyd, who was bowled for 6. Sussex then made 420. Ben Brown made 131. Phil Salt 103. Crumbs. And then second time around, Glamorgan were bowled out for 466. Marnus Labuschagne made 182. Nick Selman 99. In comes... Sorry, I've completely lost my thread. Corvin, clipped away by Coles, down to deep backward square, picks up a single. He goes to 18, 132 for 4.
I mean, he may have shared commentary with you, but I don't recall it myself.
No, I think he shared commentary with me, but I think you managed to spin in the background of the box.
Yeah.
Right, there we are. So that was in 2019.
Because I remember being on commentary with Tamal Mills and himself down at Hove, and also with Dizzy Gillespie. Yes.
In fact, he got Charlie Hemphrey out twice. Did Mia Hamza? That's okay. Both of them LBW. In comes Colvin bowls to Simpson, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. So he picked up. So he bowled 29 overs, 8 maidens, took 2 for 94 in the second innings. In the first innings for Glamorgan, Hamza 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 49. I think the game ended up as a draw.
There we are. So he'll have played against some of these Glamorgan players before. Had a couple of games with Warwickshire last year, Mia Hamza.
In comes Colvin bowls. Simpson is forward, plays it down to mid-on. There is no run. Just for reference only, the Sussex side that day was Salt, Wells, Finch. So Salt now at Lancashire, as is Wells. Harry Finch is at Kent. Stian Van Zyl, Laurie Evans. I think he's playing for Surrey in the blast. It's the end of the over, by the way. 132 for 4. Simpson yet to score. Coles on 18. Ben Brown is at Hampshire. David Visa, who's touring the world playing T20. Subject of a very good podcast, Hitman for Hire, which is very well worth a listen.
Okay.
Chris Jordan, Danny Briggs, Jared Warner, and Mia Hamza. So there we are. Well, his batting prowess.
Yeah, Hamza's batting.
He got one.
Yeah.
He was bowled by Martin de Lange.
Yeah, he looks like a number 11, to be fair. But he's bowling now, and that is driven by Coles, but straight to cover.
He's elegant, isn't he, Coles?
Had to reach for that one a little, but timed it fairly nicely. But didn't place it as Eddie Byram was in the firing line there. Byram in only his second match of the season after recovering from a dislocated shoulder suffered in pre-season training.
Ouch.
In terms of the other Glamorgan injuries, Tim van der Hoogten not hugely likely to play in this block of championship games. As Hamza bowls and Coles plays it on the leg side, thinks about a single route, runs across it and deters him. So Tim van der Hoogten suffered a calf strain playing for Netherlands, and much to Glamorgan's chagrin is not likely to appear in this first block of championship matches.
That's a shame.
Harry Podmore broke his finger or thumb in the Cardiff MCCU game here pre-season, so he's not available. As Hamza is in bowls and Coles is watchfully forward defending again up to mid-on, no run.
Really good spell this by Mir Hamza. He's making these two play at absolutely everything.
Indeed, Glamorgan have needed all the bowling they can get this season, because we had one match on loan for Warwickshire's Craig Miles, who was then recalled. One match on loan from Brad Wheel of Hampshire when McIlroy was injured. And Douthwaite is unable to bowl in this week's second 11 match, where Glamorgan battled back to get a draw at Edgbaston. Hamza in, bowls, Coles knocks it down into a gap on the leg side and takes a single down to fine leg. 133 for 4. Coles retains the strike. Simpson is yet to score. No, thought for a moment it was the end of the over, but that's only 4 delivered. It's the lengthy change round of everyone between right and left-handers. And left-handed Simpson is back on the strike. There's a bit of waving from Hamza, just bringing his fine leg up a little bit. Hamza selling off to bowl to Simpson. 3 slips. Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW. That's gone. Didn't go very far at all, John Simpson there, and the finger went up from Chris Watts pretty much straight away, and Mir Hamza has his 3rd wicket in his best performance so far for Glamorgan, and Sussex are in a little trouble at 133 for 5.
Yeah, and the skipper goes for a duck, but that was absolutely plumb, wasn't it? Maybe gets a little low, perhaps?
It may have done, was my first instinct, but we are behind the batter here.
Oh, I think he did keep a bit low, to be honest. Yeah, he's absolutely bang in front, isn't he, John Simpson?
So Hamza claiming wickets in consecutive overs.
It's been a very good spell, hasn't it? Excellent spell from Hamza.
That was pretty much pinned, and we thought the finger was in danger of going up, and Chris Watts obliging fairly quickly.
Well, we thought Mir Hamza got the benefit of the doubt. Not Mir Hamza, Cheteshwar Pujara got the benefit of the doubt since lunch. So this has been really good for Glamorgan since lunch, because Sussex have lost 3, 4, 37 since lunch. I'll go after the Edwards in back, but I just
for Sussex's Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Ian Shin has been in touch. Hello, Ian. He says, "Hi, Adrian and Nick. This is slightly out of date now." He says, "I'm watching the stream on YouTube and feeling a bit nervous after 4 wickets. If Simpson and Coles can stay in for a while and take Sussex past 200, I'll be distinctly less nervous." Adrian said that any Division 2 team could win promotion this year. I have said that repeatedly. Having watched the match last week, I'd be very surprised if Derbyshire are in the running for promotion. They will definitely have to improve to achieve that. With your earlier conversation, if you like bands playing old hits, go and see the Rolling Stones. I saw them at Wembley, and they were excellent, as in, Yeah, I saw him play up at Twickenham years
What was
ago.
the conversation?
Well, we were talking about
concerning?
Springsteen playing
yes.
it. Apparently, he was brilliant. Yes, 75, Edward. Yeah, up on that stage, running around, and he is. Yeah, he is. Yeah, very fit.
Thank you for your kind words to Neil Thornycroft on commentary. Yes, my most recent musical outing was 2 nights ago, actually. Keane. So in
Oh, were they good?
Yeah, from your part of the world. Of
Sussex
course.
from Hastings.
Yes, very much.
Where were that? At the stadium, or
No, at the arena.
right?
Indoor
Good.
arena. Very good, yes. 20th anniversary of their Hopes and Fears album. Here's Hamza bowling outside off stump to Hudson Prentice, who plays no shot. So end of the over. Mir Hamza has 3 for 39, and he has put Sussex on the back foot. Yeah, keen Sussex boys.
Yeah, they are.
And
Lead singer is
very tall. Tom Chaplin.
Tom Chaplin. That's right. Yeah.
Returning to bowl at the...
So how many people would you get in that arena, Nick?
I think it's 5,000
Nice.
capacity.
Yeah, that's good.
So it's about right, and
I love seeing bands
there's
in arenas like
there
that.
was quite a few of the audience in a standing area, and they certainly knew how to work a crowd. Saying really, Tom Chaplin, that they sort of appreciated it 20 years' time, which maybe they hadn't done when they shot to fame off their first album, and maybe all a bit of a whirl at the time.
Did they mix old with new? This was the conversation I was having earlier on. About bands. Sometimes when they come back and play, they don't play any of the old stuff. And
It is a tour to mark the 20th anniversary of that
good.
first
Right,
album,
great,
so
yeah.
they played quite a lot of it, interspersed with material for more recent albums as well. But no, it was very enjoyable. Very enjoyable night.
Well, it is going to be Zain Al-Hassan who's back into the attack. Glamorgan will be cock-a-hoop, and certainly they'll feel they've made the right decision now. Al-Hassan is in bowls to Coles, who defends on the onside. No run. The new man Finn Hudson-Prentice was Sussex's leading run scorer in the Championship last week. 879 runs at 48. And a real opportunity here because Sussex with Danny Lamb, who's already made 100 for Sussex this season, Jack Carson.
I was Pujara out.
I heard someone in RFX microphone.
There's someone very near to it, and they probably shouldn't be, because that area is meant to be roped off.
Al-Hassan bowls, taken by Cook. Now, I think in fairness to Glamorgan here, I think since the opening half a dozen overs when Haynes sort of got after the ball, I think they bowled a very tidy line of length.
Perhaps when you pop off commentary, Adrian, you could nip downstairs and make sure that there's nothing too much going on in the vicinity of our
it sort of dangles down here, does it?
Yeah, it's down on the floor below.
Right. No, I'll go, Edward. Right. I'll go. Al-Hassan bowls, Coles defence on the other side. Bruce Wells has been in touch. He says, I believe Keane are from Bexhill, Adrian, not Hastings.
All right.
First album was very good. Haven't heard any of their stuff since. Bexhill, Hastings, kind of similar. Bexhill on Sea, similar sort of area.
If you haven't heard stuff since, I very much recommend the fourth album, which is called Strange Land, and has quite a few references to their Sussex youth.
Right. Hassan in bowls, let go by Coles outside the off. Did you get complimentary tickets, Nick?
No.
Mentioning our albums.
No, Strangelands has got a sort of bit of a melancholic evening feel,
right.
And it's I'm still on CDs in my car, so it's quite often the one I play last when I'm driving home from a long trip away.
Oh, excellent. Al-Hassan runs away from us, bowls, and James Coles defends into the offside. The runs are always totally dried up here. For Sussex, 133 for 5, Coles 19, Hudson Prentice yet to score. The last band I went to see was an ELO tribute band.
All right.
And they were one of these bands who all of a sudden they play all their hits. You think, oh, I forgot that one, forgot that one, forgot that one. But anyway. Lovely sunny day here in Cardiff, and Glamorgan in the ascendancy, having won the toss and asked Sussex to bat first. Zain Al-Hassan runs away from us, comes in and bowls to James Coles, who's defending onto the onside. There is no run. Another very tidy over from Al-Hassan, who has now bowled 6 overs 3 maidens, no wicket for 11. Sussex 133 for 5. I'm going to go and have a look at the effects microphone,
Yes.
and I'll leave you with Nick and with Edward.
Well, thank you very much, Adrian. Adrian Harms will be back in due course. Due course being a vague term to cover the fact that we've sort of got a touch feel to today's rota. In other words, there isn't one. Edward Bevan is back alongside me.
Yes, thanks, Nick. Good effort this by the Glamorgan bowlers. And the man of the moment, Mir Hamza, to bowl. He comes into Hudson Prentice and bowls to him. An appeal for LBW. He shuffled across his stumps. I would gather that 9 men went up them for all angles of the field. He did shuffle, but I thought perhaps it was going down. We'll have a little look at it on our monitor here. And yes,
A little bit swinged it in, didn't
a
it?
little bit. Put it this way: if it had been given out, he wouldn't have quarrelled about it. If it had, it's one of those.
Might have clipped leg stump.
Batsman had the benefit of.
Which is as it should be, really.
Absolutely.
And I think the umpires probably got that one right
Yeah.
on the second slow motion replay, despite Mir Hamza's entreaties. He's certainly a very enthusiastic appealer.
3 slips go down, keeper standing back as Mir Hamza charges in now and bowls. And you can hear the grunt from here probably as it goes through to wicketkeeper Cook.
Yes, I think a Pakistani version of Stuart Broad, who's prone to the celebration come appeal and ends up 3/4 of the way down the wicket. And
If you bowl, Nick, on Pakistan pitches most of your life, you're just grateful for anything. You leap up in the air. Remember Waqar Yunus here? He used to go halfway down the pitch imploring the umpires, who normally gave them, or either he was cracking somebody's ankle in front of the stumps. Mir Hamza in past the umpire again and bowls, and that's driven nicely backward of square. Might just run down towards the third man boundary. No, it'll be called in just before that. They're going to come back for the third. Yes, they are. So good running by Coles to the danger end. Hudson Prentice off the mark with 3. Those are the scores. Now goes up to 136 for 5. Cole's been in there some time. 19 off 55 deliveries. Very watchful. And, I think to sum up the Glamorgan bowling, Nick, it's been very, very tight. You can commend them there because there's nothing really in the pitch. It's just waiting for the boring the batsman, as Pujara was, because he played an unusual shot to nudge it down to third man. He scored 41. He was in there for a while. But as I say, must commend the bowlers. Here is Hamza again, comes in and bowls to Cole. Coles drives. Very much a front foot player, James Coles. I still don't know the reason why Sussex were put in. And I'm sure you'll get the answer from whoever. Mr. Hamza, perhaps.
Well, Mr. Hamza or Mr. Harris, who've shared all the wickets between them.
They'll tell
Be
you.
vying for the dubious honour of having to come and talk about it for a couple of minutes afterwards.
Pujara was huge. So was John Simpson. And speak about him in just a moment. But it's Hamza coming in towards us and bowls the right-handed Coles, who drives but doesn't really time it. It goes out to Crane, just fielding backward of square on the offside. No doubt you, as much as I, have seen John Simpson rescue Middlesex when they're 4 down or 5 down for 150 or whatever. Normally gets between 80 and 100. And he thought after he missed an absolute Jaffa first ball from Hamza that he was going to get runs. But indeed, he was undone. And another very good wicket. Hamza really bowling well at the moment as he comes in again. Over the wicket and bowls. Left at the very last moment. That completes the over. 3 for 42 of 14 overs. Generous applause for the Pakistan Test bowler. In the interval, Nick, lunch interval, I popped over to the pavilion to see something that's been compiled by our great friend, late lamented Don Shepherd. The family had contributed, and there's lots of interviews with Don, and lots of action of him over the years. And when you've got 10 minutes or so, it's during the intervals, you enjoy it.
About that, yeah.
The sound is not the greatest, all the black and white, but it's great to see the old boy in action and talking again.
Absolutely.
Somebody said to me that we could do with him today. But he would have been proud of the way these boys have been bowled, because he was a very, very mean bowler, as you know.
Zainul Hassan runs away from us and bowls, and that's played on the leg side by Hudson Prentice, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. For the benefit of Sussex listeners, Don Shepherd is the record wicket-taker in Glamorgan's history, one which will not be beaten for first-class cricket, with more than 2,000.
218.
Thank you. Alan Jones, Glamorgan's leading run scorer, is thankfully still with us, as that's driven on the leg side by Hudson Prentice, again to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run.
Alan, 36,000 something. I think it's somewhere in that region. Took my young grandson to be coach. He's still coaching, Alan. One of the best coaches in Wales, if not the best. And he's terrific. Great man.
As Hassan bowls, and for the third time in as many balls, Hudson Prentice plays it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Alan Jones' Glamorgan first-class career was 34,056 runs, but I dare say there'll be a couple more here and there for MCC-type sides.
Yes. Wonderful, wonderful player.
And a fine ambassador for the club in recent
indeed.
years. Hassan bowls, and it's driven back to him. Hassan gets a finger onto it, and there's no run as Byram does the fielding. In terms of that one deflecting just past the stumps, reminded me of really the unfortunate nature of Glamorgan's batters' dismissal up at Headingley.
Yes, I was watching it.
Although obviously you can't deny that Yorkshire were the better side for for the three and a half days play or whatever we had. Glamorgan had very little fortune, as that one's nurdled away by Hudson Prentice on the offside, and there's no run. Sam North East run out backing up. Then Carlson being run out off Joe Root's shins at Silly Point when he knew nothing about it, and tried to scramble back, but Johnny Tattersall grabbed the ball off the ricochet from Root. And several decisions that went against Glamorgan. One dubious one that went in their favour, but as Hassan bowls, driven by Hudson Prentice to Carlson at cover, and there's no run. End the over, 136 for 5. But there are a couple of Glamorgan batters were given out caught by Finlay Bean at short leg, which didn't appear to have much to do with the bat or the glove.
Oh, I can think of one, certainly.
Well, more than one was an off-the-record suggestion.
That lovely interview that you did with Billy Root, and you said, well, do you think yourself a bit unlucky to be caught off bat and pat? To which he replied, no, I don't know if it was a joke way to reply. He said, well, I thought it was LBW.
It was deadpan, and I suspect that was a very careful way of not offending the authorities.
Hamza to start in the over, and he's bowling to Coles. Bowls to him. Coles gets one up in the block hole, and there's no run. I think this pitch is a slow pitch, and once you get to the pitch of the ball, excuse the pun, then it's difficult to hit it through the line. North East would have asked his bowlers, look, I want you to bowl tight line, perhaps marginally, a couple of centimetres just short of a length, and we must keep them from scoring, which they've done with every batsman, including Pujara, of course. And it's easily, you've seen more this year than I have. It's the best bowling performance I've seen from by a long, long way, especially Hamza. Was in and bowls. One beats him with an absolute snorter there. Coles is going to play with it, and all of a sudden he dropped his wrists because it rose.
There's a little bit of bounce on occasion, isn't there, for both Hamza and Harris?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly good pitch.
That one was banged in short, to be fair.
Yeah, if you bend your back, I suppose you get rewarded. But just trying to think now, bowlers who would enjoy this sort of thing. Well, somebody mentioned Steve Barwick this morning. Baz had bowled and they see the figures of 20 overs for about 21 runs, I think. Yeah, is bowls, short ball taken by Cook. It bounced and then it died on the wicketkeeper.
Yes, Barwick and Lefebvre together.
Oh my word.
That would be one and over for the day.
Yeah.
A good day anyway.
Remember the one-day match at Swansea against Worcestershire, where rain had curtailed play, and at the end of it, Worcestershire were in a dreadful position, something like 90 for 5 of 35 overs. Graham Hick had gone. You just couldn't get them away. Such an advantage to have bowlers like that, one-day bowlers. Hamza bowls. On the back foot is Coles, playing a responsible innings. Lancashire, you probably heard the story, Nick, that when they play Glamorgan in one-day games, and this is no joke, absolutely true, on the Saturday night, because they play on the Sunday, they would have a team meeting, ostensibly, to deal with how do we play Steve Barwick. And I remember Lancashire did it at Colwyn Bay one year, and as much as they thought about it, he won the game 4 for 20 of 10 or something ridiculous. Hamza in bowls. Absolute beauty. What a great over this is. Absolutely. You know, watching him like this now, and we've emphasised how much Glamorgan badly need a strike bowler for the end of the season. It could be a case of how we fix Hamza for the last 7. I don't know. I don't think he's he doesn't play in all these one-day things that are going around the world at the moment, does he?
Now you're asking.
It's all right. In he comes, completely over. Bowled. A beauty. He's gone. Another beauty that tucked into it. Coles stops and wait. And you are a man of figures, Nick. This spell. And another wicket falls, 136 for 6. Newell, that's why I paused, took his time, but that must have pitched and straightened. Oh, plum.
That was a fine ball from Hamza. Up went the figure from Chris Watts for the third time. Mir Hamza wins an LBW decision, but that one really was Coles playing round a straight one. 136 for 6.
Yeah.
Sussex
Second
under
bonus.
the cosh. 2 bonus points for Glamorgan.
Steady on.
These are heady heights for Glamorgan's bowlers, not used to them this season necessarily. This is by far the best bowling performance, and from what looked like an unpromising day to insert the opposition.
Well, I'm having shortened commentary stints today because Dav is going to do most of it. He's only here for today. I've taken 3 wickets today.
Congratulations, Edward.
So you better keep me on for another 10 minutes.
The incoming batter for Sussex is Danny Lamb.
So Sussex bat deep, don't they? I mean, Lamb's averaging 78 down at number
He got
8.
100 this year.
Yeah.
Former Lancashire
Career
all-rounder.
best done of 134.
We saw him making his debut up at Colwyn Bay, you and I, some years ago.
Did we? Oh, you've got a better memory from
I
me
did
on that.
remark, well, if Lancashire, he's in and out of this side, I don't want him, he'd be a great signing for Glamorgan. He's gone down there. So this is interesting. Number 8 coming in, then 9, 10 and Jack, or they tell me, is it Seals or Sales they call
Seals.
Seals
The West
can
Indian.
bat a bit. Look,
Carvelis.
they do bat, but this is an excellent performance.
So it was a wicket maiden from Mir Hamza. Previous over Goss 3.
Fired up.
As Ul Hassan bowls outside off stump. Hudson Prentice plays no shot.
If I remember, Nick, that Hudson Prentice doesn't like to be tied down. He's a shot player, really, and likes to get on with it. So It'll be interesting. And who would have thought that you'd have 3 slips in this, what over we in? 57th.
Well, Hassan runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end, and that's smashed through the offside for 4 as Hudson Prentice tries to lift the siege. And you probably heard the very firm thud of the ball against the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion.
Would you contemplate a bit of crane?
Don't think at the moment, where the batters are largely struggling to get the seamers away, and the over rate is okay. 140 for 6. Al Hassan bowls. Bat and pad on the Hudson Prentice drive there. This spell, well, I believe it's 3 for 8 in 5 overs, but
is it really?
There were 4 runs scored before the first of those wickets. So Hamza at the moment 4 for 42.
Yeah,
but it's a spell of 3 for 4. As that is punched off the back foot by Hudson Prentice, but to mid-off and no run. And of course this pressure being exerted by Hamza adds to the chances of the other guys at the other end getting wickets as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, because they'll think
More
more
likely
better get a few at the other end. Great analogy they have. Malcolm Marshall all those years ago down at Hampshire.
Cole's faced 64 balls, by the way, for his 19. Oh, there's a big LBW appeal from Al Hassan, maybe doing a bit too much across the face of the batter. Going down leg side, as you say, Edward. But
yeah, a long way.
Prentice not really seriously worried about that one.
Is he ex-Derby?
Yeah, that's the
Thought
guy.
he was. Should remember that I don't think there are many more Hudson Prentices in this country, except the Hudson Prentice family.
Al Hassan in once more. Bowls. Hudson Prentice drives straight to point, and there is no run. 140 for 6, the one boundary off the over. Finn Hudson Prentice, being 27 years of age, started at Sussex in 2015, played 3 seasons for Derbyshire between 2019 and 2021, and then returned to his native county, born in Haywards Heath.
The substitute fielder for Glamorgan, wearing shirt 13, is Tom Bevan, and returning to bowl for Glamorgan.
Oh, this is a surprise.
James Harris.
He must have gone off. I can't see him. Oh, because you wouldn't have taken him off. Surely.
Hamza, well, that was a 5-over spell. His first 2 5 overs apiece, but you'd have thought he'd want to stay on, having taken the wicket with the last ball of his 5th over of the spell.
Anyway, it's going to be James Harris, and I'll just do one more over. As he comes over the wicket now and bowls and forces the batsman. Stanley Lamb hasn't yet scored to push away onto the onside. Yeah, and who would have thought at this stage in the game that there'd be 3 slips in attendance? And they've kept 2 or 3 throughout the game, and this is testimony to Glamorgan's accuracy today. What's the run rate? 2.68. Which of a side of the table toppers, Sussex capabilities, you think, well, that's excellent. As James Harris walks back in this gorgeous sunshine and bowls, outside the off stump is left and through to Cook. Jack Carson, no mean batsman, off spinner, who I tipped a couple of years ago, Nick, when I first saw him make his debut here to play for England. He hasn't yet, but he has been last winter on a tour with the Lions.
Yes, he had a fine game here, didn't he, in the Championship for Sussex a couple of years back.
Next ball hits him on the thigh pad and ricochets away to the offside, and there's no run. As did Mr. Certain O. Robinson. 14 wickets he took.
Yes, he certainly destroyed Glamorgan here. and they'll be thankful to find out that this is one of his rest weeks in this opening block of 7, due to play 5 of them.
I don't think he'd have gone for many on this pitch. As Harris turns again, coming in from that very sunny river end and bowls. And he's caught at slip. Third slip, a good catch, low down, taken by Gorvin, I think it was, as he was driving without due care and attention outside the off stump. And it was a good grab. And there are 7 down. Well, have a quick look at it again. Yes, he didn't move his feet. Caught at second slip, and Sussex at 140 for 7. That's my 4th.
Do you want to do the rest of the day then, Edward, from a Welsh point of view? Sussex supporters want
to get out of it.
Said, get rid of that man.
Off the bowling of James Harris.
So the wickets falling with great regularity now. Sussex, who were 131 before the 3rd wicket down, have now lost 4 wickets for 9 in the last 8 overs. It really is a very welcome development from the Glamorgan listeners' point of view, and for Sussex supporters, well, sorry to rain on your parade after the dizzy heights that you've enjoyed so far this season, with a couple of wins and being on the top side of a couple of draws.
And routed Derbyshire.
Is Jack Carlson.
In 3 days, well, looking at the weather forecast for Monday, it's decidedly dodgy, so we hope that play will be able to go into a 4th day if necessary.
Yeah.
But Glamorgan, so far the draw specialists.
Last year on this.
Last year and this, yeah. 12 out of 14 drawn last season. This season having slightly the better of it against Middlesex, but it was piles of runs on both sides. Slightly the better of it against Derbyshire, and then holding on with a bit of assistance from the weather at Northampton and Leeds.
Yeah. The over continues, so still 2 balls left as Carson is going to take guard. Hudson Prentice the other end.
Just noticing plenty of sun cream on the fielders' faces. It's virtually the first time we've seen that this season, although we had a couple of pleasant days at Leeds, but it's a real slap it on
day today.
Slap it on day, yeah.
Had some on yesterday while I was busy planting some flowers in my garden. Very, very hot. James Harris to bowl, then the first ball to Carson. He's in now and bowls. Carson, confident looking shot, plays it out into the covers. Dive in stop there. I think it's Billy Root. Byron rather. Another opening batsman. Talking about Billy Root, will he open? I suspect he might go back to his normal position. In a way, I hope he does.
Don't know, Al Hassan's been a bit scratchy. Might take the pressure off him to get a few runs at 7.
We shall see. Harris in, bowls, and that nips back in, but it's defended. That's the end of a very good over yet again. And that's the end of my spell. I've taken 4 for 3 in 5. 140 for 7 then. And Hudson Prentice is on 7. Jack Carson's yet to score. And the Penarth all-rounder will come up to join Nick.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. He'll be back for a further twirl in the evening session, as the Glamorgan supporters have turned up in greater numbers. There are parts of the ground that are fairly well populated. It is a big ground, of course, with capacity of the best part of 15,000. So Al Hassan starts a new over, and that's wide outside off stump, carved away by Hudson Prentice. Is he going to get 4 runs? Yes, he is, as it beats the dash around the cover boundary of the sweeper out there away to our left, and Hudson Prentice goes into double figures. He's on 11, 144 for 7. Welcome back, Dav.
Thanks very much. Sussex supporting listeners will be glad to see the back of Ed. Prolific spell.
Al Hassan bowls and Hudson Prentice defends it back past the stumps. Yeah, this is not something that was really on the cards half an hour or so ago, is it? It's been a very rapid middle order demise.
Yeah, it all looked so steady and solid this morning, didn't it, from Sussex's batters?
Usually looks steady with Pujara there. Al Hassan bowls. Hudson Prentice slightly squared up, plays on the offside, no run. But the departure of Pujara has ended that stability. So steady and stable. It's a political slogan a few years back, wasn't it? Wonder how that worked out. 144 for 7. And Hudson Prentice defends the next ball into the offside. Carlson ambles in from cover, wearing a short-sleeved shirt. A few of them around in the Glamorgan field. Others with long sleeves. No sun hats. Glamorgan not much of a side for sun hats. As Al Hassan runs in again. Balls to Hudson Prentice, who again smashes him through the offside for 4. Tall man, good reach, and anything remotely off target he dispatches. So is this the start of a Sussex fight back? As you'd have thought that in these circumstances 250 is the sort of minimum base camp aim, but Sussex with only 3 wickets left to get there. 148 for 7.
Yeah, I can expect to see some counter-attacking from Hudson Prentice, who can score his runs quickly.
As that's down leg side, he doesn't manage to make contact. Taken well by a diving Chris Cook. Hudson Prentice has 15. Carson yet to score. 148 for 7 Sussex here on BBC Sport Online. And the batters to come, Carvallis and Seals, the Greek, South African and the West Indian.
Yeah, that last over from Al Hassan is perhaps more what you might have expected to see from medium pacer like him and Gorvin, but they've done well to be so economic today, haven't they? Kept things tight at their end, which has helped Harris and Hamza to build pressure at the other, and that's what's brought the wickets ultimately. And it will be Harris to continue from the river end, Carson to face as he takes his guard, the right arm batter. Harris over the wicket, and Carson works that onto the leg side for a single. That's his first runs. Sussex are 149 for 7.
It's about this time of day when we, when I say we, I mean I, start looking to see how long it's going to be until the tea interval, and it was 10 overs before that ball, so it's going to be a late interval if you're setting your watching or listening habits around events here.
Here comes Harris charging in. Hudson Prentice to face. It's a short ball. He tries to get out of the way, but it hits him. So they'll have to check that the batter's okay there. Usual concussion protocols. It's hit him on the helmet. Hudson Prentice seems to be okay, but he's just having a look at his helmet to see if there's any damage.
Yeah, they probably may well have to change it. John Geraint on Twitter saying a terrific spell from Edward Bevan, who was the minor assistants of Mir Hamza, and James Harris claimed 4 wickets in that little blast on air. Alan Metcalf, one of our overseas listeners, says more sun in Cadiz than Cyprus, but it is 27 degrees in Cyprus, so something of a consolation, even if it's not quite as sunny at the moment. It certainly has been sun-scorched the fire today, as we have a break in play for Hudson Prentice, who was not seriously inconvenienced by that blow, but will have to have a token check over. The men out today: Tom Haynes for 19, Tom Clark for 18, Tom Alsop for 29. The wicket that started the slide, as Hudson Prentice has his helmet examined there for integrity. Pujara for 41, then Simpson without scoring, Coles for 19, and Lamb without scoring. As one of the Derbyshire, one of the Sussex staff is checking over Hudson Prentice's helmet to make sure it's not cracked and can withstand any further blows. The umpire's just looking on.
Having a look at the ball as well, and didn't get a full view of the ball, but it looks to still be in decent nick. Bit of shine on one of the sides. We were discussing over lunch the old Kookaburra versus the Dukes debate, weren't we? And at the end of play, a Kookaburra ball certainly showed its signs of wear, but the Dukes ball bearing up a little better for the bowlers so far. Granted, 54 overs rather than a whole day's play.
Looks as though Hudson Prentice's helmet will be fit to continue. The Kookaburra, all right, it's back in. It's something like rounds 13 and 14 out of the 16, back end of August, early September, which you feel would be a more suitable trial of the Kookaburra ball when pitches are hopefully hard and dry, rather than the squashy mess that we had in April, which produced some rather unedifying championship results, or lots of draws, in other words.
Yeah, a few more results either way since the reintroduction of the Duke, especially at this earlier stage in the season.
Sussex with 2 positive results, which has put them rightly top of the heap at the moment. And Glamorgan looking to break their reputation as the draw specialists of the UK county game.
So ready to restart, and it'll be James Harris from the River End over the wicket to Hudson Prentice, who drives for no run.
12 out of 14 draws last season, and the 2 positive results: 1 win, 1 defeat against Worcestershire, who are no longer in this division. So for anyone who Glamorgan did meet last season, I don't have to look far to think what were the results. They were draws, full stop.
Here is Harris again. Hudson Prentice drives nicely onto the onside. Hamza gets a hand on it, but the Sussex batters will cross for a second run. Looks like Hamza might have done himself mischief there. He's swinging his arm around.
Yeah, had to. It's a long way to go down for a tall fast bowler, I guess, and the pitches are slightly less soft than they have been so far.
You might have heard a smattering of applause as Hudson Prentice returned for his second run. That's because Sussex have brought up their 150. Harris is in, and it's a short ball. It's an appeal. Looks like it might have hit Hudson Prentice above the knee roll, and he went to hook it almost, but it did keep lower than he was anticipating, hence the appeal. But yeah, height does look like it would have been an issue there, doesn't it, Nick?
Potentially, and whether it might have gone down leg as well. It's worth a shout, but not worth straining your voice too much for, I suspect.
Here comes Harris, voice intact, charging in to Hudson Prentice. Again, it's a short ball, and he guides it over to square leg, a very controlled version of the hook shot. To end the over, Hudson Prentice moves on to 18, Sussex 152 for 7.
Yeah, I'll do one more over then before making way for Mr. Harms. Adrian Harms representing BBC Radio Sussex on this fine day for sunbathing here at Sophia Gardens. as spectators with about 4 layers fewer than Glamorgan's previous home game, which some of the professional photos from that one showed some of the most coldest looking spectators I've seen at a county game. Ul Hassan bowls, allowed to go through lowish by Hudson Prentice. No shot played. They seem to be huddled together for warmth at the River Taff end, the few dozen that did brave the weekend proceedings, and I think virtually everyone had thick coats, hoodies, hats, every layer they could pile on. As Ul Hassan bowls, driven away on the offside by Hudson Prentice, but this time stopped by the sweeper Mason Crane on that cover point boundary after Hudson Prentice took a couple of 4s in that area of the ground in front of the pavilion. It was almost equally cold, bitterly cold at Northampton for Glamorgan's game there in the 3rd round. We had a couple of pleasant days at Headingley, but a fair bit of rain as well. Ul Hassan in to bowl, dabbed away on the offside by Carson, fielded by Carlson, and let's hope the Glamorgan vice-captain is not brought on to bowl to the Irish spinner, because that is one of the tongue twisters of the UK county game. Carlson to Carson, or vice versa. May well have it at some stage in this game. So, Ul Hassan bowls on leg stump, turned away, but Carson can't beat Billy Root at mid-wicket.
Yeah, was it Derbyshire? We had Mason Crane bowling to Harry Kane.
Oh yes.
That was an awkward one as well.
Yep. And now retired Glamorgan spinner Andrew Salter bowling to Slater. It's a nasty one. 153 for 7 here, Sussex. Ul Hassan bowls, worked firmly off his legs by Carson, but this time picks out the man down at fine leg, and they just have to settle for a single. 154 for 7 as Carson gets his 2nd run. He's averaging 34. Is the young man from Armagh in Northern Ireland. 34 with the bat, 29 with the ball. Fine start to the season, really, for anyone whose batting average is higher than their bowling average. Ul Hassan bowls, stifled appeal for LBW, but Hudson Prentice getting well forward on that occasion. 154 for 7 then Sussex, with 4 wickets for Mir Hamza, 3 for James Harris. Top score so far, Chetashwa Pujara with 41, as Adrian Harms will join David Pritchard here on BBC Sport Online.
Well, it's been quite a collapse by Sussex. 96 for 2 has become 154 for 7 at one stage. Actually, it was 140 for 7, so Sussex lost 5 for 44 at one stage. And James Harris is coming running into bowl to the right-handed Jack Carson, who's forward and punches that to mid-wicket. And there is quite a turnaround since we were commentating together, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. When we were last commentating together, Pujara seemed to be steadying himself for a big score, showing those ominous signs that he was in form yet again.
Yeah, I mean, he looked, he looked typical Pujara. He just for a good, he looked like he was getting a little fidgety, I thought, and I thought Mir Hamza bowled a really good spell at him. Harris comes in, bowls to Carson, who drills that one away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Slightly over pitching there, Harris, and Carson, who's no mean back, coming in. Number 9 for Sussex, clips the ball away through mid-wicket for a boundary. He goes to 6, Sussex to 158 for 7. I've got some new glasses, and they all, I'm slightly struggling to see the scoreboard over there, so I'll just look at this screen in front of me. That's probably easier, isn't it? Yeah, we are 158 for 7, Carson to 6. Harris again runs in towards us and bowls, and Carson's at it again, but that's a good bit of fielding at mid-on. Is that Mia Hamza there? That's really excellent work, very good indeed by someone who's bowled a lot of overs for Glamorgan today, throwing himself to right. That's just what you want from your overseas, isn't it?
Absolutely, and from a bowler whose grunts you can hear when he releases the ball, deliver it, he's an all-effort player.
He is.
Good to see him do the same in the field.
Congratulations to Ali Orr, former Sussex player, making his maiden 100 for Hampshire today against Durham down at the Rose Bowl. In comes Harris, bowls, and driven. More runs here for Sussex. Thickish outside edge, running down towards the third man boundary. They've taken 2, and that's all they'll settle on, as chasing back is Mason Crane, yet to bowl. Carson goes to 21. Oh, we've got a message on our screen here. Oh, it's gone off. About the power being switched off, but it didn't happen. Hudson Prentice goes to 20. Sussex's leading run scorer last season, Finn Hudson Prentice, with 873 runs from memory. He pretty much cleaned up at the end of season awards. 879 runs at 48 last season. In comes Harris bowls, and Hudson Prentice swings slightly across the lines. He's going to get a single down to a fine leg. Slightly ugly shot, but nonetheless he gets a single. He goes to 22, the total to 162 for 7.
Yeah, Sussex still very much in a difficult position, but the runs are starting to come that little bit freer now, aren't they?
It's been strange actually. Just before lunch suddenly went through a bit of a spurt where Pujara hit a couple of 4s, Allsop hit a 4 through extra cover. But in the main, I think credit here to Sam North East. To be honest, I think he's recognised the pitch. He's set he set good fields. He's frustrated Sussex, and for Sussex to work out how to break the shackles. In comes Harris bowls, good delivery, and also I think Glamorgan have bowled very well as Carson plays onto the onside, and there is no run. I read an email out before we went off on our break. It was from Ian, who was saying. I'd said that any team in Division 2 could win promotion. And Ian said, well, I think every side apart from Derbyshire, which did provoke a bit of a response. But I still believe that. I still think it is a really, really open division. With the amount of draws there's been early on, I mean, Sussex obviously offered to a bit of a flyer. But, you're watching Glamorgan here today, who haven't won a match so far. Sussex are 162 for 7. So I do believe in this division, although Sussex have had a good start, and clearly I hope it continues. Every side potentially is a danger. Yeah,
we had a similar discussion actually when Glamorgan played Derbyshire, thinking, the bookmakers made Yorkshire strong favourites.
Yeah,
with their batting lineup in particular. But yeah, outside of them, and they've not had the best start. They were frustrated to draw at home to Glamorgan last time out. But yeah, it does feel like a wide open division. You look at it there, and on paper, there's not much to. No,
I agree. And indeed, in the game last week, Derbyshire didn't make enough runs in the first innings. But to be fair, they were batting under lights, under cloud, and then they fell away. But you wouldn't. I know they've had a disappointing start, but I just think at this stage you just can't count anybody out. A couple of wins, and you're right up towards the top of the table.
Here's Mason Crane spin for the first time in this match. The leg spinner's on at the Cathedral Road end, and he starts with a dot ball to Finn Hudson Prentice.
Now, he was on a podcast I listened to. That was from the Cricketer as well, I think, a couple of weeks ago.
Here he is, the man on loan from Hampshire. Flights it up, and Hudson Prentice just defends. Yeah, it's an interesting time for Mason Crane, kind of getting his career back on track. Certainly where the red ball is concerned, he'd barely played at all in this format for Hampshire in recent years, but he's played in all but one of Glamorgan's games so far and played well as he's in once again, bowling at a good length, and Hudson Prentice nudges it onto the offside for a single.
Yes, he played a couple of matches for Sussex. It was 2 seasons ago when he was on loan, before he got recalled again by Hampshire. He sort of burst onto the scene, didn't he, when he got selected for England and went out and played in an Ashes series. But not easy for leg spinners in this. Having said that, I mean, Cameron Stead at Surrey has got a stack of wickets in the early part of the season.
Here's Crane to Carson. He flights it up, and Carson is forward defending.
Jane has been in touch. Jane Strong. She says, I'm really enjoying the commentary. I love Edward's Welsh lilt. But has he got 4 for 3 in 5 overs? I'd rather he didn't commentate anymore. I'll tell him that, Jane, when he comes back in.
Here's Crane to Carson. He's onto the back foot, defending, no run.
It was a terrific spell of bowling by Mir Hamza after lunch, though.
It
wasn't
was,
it? I mean, just kept on going and just causing all sorts of problems.
I popped outside just to get a feel for it, and you can hear that a little bit more when you're closer to the players. And his wickets of Pujara and Simpson in particular. As Crane continues, loops it up as a full toss, and Carson gives that the punishment it deserves and plays it through to the boundary and covers for 4.
Yeah. I guess that's the problem with the leg spinner, isn't it? You know, you get the, and I guess that's the thing with Mason Crane, that you bowl 5 half-decent deliveries and then a full toss, and thanks very much, gets driven through the covers for a boundary. But he gave the ball some air, didn't he? And I think he needs to be credited for that.
He did, and perhaps that's one of the signs that comes with a player who's playing regularly.
Yeah.
A bit of confidence. His captain's backed him, and he's playing regularly, and he's not afraid to throw it up there.
Our screener's gone off. Oh, you got one on the other side. 167 for 7. Now, who's this coming on to bowl?
I think it'll be Gorvin switching ends.
Is it?
Yeah.
He's bowled pretty well exclusively as Andy Gorvin. 14 overs, 5 made, no wicket for 29. Did a good holding job, I thought, this morning.
He did, yes. He and Zainul Hassan both kept it tight from the Cathedral Road end, which helped Harris and Hamza.
Well, he's racing in, comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who eases that one through mid-wicket, picks up a single, does Hudson Prentice, who looks to underwear for that clonk on the head. That was a nasty clonk on the head as well of the bowling of James Harris, but he looks okay. He's on 24, 168 for 7.
Mason Crane tends to have done most of his bowling from the river end, so interesting that they have switched it, that Gorvin switched and Crane is now at the Cathedral Road end as well. Perhaps Sam Northeast has seen something in the pitch that suits it that way.
Gorvin in again bowls, and Carlson hits that firmly to Shorty's extra cover. It's fielded by Kieran Carlson, and there is no run. Now, am I very much mistaken, or did Kieran Carlson skipper Glamorgan last year?
He did.
Right.
So Sam Northeast has taken over in the 4-day format, and Kieran Carlson will do so in the 1-day format. Okay. So he's retained some of the leadership, but just not in the red ball.
Gorvin, his bustling approach bowls, and Carlson defends to mid-off, and there is no run.
Sorry, David Lloyd was red ball captain, but Kieran Carlson has captained the team.
Has he?
Before in 1-day cricket.
Yeah, I have a feeling in the championship game down here last year, maybe David Lloyd didn't play, I can't remember, but and there was a bit of talk around Kieran Carlson in the winter, wasn't there? Some some first division counties were rumoured to be looking at Kieran Carlson. Yeah,
and he's still young. He's still only in his mid-20s and performed pretty consistently for Glamorgan over the years.
Indeed, in comes Colin Bowles and driven away by Jack Carson. He's going to get a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Is Byron Carson. He's got a bit of a shift on, but in the end it was a comfortable couple of runs to Jack Carson.
You get the impression if he was to move to a first division county to play on perhaps wickets which are more renowned for big scores, that he might be in the discussion for England Lions place one.
Well, I think I'm quite surprised he's not in the Lions conversation at the moment. I think he's a really good player. There was a game down here, the match, I think it was 3. It was during COVID. Gorvin is in bowls. Oh, and he beats Carson. All ends up outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. 170 for 7. It was the match where Ollie Robinson took 14 wickets, and I have a feeling Kieran Carson got 100 in both innings.
Right.
For Glamorgan, and I thought what a good player he was. I'll check that out actually.
Yeah, he's a very technically sound player, short in stature, so.
Jack Carlson is on 30. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. As Hudson Prentice and Carlson have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. We've got another 5 overs to go until tea, and I think suddenly at lunch, when Sussex were 94 for 2, I didn't perceive them being 170 for 7 at tea.
Absolutely not. No, the pitch seemed to be playing rather calmly. The weather was suited to batting, it seems, but Glamorgan have forced their way back into it as Crane continues. Cathedral Road End, starting with a dot ball to Hudson Prentice. Yeah, and like you said, it was an excellent spell from Hamza after lunch, and has really turned the game on its head as Crane skips in from the Cathedral Road End. A flatter delivery down the leg side, which hits the pad of Hudson Prentice, and Chris Cook picks the ball up.
Yes, this was the game. It was the 15th to the 18th of April 2021. Can you believe that's 3 years ago? My word. Glamorgan made... I'll do it at the end of this over.
As Crane comes in, bowls a full toss, which Hudson Prentice drives, but picks out the fielder, no run. Yeah, he'll get through his overs fairly quickly, Crane. That's despite having, as spinners go, one of the slightly longer run-ups. And he's in once again. Busy action. Hudson Prentice works it onto the leg side for none. He's quite a compact cricketer. Crane, like many leg spinners, not the highest release point with his arm. Busy, energetic run-up, and it's in once again onto the leg stump, and Hudson Prentice watchfully plays that onto the leg side. One ball left in this over. The 60th of Sussex's first innings. They're 170 for 7 as Crane spins the ball in his hands and comes in over the wicket. Hudson Prentice drives and will pick up a single to take Sussex's score to 171 for 7 at the end of the 60th over.
Yeah, so in that game, Glamorgan in the first innings made 285, of which Kieran Carlson made 127 and David Lloyd 84. So no one else really contributed. In fact, Dan Douthwaite was the only other Glamorgan player to get into double figures. No, Chris Cook made 13. Then Sussex made 481. And in reply, Glamorgan's second innings, Kieran Carlson made 132. Yes, he made 100 in each innings. That was a match where Ollie Robinson in the second innings finished with 9 for 78. In comes Gorvin, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's going to get 4 runs. Look at carve that one away through the offside. Big, thick outside edge. Doesn't matter where they go. And the ball goes racing across the turf down to wideish third man for a boundary. Hudson Prentice goes to 29. And Sussex to 175 for, is that 100? Yes, 175 for 7.
Yeah, this partnership's already worth 35.
Yeah,
it's come fairly quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, they have. Finn in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice at it again. That's going to be 4 more. It's wide outside the arm. Good batting by Finn Hudson Prentice. You know, there's no third man in place. The first one, he didn't intend to go there. He was looking to drive that through the covers, but that was a deliberate shot. He just leant back and, realising there was no third man, took advantage and just steered the ball down towards third man for another boundary. And as I was saying, he's just picking up runs, but he's just waving towards the dressing room. I'm not entirely sure why. I think he's feeling okay. He got clonked on the helmet probably 15 minutes ago, but doesn't seem to be showing any ill effects. And he goes on to 33, 179 for 7. And that's prompted a chat between bowler and skipper. I just wonder whether they've got a slip in place, who's Colin Ingram. Yeah, they are going to put a third man in place to cut that shot out from Finn Hudson Prentice. And to compensate, they've got 3 men in a ring on the offside, a third man who's almost on the boundary, a sweeper on the cover boundary as Gorvin is in bowls and Hudson Prentice stands up and defends down the track. There is no run. So it's very much an offside field. The only 3 fielders on the onside was a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. I can see Mir Hamza doing some warming up. I'm probably not going to get a bowl before tea, I wouldn't have thought.
It's strange how a match situation can change the duel between bat and ball. Sussex seemed to be struggling just a few moments ago.
Gorvin in bowls and Hudson Prentice plays that very firmly out through the covers. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary, so it's a good shot for just a single. Hudson Prentice goes to 35. Has that gone up already? It's very quick, the scoreboard here. 34, 180 for 7.
It's as if Hudson Prentice has come into bat completely unaware of what's gone before him.
Yes.
And he's just played his way. He's sized up Corvin and Ul Hassan and thought, these medium paces, that'll do me.
Yeah.
I'll go after you. And while Sussex are still on the back foot, he has shifted the momentum ever so slightly.
Partnership of 40 as Corvin is in bowls and Carson defends to mid-off. And there is no run. So Sussex losing 5 for 44 mid-afternoon here. Tom Alsop the first to go for 29. Pujara for 41. James Coles for 19. John Simpson and Danny Lamb both without scoring. As Corvin turns at the far end, that's the river end of the ground. And runs in towards us. But is he caught? Oh, no, he's not. I'm not sure that was even a chance. I think that flicked off the pad. It beat Chris Cook behind the stumps, and a good diving stop by Colin Ingram in there at slip prevents. Any runs being taken. End of the over. 180 for 7 are Sussex. The over 8 is showing us +1. I've been impressed by Glamorgan's over 8 here today. We're just seeing a replay of that one. Fairly certain it hit the pad. I guess we don't know for certain. And what have we got? 30... They're showing a repeat of that. I wonder if that did come off an edge.
It was a thickish edge, yeah, but the ball seemed to land just at the point where Colin Ingram's hand and the turf met, so...
Not a chance?
Not a chance, no. I don't think. No. I think his hand would need to have been just a few inches further in front for him to get his fingers underneath it. So, yeah, it probably goes down as a good stop rather than a drop.
John Morelli, the Sussex physio, has just come out to talk to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Hudson-Prentice he's talking to? It's not, it's actually Jack Carson that he's talking to. Looks as if he's taking some sort of medication out there, Jack Carson. I was watching, it was Hudson-Prentice who was hit, wasn't it?
It was, yes, but like you say, it does look like Carson has been given some kind of tablet or other.
Yeah. Well, Hudson-Prentice fortunately doesn't seem any the worse for wear for his being hit on the helmet, but Jack Carson is certainly getting some kind of medication there from John Morelli, the Sussex physio. We have got just 3 overs to go until tea, and we're only going to check. Oh, it is still going to be Mason. Oh no, yes, it is going to be Mason Crane.
Here is Crane over the wicket. It's a full toss, which Hudson-Prentice slaps straight to the fielder, but no damage done either way, no run.
He's lucky to get away with that, wasn't he? I think Hudson-Prentice would be frustrated that didn't go for 4.
Here is Crane once again over the wicket. Hudson-Prentice works this onto the leg side for no run. Billy Rootfields. Nick Webb will be rejoining us shortly as Crane spins the ball from one hand to the other and is in. Hudson-Prentice comes forward.
We just need to keep that Edward Bevanov commentary. That's what Jane was saying when he, he took 4 for 3 in 5 overs. Edward.
He could polish off the tail before tea.
What to do with him being dispatched somewhere else?
Prolific. Here's Crane with his leg break from the Cathedral Road end, and Hudson-Prentice manages to get this away for a single, taking his score on to 35 from 50 balls. Sussex 181 for 7.
Yeah, these two have just sort of got some of the momentum back for Sussex. I mean, it's difficult to tell what this pitch is doing until both sides have batted, but there were much needed runs.
Here's Crane once again. Goes on the leg side for no run. 1 ball left in the 62nd over of the day. Crane's 3rd. He'll trot in once again to Carson, who's back and leaving the ball down the leg side. So that's the end of the over. Sussex 181 for 7.
And 2 overs to go until tea. I did have a little wander out about 10 minutes or so ago, and I did see the cake was there. Is that where you've been, Nick? Have you been helping yourself to the cake? Oh, so there we are. There's a ground announcer saying that you can go look at the pitch during the tea interval if you like.
But don't take your cake out there with you, because if you leave crumbs on a length, then
you'll be in all sorts of trouble. Well, it's been a very good session. Now, we're going to see... No, it is going to be Gorvin. I just wondered whether we might see an over from Mir Hamza, but it is going to be Gorvin who's going to come in from the River Taff end of the ground, runs in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who eases that out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Picks up a single. Hudson Prentice goes to 36, and Sussex to 182 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales. Adrian Harms, Nick Webb on commentary duty. Chris Cook standing up to the stumps, as he's done for much of this afternoon.
yeah, just expecting a radio piece in about 3 or 4 minutes, hence my return to the box ahead of schedule.
Gorvin in again. Ball takes on the pad, that's close. Castle looking to turn that away down the leg side. He struck on the pad. It was a peel that it was close, but it sort of lacked that real conviction of a feeling he was definitely out. But he living slightly dangerously there, Castle.
Yeah, again, just sliding a touch down leg side maybe from Gorvin. From the shot played from Carson as well would suggest that, as he looked to work it away through leg side. Yep. Okay.
Oh, that's very professional. In comes Gorvin bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives to short extra cover fielded by the... Well, I thought that was Coulson there. It's not. It's the skipper northeast who makes the stop, leading by example.
Yeah, Coulson to Gully. Don't always see him, or very often see him in that sort of neck of the woods.
Yeah.
It's usually cover or mid-off doing the vice-captain's role, but just switching things around a bit today.
Gorvin again from the river end, in and bowls, and covering up his Hudson Prentice plays him to the offside. No run. Useful runs these for Sussex. 43 so far added for the 8th wicket. After that clatter of wickets, inspired by a superb spell of bowling by Mir Hamza. I thought he was excellent. Making the batters play absolutely everything. Getting his reward. But also I thought some very good skippering by Sam Northeast, who had set fields that frustrated the Sussex middle order. Gorvin in again, bowls and driven. Nice looking shot by Hudson Prentice, but again only as far as a diving Northeast who prevents a run, because there was a man behind him at sweeping on the cover boundary. The wickets over to that side of the ground, Nick, to the right of where we look as if, you know, that looks sort of like late summer wickets almost, don't they?
Yeah, the extreme ones towards the grandstand have been used for nets, basically, because they're too close.
It's a big playing area here at Cardiff. Suddenly square of the wicket. Gorvin in bowls. Hudson Prentice drives, and this time he beats Northeast, who's in there at that cover position. Picks up a single. There is a sweeper on the boundary. Hudson Prentice goes to 37, 184 for 7.
Yeah, we've had the one championship game on that side of the square. The others way to the right. Used, as I say, for the pre-match nets and so on. And between the games, on the relatively limited time that players have to practice between games these days, radio update follows. With an over to go before tea, Sussex are 184 for 7. It's been a fine day for Glamorgan's bowlers, and in particular for Pakistani paceman Mir Hamza, who has 4 wickets, backed up by James Harris, who has 3. The key wicket, that of Cheteshwar Pujara, the Star India batter, who fell for 41, sparking a mid-session collapse, although the visitors have recovered slightly in the last half hour or so. In the final over before tea, Sussex 185 for 7. As Crane to come in to bowl to Carson. floats it up, driven on the full by Carson, but missing out slightly as he punches it up to Ul Hassan at mid-off. No run. So Mason Crane coming into this match with 11 wickets at 40 from the 3 games that he's played. As that's driven out into the offside, eludes a diving northeast, and they walk through for a single to Jack Carson. Moves to 14, 186 for 7. Crane with a 5-fer, having held his nerve under heavy fire at Headingley. He really was being hit round the park at one stage. As Crane floats it up, and it's driven by Hudson Prentice to mid-wicket, no run. Afternoon to Lily, Yorkshire supporter. Says it's hard for spinners early season, but Bass and Moriarty did get 4 wickets each in the Glamorgan first innings last week. Thank you, Lily. Good to have you listening along. Crane bowls, and that's driven on the leg side, half-fielded. Oh, there's a suggestion of trouble for a moment as Hudson Prentice came probably over halfway down. It was half-fielded by Root. Hudson Prentice wanted a single, and Carson quite rightly wasn't interested.
Good bit of fielding that by Billy Root.
Thought for a moment Hudson Prentice might have committed himself too far, but managed to get back fairly easily. Crane is in to bowl, worked away on the leg side by Hudson Prentice, but straight to short fine leg, and there is no run. So Sussex, having taken the lunch at 94 for 2, have lost 5 wickets in the afternoon session for the addition of 92 more runs. It has been Glamorgan's session, thanks to Hamza and Harris, but Sussex starting to fight back and build the suggestion of a respectable total. They've still got some way to go. They're 186 for 7 at the tea interval, and we'll be back with commentary at 4:25.
I've got some tea time scores from around the country. All the other games, like here, are at tea. At the Utility Bowl, Hampshire at 210 for 2 against Durham. At Northampton, Gloucestershire 222 for 4 against Northamptonshire. At Trent Bridge, Lancashire 208 for 4 against Notts. At the Oval, Warwickshire 195 for 6 against Surrey. And finally, the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, Worcestershire, 210 for 3. That's against Kent. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all games here at Sapphire Gardens, including the internationals on the 28th of May, when England play Pakistan, as well as the 13th of September, when England meet Australia. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the matchday hospitality packages which are available for all home games here at Sapphire Gardens. If you're seeking a score sheet, they're available completely free of charge from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase copies of the 2024 Glamorgan Yearbook, as well as Chris Cook's testimonial brochure Chris's brochure is available for a minimum donation of just £5. The Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports, is still open and situated opposite Gate 2. As always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range raising funds for the running of the museum.
There've been a few people come and go up here. Yeah. Just mention it to the press. The stills one, if you see it. People working are okay. Yeah, we probably get that door. Yeah, just mention it. It'll be fine. I wonder why it was all gone. Oh, fair enough. Can you see it? No, I can't. I believe it. That's why all of it. I saw a lot of people talking about it. I didn't know it was a window. It's like it falls on me. You're like that. I haven't seen the street. How much Saturday? When you're there for this morning, that's happening. Wales is happening. I think they're coming to save you there.
Well, welcome back to Cardiff. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dav Pritchard as the Glamorgan players make their way out onto the field. Sussex 186 for 7 at tea. Hudson Prentice on 38, Carson on 14. And Dav, these are important runs for Sussex. 46 these two have added for the 8th wicket after Sussex, we thought they might be batting before tea at one stage.
Well, exactly. Yeah, this game has really swung in different directions as far as the momentum of the encounter goes, because Glamorgan looked to be up against it at lunch with Sussex 94 for 2. Then Mir Hamza and James Harris have really taken control of the game. But then from 147
to resume the batting after
144-7 to the current situation, Sussex will feel like if they can add a few more useful runs after tea, they'll be right back in this game.
That's interesting. I did wonder whether Sam Northeast might decide to hold Mir Hamza back for a new ball, but I mean that's 16 overs away, and I think the way you bowl, that probably Glamorgan will be hoping that they can wrap up this Sussex innings before a new ball needs to be taken.
Absolutely, and the way that Hudson Prentice scored so freely against the medium pace of Gorvin and Ul Hassan in particular, Northeast might be thinking, right, we've seen you make hay from the medium pace, let's see how you cope with something a bit quicker, a bit more devil in it from Hamza, because his spell, that removed 3 wickets after lunch, that was quite a spell.
Well, it certainly was. He's taking these wickets from the River Taff, which he's coming to bowl from now. He's got 2 slips. I don't know if there's a third man. Let me have a look and see. No, there isn't. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men sat back on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep backward square. As Hamza is in, bowls to Carson, who plays very straight to mid-off, and there is no one. I thought one feature of Mir Hamza's bowling was the fact he made the batters play all the time.
Yeah, he did. He's a not quite your archetypal wicket-to-wicket bowler, but he doesn't veer far away from the stumps, does he? And he dismissed some swinging in with his natural angle with his left arm, but then that delivery to dismiss Simpson, the left-hander, was a tricky one as well, wasn't it?
I think Nick was saying he'd only taken 4 wickets all season before today, so this is looking to wrap up this Sussex innings. Carson and Hudson Prentice will have other ideas. Hamza is in bowls and Carson defends solidly to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, and it's not that he's bowled badly in his matches to date. There's been some marginal calls. We've seen him fall on the wrong side of the odd LBW appeal today. He's a very willing competitor, as you would have seen from his time at Sussex as well. Perhaps just not the quickest opening bowler you're ever likely to see, and perhaps when he was bowling with the Kookaburra earlier this season, he maybe wasn't getting the change out of it that he would have liked.
He runs in under glorious skies, bowls, and Carlson forces, or looks to force this one off the back foot, drives it to mid-off. I'm thinking whether these two would know each other. They probably would from Mir Hamza's time at Sussex in 2019. Jack Carson would have just been coming through the ranks. Hamza wanders back to his mark. There's barely a breeze, is there, Dav? I'm just sort of looking at the trees along the banks of the river. Barely moving. It's a perfect, I'm going to call it a summer's day, late spring, but I reckon we're into summer pretty much. In comes Hamza, bowls, and Carson pulls down to fine leg and picks up a single, fielded in there by Zain Al Hassan. One more to Jack Carson. He goes to 15 and Sussex to 187 for 7.
No, you're right. The trees are a useful reference point for the wind here. They do sway quite dramatically when it picks up, as we saw earlier this season. Match against Derbyshire with a lot of wind and rain. Those trees were really moving. But yeah, very still day, very warm, even for this time.
No, it is.
Yeah. What a change from the early matches of the season.
Hamza again. Is in and bowls. Oh, and I don't think that's a great shot by Finn Hudson Prentice, to be honest. It was short. He was looking to pull that out to mid-wicket, but it never looked like it was really there to play that shot. Finn Hudson Prentice rehearses the shot, and the ball rattled through into the gloves of Chris Cook. We were saying earlier on, actually, in general, I think this picture's had decent carry. I mean, Cook took that one round about his midriff.
It has, and James Harris has got the ball to carry well off the surface as well. He's taken a couple of wickets from shorter deliveries, and we've seen others fly past the batters at head height.
Hamza again, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice drives. That's going to be 4 runs. A lovely shot by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Put his feet exactly in the right position and punched the ball away through cover point for a boundary. That's a lovely shot. He goes to 42 and Sussex to 191. So I need to disappear for a couple of minutes now, and I'll be back to update the listeners in Sussex.
Yeah, that boundary, the latest for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has counter-attacked effectively for Sussex since he came in. Very fluent and easy to watch batter in full flow. We'll see James Harris return to the Cathedral Road end, replacing Mason Crane, who bowled from this end before tea. Harris rearranging his field. He's got 3 wickets to his name so far in this innings, as he goes through his warm-ups at the top of his run-up with Zainul Hassan, and Nick Webb rejoins us. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. Just filling in for a few minutes for Adrian.
Harris stands up the top of his mark. Jack Carson to face. Harris is in. Right arm over the wicket. And Carson defends for no run.
John Geraint asks us, not necessarily going to be needed at Sapphire Gardens, but a question prompted by commentary early in the season. Is there a gender-neutral term, similar to batter, for night watchman? Overnight guard, evening guardian, he suggests. Evening guardian sounds like a newspaper, doesn't it?
Here's Harris, right arm over, running in to Carson, who defends. Well,
if you're the female equivalent of Stuart Broad, there's no problem, is there, with Nighthawk?
I was just going to say, yeah, Nighthawk, nice and gender neutral.
But it does imply a certain attacking approach, which wouldn't necessarily be the case. I suppose why it hasn't come up is that there's so few test matches in the female game, or games that are longer than the 50 over format.
Here is Harris over the wicket to Carson, who defends once more. Yeah, that's why the recent Ashes series have seemed like such a treat in the women's game, because we don't get to see them play those longer formats as often.
No, and there's no chance for women to really sort of develop their skills playing long-term innings.
As Harris continues, and rather thin-sounding drive from Carson doesn't quite connect as he'd hoped to.
I remember watching on TV a women's test. I think it was at Wormsley, the Getty ground, a few years back, and it was like watching paint dry. Really, the scoring rate was about 2 and over for much of the game. But you can't really complain when, as I say, they don't play red ball cricket at county level.
As Harris runs in once more to Carson, who drives nicely through the covers, and it looks like he'll get 4 runs for that shot. Indeed he does. Very nice looking shot from Jack Carson, who moves on to 19 and takes Sussex's score to 195 for 7. This partnership now with 55 runs between Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson.
This is not something I've seen mentioned actually in the coverage of the professionalisation of the women's game, switching back to the counties, whether there's going to be any movement towards playing any multi-day cricket as well as the 50 and 20 that they play at the moment.
Harris is in. Carson drives straight this time.
Oh,
that's a good stop from Kieran Carlson at mid-on. Limits what could have been a boundary to just 1 run for Carson. That's the end of the over. 66 overs bowled. Sussex 196 for 7. And this 8th wicket partnership between Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson has been a very effective counter-attack for the visitors.
Yeah, a lot of work to do still for Glamorgan to get this breakthrough. And Mir Hamza 4 for 47. James Harris 3 for 69. A new ball opportunity is 14 overs away. So what will we see? Maybe maybe 2 or 3 from each of these, and then filling in until the new ball, and for them to have another blast in an hour's time, if Sussex are still going then. Hudson Prentice and Carson have every desire to make sure they still are, as Carson faces up to Hamza, who tries to pull and misses, playing over the top of the ball as it goes through to Chris Cook outside off stump. Not sure what to make of this pitch. There's been a little bit of bounce when they have really dug it in. A little bit of swing, but that's not the responsibility of the pitch.
Yes, and when the wickets did tumble, it seemed to be more from a kind of culmination of pressure and accurate bowling, didn't it, rather than any freakish movement or gremlins in the pitch.
Hamza into bowl. Carson will get 4 runs here, cutting it between backward point and the slip cordon, racing down to the third man area for 4. And that is the 200 up for Sussex. Smattering of applause, but of course it is not a bonus point these days, as we have eventually got used to, having the first bonus point at 250 rather than 200 for the batting side. So Carson and Hudson Prentice going very nicely indeed. Their partnership worth 60 runs for this 8th wicket, and putting the table toppers back with some degree of equilibrium, as Hamza left arm round, bowls to Carson, plays defensively to mid-wicket, and there is no run as Billy Root comes round to field. It's always a little bit of extra drama when Root's doing the fielding, isn't there? It's a bit of a hop and a skip and a bounce, looking as though he's enjoying himself out there, which is always good to see as an observer. As Hamza in to bowl to Carson, who plays that one gently to mid-off. Speaking of enjoyment, our best wishes to all those involved in the youngsters' schemes, the Dynamos and All-Stars, that in most cases I think getting underway around about now, with orange plastic bats flying all over the place, occasionally hitting the ball. There's Hamza in to bowl, and Carson plays this one off the back foot back to the bowler. Certainly I think it's been a hugely effective answer to the conundrum of getting kids involved in cricket without being taught at state schools. And congratulations to everyone who's involved in that. It really has been a fine initiative for the 5 to 11-year-olds. As Hamza approaches once more, bowls to Carson, who plays that one defensively out on the offside. 200 for 7 then at the end of the over. 4 runs off it, and Adrian Harms rejoins Dav.
Yes, Sussex starting this session as they ended the previous one. Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Carson scoring aggressively and counter-punching after Glamorgan had them on the back foot with Hamza's excellent spell after lunch. Funny thing to say at 200 for 7, Adrian, but picking up on the vibes out on the pitch at the moment, Sussex seem like the happier, more confident team all of a sudden.
No, I would agree.
As Harris continues from the Cathedral Road end, a full delivery, which Hudson-Prentice plays very nicely through the covers. Not sure if the fielder got a hand to it, because it's not going to reach the boundary. But Hudson-Prentice will return for a second run, so he moves on to 44.
Well, he's no mug with the bat, Jack Carson, coming in at number 9, 438 runs last season, averaging 29 last year. And in his career, averages 21 top score of 87, so he's pretty useful.
He looks like it.
Yeah.
Harris is in. Hudson Prentice pulls the short delivery in between the two fielders on the leg side boundary for a very nicely struck boundary. So he moves on to 48, just 2 away from his half century. Sussex 206 for 7. And Glamorgan just starting to lose what looked like a pretty tight grip on the game not long ago.
Oh, totally. I did wonder how Sussex would react, because generally speaking this season the lower order have been able to make runs when they've had the benefit of a cushion, those up top scoring runs, and they've been able to bat freely. But these two are batting freely despite the fact that Sussex are in trouble. So that's been an impressive response. What is this partnership now worth? 66.
Harris to Hudson Prentice. Oh, he's chopped on. Harris has his 4th wicket of the day. And just as Hudson Prentice looked to be sizing up a half century and more, a very useful partnership of 66 comes to an end. Sussex 206 for 8. Glamorgan have the breakthrough.
Yeah, he's definitely played on, hasn't he? Yeah, let's watch that again.
Finn Hudson Prentice
Second wicket
was
that
bowled by
James Harris has got.
for 48.
So I think he got Tom Alsop, didn't he?
He did, yes. Yeah, Hudson Prentice has played with a real fluency so far, but for once the ball was on a goodish length and it was there to be driven. But there wasn't much foot movement, was there? And it was a bit like the bat was just perhaps a touch too far away from his body. Thinnish inside edge.
Thing coming back
Harris
to
is his
for
4th wicket.
Sussex is R.A. Calvados.
Well, that's his partnership of 66. Is that the highest in the innings? Yeah, it is. Because 50 between Alsop and Pujara. Is that right? Yes. So rescuing Sussex, really. So we've still got quite a lot of cricket to be played tonight. Dav, another 28 overs, including this one. We'll lose 2 if Sussex do lose all their kits. I mean, I think Aric Carvalhos has made a first-class half-century. That came at Lord's and his debut, actually, for Sussex. So it will be interesting to see how he goes here. But you would think that Glamorgan are thinking here, we ought to be batting tonight, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And their captain, Sam Northeast, will be happy that he started this session with his strike bowlers, Harris and Hamza, because he has that breakthrough they were looking for.
I think he's skippered well.
He has, hasn't he? There were some question marks when Glamorgan inserted
They were?
Sussex, but
I was out in the middle, and he won the toss, and there was 1 or 2 looking around, and 1 or 2 people sort of made sort of quizzical faces, and as we walked off, someone said, "What's the news of the toss?" We told him, "Oh, well, actually, it's proven to be." Of course, you could never tell until both sides bat. Here
is Harris continuing from the Cathedral Road end on a length, and Carvalhos just leaves that outside the off stump.
Is that a no ball?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it looks like Harris has overstepped. Is that the first of the innings? I think it might be. Yeah, so Harris will be asked to bowl that delivery again. Sussex 206 for 8. Just a little over 12 overs until the new ball is available. Glamorgan will be hoping Sussex don't live to see that, as Carvalhos leaves the ball once again.
That looked like a good leave by Aric Carvalhos, actually. I guess with the ball cannons for the off stump, we're not going to say that, but it's a day that's ebbed and flowed, doesn't it? I mean, I think at lunch, Sussex going into lunch 96 for 2. Pujara looked in a very Pujara mood, as if there was another really big score around the corner. I don't think we really perceived that Sussex would lose 5 wickets in that session. But a good recovery by Hudson Prentice and Carson.
Here comes Harris, a short ball which Carvalhos ducks out of the way of, and that brings a wicket-taking 68th over to a close. Sussex 206 for 8.
Perhaps slightly forgotten here, James Harris, in this very good performance by Mir Hamza, but he's done a good job for his county today, hasn't he? He's run in and let's get his figures up.
Yeah, it's been a
Yeah, 4 for 75. So, Hamza and Harris have shared the wickets between them in 20 overs. So it's been a really good effort. He's been slightly more expensive, but still going at a little over. Well, not far shy of 4 and over, but you'd take that from your opening bowler, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, they've bowled a very disciplined line and length, haven't they?
I just wonder what Jack Carson will do here, because he does like to get on with it, Jack. I just wonder whether he'll think... It's one of those situations, isn't it, where Harry Carvelos can bat. There's no question about that. But whether Carson might think, a quick 20 or 30 might be useful here.
Absolutely.
We'll see. Sam North East is coming back into slip. And it's going to be Mir Hamza, who's taken 4 for 51, comes running in around the wicket, bowls to Carson, who drives into the covers. There's a grunt with every ball from Mir Hamza. Carson drives into the offside, and there is no run. It's a bit like a tennis player when they grunt when they serve.
Yes, I was thinking that not many bowlers grunt.
No, they don't.
You'd think there would be more.
Slightly off-putting, but actually, to be fair to him, the ball's already reached the batter by the time the grunt comes. It's going to come. 2 slips. Is there a third man in place? Let's have a look. Yes, there is. So scored a number of runs down in that region. Hamza again bowls, and Carson plays that nicely down to deep backward square, picks up a single. I don't think Mir Hamza will be overly upset about that. They'll fancy a crack at the new batter, who is Harry Carvelos. Yet to score. Sussex 207 for 8. I just wonder whether North East will go on the attack here. Yes, he is. So he's brought in a third slip. Billy Root has come up from third man to backward point. They're putting a short leg in place. So quite a number of changes in the field here. There are 3 slips, a short leg, a point mid-off, then on the onside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg and a fine leg. So Hamza trying to cover his bases here. If he does a short one, he's got the short leg in there, and those 3 slips in play as well. In fact, the mid-wicket, they're just moving a little straighter. And I think he was behind the short leg fielder. Carvelos takes guard and surveys the field and waits as Hamza runs in from the River Taff end here on a beautiful day in Cardiff. Round the wicket bowls, and you can see why the short leg was there, but it's well played by Harry Carvelos, who picks up a single down to fine leg. He's on his way, and Sussex 208 for 8.
Yeah, some excited cries there.
There were, weren't there? Yeah, 1 or 2 excited cries of catch it, but it was never really a chance. Elsewhere in the second division today, Gloucestershire 261 for 5. A century there for Miles Hammond. He's now out. He made 112. Hamza bowls, and Carson plays a strange shot. He manages to work the ball onto the onside and picks up a single. The fielder is at deep mid-wicket, so it's a comfortable single to Jack Carson. Sounds like someone's trying to wreck the stand down below us.
The follow-through of that shot reminded me a bit of one of Steve Smith or Marnus Labuschagne's extravagant leads.
You're right. Yeah, you're quite right.
Swishing the bat.
Yeah. Well, Jack would be pleased to be compared to Marnus Labuschagne. Or Steve Smith, who spent 3 games with Sussex last season, just before the Ashes. Carvelos with a twiddle of the bat waits for Hamza, who's racing in, bowls, and Carvelos is solidly forward placed to mid-off, and there is no run. He could hold a bit back, can Harry Carvelos. That was a very confident forward defensive shot, and there is no run. In the first division, Ali Orr's innings for Hampshire has come to an end. The former Sussex man out for 126. Hampshire 236 for 3 at the Aegeus. I'm not sure it's called the Aegeus Bowl anymore, but I know you know what I mean. Rose Bowl.
We all
Hampshire at home.
Yeah, the bowl.
Worcestershire 241 for 3 against Kent at Canterbury. Gareth Roderick not out on 83. Hamza around the wicket bowls. Carvelos lets that go, taken by Cook, and there is no run. That's the end of another Mir Hamza over. He has bowled 18 overs, 5 maidens, has taken 4 for 54 at the end of the over. Sussex are 209 for 8. Carson 26. Carvelos is on 1. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC BBC Wales, BBC Sussex. Adrian Harms and Dav Pritchard on commentary duties. I'm sure we'll see Nick and Ed Bevan later on today. We've still got another 27 overs remaining in the day. We would lose 2 if Sussex are bowled out tonight, but you would, well, you never know what's going to happen, of course, but you would think that it would be surprising if Glamorgan weren't batting tonight.
Yeah, be some effort from the remaining batters. As you said, Adrian, Jack Carson seems a pretty accomplished batters as far as number 9s go, and he's looked pretty comfortable so far. He's got James Harris to contend with now, just 1 slip and a gully. Harris is over the wicket. Carson guides that down to fine leg for a single.
Do you think the odd one has kept a little low?
That one seemed to,
yeah,
didn't it?
Didn't it? Yeah, it did. I just wonder whether it's one of those wickets where, and pretend I know what I'm talking about, but sometimes you hear batters say, oh, you know, the ball's got your name, but you never quite know whether it just feels if the next ball may be the one that gets you.
A bit like Simpson's wicket, that seemed to keep a little low, perhaps. And as you said, sometimes it's got your name on it, and this pitch hasn't been explosive, has it? But there have just been the odd ball here and there, which just kept you on your toes. As Harris is in to Carvelas, who drives for no run.
Just finishing off those scores in Division 1, Lancashire 230 for 4 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Keaton Jennings making 91, and the final game at the Oval, Warwickshire 221 for 7. Sorry, 222 for 7. Ed Barnard 52 not out, but 4 wickets there for Jordan Clark.
Here comes Harris charging in. Full delivery, which Carvelas blocks.
Plays very straight, doesn't he, Aaron Carvelas? And this is a pretty stern examination.
Yeah. 3 slips and a short leg for Carvelas. But he seems to be coping reasonably well so far.
Oh.
As Harris makes his way back to the top of his mark and runs in with his elbows pumping behind him. Ball on a length, which Carvelas blocks.
Duncan has sent an email. He said the signal was for 4 balls gone in the Oval. I know often the umpires do signal to each other when the 4 balls has gone, but it did look like a no ball, didn't it, in a couple of overs ago. Let's just see if there have been any no balls. No, so you're right, it was for 4 in the over.
Oh, right.
So my apologies.
Strange, because the umpire did step towards the crease as well in a way that seems to suggest that Harris had overstepped. Here is Harris again. A short ball, which Carvelas gets hold of. It goes aerial, but...
Oh, it could be a run out.
Trouble here.
Well,
it was Carson with the throw towards the non-striker's end, where Carvelas had made his way to. He didn't connect with that pull shot as he'd like to. It went up in the air, over mid-wicket, rather plugged in the turf, and as he turned to what he thought might have been a second run, Carvelas was sent back by Jack Carson, and that looked like a good decision from Carson.
Yeah, if anyone was going to get to that catch, it would have been Kieran Carlson.
Harris is in to Carson, who drives very nicely. Straight on drive for 4 runs. Yeah, it's one of the shots of the day from Jack Carson, who moves on to 31, and Sussex 215 for 8 at the end of the over.
Well, James Harris is standing with hands on hips, but that was a good shot by Jack Carson. Nothing wrong with that. I'm reading all my emails very quickly because I got caught out in the last home game with a bit of a spoof email, so just a quick look through. But this is one from Duncan. He says the signals for 4 balls gone, and he says, Duncan, a proud supporter in Kent. I'm just going to read what he says. A proud MRGANWG. Duncan, a proud supporter in Kent. I don't know if that's a...
Morganog.
Oh,
so
right.
That's Glamorgan in Welsh.
Is it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Duncan, I know that's a proper email, so thank you. I didn't doubt you, but I just like to scan through. It's very... We get lots of emails, and sometimes you read them, and then you think, oh, was that for real? And 99.9% of them are.
It's good to err on the side of caution with these things.
No, it definitely is. But thank you so much. A supporter in Kent, Glamorgan supporter. wonder if he's at Canterbury today, or perhaps he's just watching the stream. Is it you or me? No, me. Mir Hamza, running in from the River Taff end, comes in and bowls to Carvelos, who I thought for a minute had edged that into the slip cordon. Did you?
Strangely, I did as well. I don't know if there's some kind of optical illusion.
That was weird. I'm going to have these glasses on. I was just about to say, and he's caught.
Same. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
That was weird, wasn't it? What if the lads might show a repeat of that? He just looked for all the world as if that was heading towards, second or third slip. Anyway, we shouldn't have doubted Ari Carvelos, who's 2 not out. And he's facing Mir Hamza, who's looking for a fifer. He's in and bowls, and Carvelos is solidly forward, plays it back down the onside of the track. And there is no run. 3 slips in place, a short leg. There's a backward point, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Am I missing a fielder? Oh yeah, it's the mid-on, mid-wicket. Mid-wicket and the short leg. Not sure who's that's warming up at mid-wicket. It might be just thinking about resting Mir Hamza here. We'll see. As Hamza is in again. Bowls. Carvelos plays very confidently and competently to mid-on. There is no run. And the new ball is how far away?
Just nine
overs.
and a half, yeah.
You've just thought here with North East, he'd probably be pretty keen to keep Hamza going if he can.
Yeah. I think it was Mason Crane going through his warm-up. So, you'd think maybe North East might rest him just until the new ball is available.
And perhaps just try to hasten towards that new ball a bit. Hamza, he's bowled really well, comes in and bowls. Carvelos pulls, and he is going to get 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that at all. Too short for Mir Hamza, and Ari Carvelos dispatches that through backward square for 4 runs. Lovely shot, too short from Hamza, and now Hamza is pointing to North East and saying, I want some protection out there. So the fielder at mid-wicket has gone back to deep mid-wicket. Fascinating game, cricket, isn't it? Because there's someone under the helmet putting pressure on Carvelos. He hits a 4, and suddenly that pressure is removed slightly because the short leg fielder has now gone to orthodox mid-wicket. And the mid-wicket has gone back on the boundary, so Ari Carvelos can breathe a little more easily. Hamza on his way. Bowls. A ball that would have hit the stumps, but Carvelos is forward, plays it down the onside of the track. And there is no run. Carvelos on 6. Sussex 219 for 8. For those just joining us, it's been a really good day. Glamorgan winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. Sussex off to a bit of a flyer with Tom Haynes and Tom Clark, 29 in no time at all. But since then it's been some very good bowling by Glamorgan. And Sussex have been slightly on the back foot. However, both sides have got a bat before we can judge the wicket. In comes Hamza, bowls short, and ducking underneath it is Carvelos through to Chris Cook. There is no run. End of the over. I just wonder whether Sam North East might be thinking, I'll give him a strike bowler a rest for 15 minutes and bring him back with the new ball.
He did seem to be gesturing to somebody that they'll be coming to bowl at the Cathedral Road end. It'll be James Harris to continue at this end, but there'll be a change in the commentary box as I make way for Ed Bevan.
We don't want Edward Bevan on, because last time he was on, he took 4 for 3. He should be banned from the commentary. The Sussex supporters are... Actually, Jane got in touch and said she loved listening to you, so there you go, apart from the fact you're taking wickets. So you're allowed in on that condition. So it is going to be James Harris who's going to carry on from the Cathedral Road end. And he's going to be bowling to Jack Carson, who's batted very nicely for his 31. He's in and bowls, and Carson turns that down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 32, 220 for 8.
All of a sudden, it seems to be more even pace than it's been all day. Not that it hasn't been, but there's less of a threat, it appears, because there have been some playing and missing throughout the Sussex innings. But these, well, Hudson Prentice and Carson and Carvelos, even, they haven't looked at any problem.
He's a... yeah, I mean, certainly Ari Carvelos has a first-class half-century to his name, so...
it looks composed.
Yeah. Harris bowls to Carvelos, who plays on the onside. He was after a single, but it really wasn't there, and Gorvin was in very quickly to prevent a single. I always think it's frustrating for the fielding side in situations like this, Ed, because they'll probably be thinking we ought to be wrapping this up, and
The opening batsman will be thinking, no, okay.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, Byron and Ruth, I'm sure, I think of sort of perhaps thinking about getting the pads on and the last 20 overs of the day.
Might
and how
be
they're going to play.
Byron Al Hassan.
Okay.
We'll have to wait and see.
Harrison, oh, that's short, and there are the balloons, and didn't get up at all, taken by Cook.
That was slow, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it was getting slower. I suspect that Glamorgan had, as far as they knew, Ollie Robinson was going to play, and Seals as well. They were not going to prepare a quick, fast pitch for those two. Oh, had they done it, then they would have been asking for trouble, given their present woes.
Harris over the wicket, bowls, and up on his toes is Carvela, steers that into the offside. There is no run, fielded by Byram, who certainly will open the batting.
He will, yeah.
For Glamorgan. I say it's an obvious thing to say, but you can never judge until both sides. But what's your reading of this pitch, Edward? You know this ground better than I do.
Well, it's an easy, as I said, Adrian, I think it's an easy pitch. Easy-paced pitch.
Harris, number 9 on his back, runs away from us, in and bowls.
Sure.
And clipped away by Carvelos, out to deep backward square, picks up a single.
It's an easy-paced pitch, Adrian, but if the bowlers, it's the old cliche, if they put it in the right place, that's just short of a length. It's difficult to drive. We've seen pitches here like that. And often you see 1 or 2 on the drive on the onside, sometimes 3, and they just, they wallop the ball and it trickles to one of them. In other words, it's not coming on to the bat, and it's one of those pitches which, if you bowl well, you can contain.
Yeah. Harris is in. Short again in the ball. Well, the balloons over Carvelos' shoulder. There is... over Carson's shoulder, and there is no run. 221 for 8 at the end of the over. I was just speculating whether Hamza might come out of the attack and whether that they'll hold him back for the new ball, which is only 5 overs away. Is that right? No, 8 overs away.
Well, with number 10 in, I would have given Crane a twirl, because leg break and googlies against the tail ender. Even though, as you say, he's got a first-class fifth.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Zain Ul Hassan.
Well, you probably heard that, and as Adrian says, how many overs have we got to the new one? 8.
Yeah.
So 4 apiece here now, and then keep Harris fresh. We might see Crane bowling up this end. Well, Hassan is going to be bowling from the far end. No wickets for him. He's been fairly economical.
Yeah. I thought he kept it quite tight before, that little intervening period when Hamza and Harris weren't bowling.
He'll be bowling to 2 slips and 3 on the offside, saving 1. 3 on the onside, saving 1. Here he is. And bowls. And this is played on the onside of the man on the drive there. No run. Carvelos remains on 7. Carson, who's played well, is on 32. And that partnership that we saw between Carvelos and Hudson Prentice, but on 66 for that 8th wicket. Very valuable runs. It's been a good day's cricket.
Oh, really good. Really good.
In comes the next ball. Oh, that's edged down to 3rd man. And that's going up towards the boundary. It won't get there, and they'll come back for a 3rd. Did they come back for a 3rd? We'll see now if this... No, Carvelos gets...
A lot of runs have gone down in that direction today, Edward.
Yes, and it's one of my pet hates, as you might have heard over the years gone by.
Would you always have a 3rd man?
Yes.
Unequivocal.
Unequivocal. In comes the next ball. Simply because, and I've asked professional cricketers this, you're an opening bowler, and you've got 3 slips in the gully, and You don't have a third man, and that's the way. How many times do you see at the start of innings? 4-4-4. And you don't have a man there, but you have a fine leg. Just repeat what I've said again, is that Glenn McGrath, when he was bowling well, he said he wouldn't have a fine leg. The next ball is played on the onside. Desperate bit of fielding there, but they're going to get a single. And they're going to get four, actually. It must have been very well timed there by Carvelis, and I thought it had been parried. As I say, you know, and if he can do without a fine leg, you know, one of the best bowlers the world has seen, and he'd have a third man, though.
Yeah. No, I tend to agree with you. You see no end of runs going down to third man.
Oh, up to 50 runs an innings. 227 for 8. And the next ball is played defensively. And these two now are playing very sensibly. Carson, the anchor, he is on 32. 11 to Carvelis.
I was saying to Dav, he's Jack Carson last season 438 runs. So he's no mug with about averaging 29. So he makes good lower order runs for Sussex.
He's a good cricketer.
He is.
In comes the next ball, and that's driven nicely but straight to cover where Carlson fields. Do you remember when he came down here, and I think he made his debut, and I saw him bowl, and I said, this fella could play for England. Well, he's been on a Lions tour, so
he has. So both he and James Coles went away with the Lions to India in the winter. Paul Farbrace committed to playing two. He said, right from the off, we're going to play two spinners every game.
Good.
That's what they've done. I mean, it helps when one of your spinners is, bats 5 as well.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Mason Crane.
You thought we might see a better.
Yeah, against tailenders. Go back to that Derbyshire game, and Thompson there got 5 for 136 in the second innings, the off spinner from Derby, and he took 7 for 65 in the first.
Yeah.
So 12 wickets in the match. Tells you, always have a spinner inside.
Well, it is going to be Mason Crane bowling his leg spin here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales. Adrian Harms and Ed Bevan on commentary as in comes Crane. Bowls that short and hammered away onto the onside, and that's 400. You just can't bowl there. That's a poor delivery.
Not as a leg spin in any case, is it?
Rather help yourself to Jack Carson. It was short and he just pulled it away through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
And these late runs will probably hurt Glamorgan, because they had Sussex not exactly on the ropes, but very close, 140 for 7, and now it's 231 for 6.
For 8, yeah.
For 8,
yeah.
And inching towards a bonus, which didn't seem likely.
Well, they were 140 for 7 at one stage, so the tail really has wagged. Carson's evades that leg side field. Just the one slip in place as Crane is in a game bowls. This is floated up, and Carson drives through the covers, picks up a single. There is a fielder on the boundary, so he'll be limited to 1. He goes to 37, 232 for 8.
How easily he played that. He just, to show there's no devils in this pitch, especially for a spinner. And if you're a leg spinner and that's coming off slowly, you've got all the time in the world.
These two so far added 26 for this wicket. Carvelis just survives that leg side field. There are 3 men saving 1 in a straight line from backwards square to mid-on. As in comes Crane and bowls, nicely flighted by Crane, but Carvelis works the ball down to deep backward point. It's another single to Carvelis, who's playing a good hand here for his county. He goes to 14. Sussex to 233 for 8, as Edward was saying, closing in on what looked like an
improbable.
Yeah, I would agree. Crane in bowls, cast is forward, and he works this one down towards third man. They're going to pick up at least a couple of runs, and they'll settle on a couple. I'd imagine you'll get 2 all-run 3s here behind the wicket here at Sophia Gardens.
You would if they didn't have ropes.
Yeah. Carson goes to 39, 235 for 8. Come on, Mason, you probably heard the cry in our effects microphone. In comes the leg spinner bowls, and Carson has gone, and he's caught at slip.
Good catch.
And there's a wicket for Mason Crane. That is a very good catch. I think that's Colin Ingram in there, taking the catch low down to his right. And a fine rear guard action by Jack Carson comes to an end. He's out for 39, and Sussex are 235. Let's just see if this turned, Edward.
it did.
It did. That's a very good catch by Colin Ingram. Very good indeed. Low to his right hand side. Well, that was interesting. There was a bit of turn there, you know. Gave a bit of air, and that's a good catch by Ingram. And Mason Crane will be pleased to pick up wicket. Jack Carson wanders off. He's done his bit for his county.
Second highest scorer.
Yeah, he's out for 39.
Will we have fun and games, leg spinner bowling to Seals?
Possibly. I haven't seen an awful lot of Jaden Seals bat. In the first game of the season, he hoiked one perfectly. Was a hoik? It was a perfectly legitimate shot. Smashed the ball over the Spen Karma Pavilion for 6 at Hove. So here he comes. But Sussex will be hoping he can do some damage with the ball, because it'd be, well, you would have thought.
Just thinking, is the pitch quick enough for him? Because I've seen him bowl.
Well, yeah, you never know. I mean, that's a very good point.
As I said some time ago, you're not going to produce a fast, quick pitch for the likes of Robinson and Seals.
The incoming batter for Sussex is Jaden Seals.
So here he comes, a tall 22-year-old West Indian from Trinidad, the leading wicket taker in Division 2.
Why do they all look so broad-shouldered
catch.
and arms, you know, these West Indian fast bowlers?
Yeah. He comes wandering out to the middle. He might fancy having a dip at Mason Crane. We shall see. But it's good. But a good day's cricket. It's a day's cricket that's ebbed and flowed. I mean, the way Sussex got off to, you know, that start with being asked to bat, and when Sussex were 29 without loss, there were a few people scratching heads around the ground saying, "Why on earth have Glamorgan decided to bowl first?"
We all were. Something. Yeah, it'll be interesting to know the answer. It's been a day for the purists like you and I, and Dav Pritchard and Nick Webb.
Yeah, and the crowd that
Don't want to see balls being crashed all over the place for 6 every other minute. And music drowning your ears. There's a time and place for that.
There is. You know, it's a great thing about cricket. There's all formats now. We've got to change, say, a change in the field, because I think a helmet is being bought out, presumably for.
Well, good luck under the helmet to see.
Well, absolutely, because I think Jaden might fancy pulling one away into that. Towards that stand, and do you call it the pavilion there? I mean, it is. Yeah, I mean,
it's the pavilion.
Yeah. So you may be looking to pull one into there. They're gathered around the bat. I would not fancy being at short leg.
Ingram once hit a ball in a 2020 match over the pavilion.
Wow, that's a big hit.
Yeah.
Well, Jaden Seals.
Good luck having short fielders.
In comes Mason Crane, running in over the wicket bowls, and Jaden Seals plays a model for defensive shot. Plays it to mid-off, and there is no run. Nothing wrong with that at all.
No, indeed.
And he surprised us with his. Well, we shouldn't be surprised, because pretty much everyone can bat these days. And a generous round of applause for Mason Crane. 1 for 17 in his 5 overs here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales. Adrian Harms, Ed Bevan, Dav Pritchard, and Nick Webb will be back with us shortly, but it seems almost certain now we're going to see Glamorgan batting tonight. 22 overs. We will lose 2 of those for the change in innings. So if a wicket went down now, or in this over, Glamorgan would face 19, which is an appreciable. And it's one of those little spells. I always think, but when
do you want to bat?
Well, the bowling side have got nothing to lose, and the batting side have got everything to lose in those. I guess if you get off, you go in with no wickets down, it's great. But you generally would think the bowling side think, well, this is a real opportunity here.
Well, his hand continue comes in, bowls Cabellas, who goes hard and not very high, and just drives it. He went hard at it. I think I'd put my long off for long on back here. He made his intentions clear there.
He did, didn't he? He's played very straight and very correctly, Harry Cabellas.
Yes.
He's just sort of surveying that leg side boundary now.
And they are going back slowly. Mid-wicket's going back.
Yeah.
Well, Hassan bowls. That's
unusual to say Cook not take it cleanly.
Yes, he's kept beautifully, as it's always all summer.
Oh, he's a lovely wicketkeeper, isn't he? Yeah.
Kept a bit low, that.
The odd one has kept a little low, isn't it, Edward? I just wonder. I was
Yeah.
talking with Dav earlier, saying I just wonder if this sort of pitch where players say you think your name might be on one of these.
It's the old Sapphire Gardens wicket. They're in slow and low. In comes the next ball, and they get a run down towards fine leg. And fine leg comes charging in, knowing that you've got your number 11 there, and there's an opportunity to finish the innings. 3 bonus maximum bowling points for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
And strange to relate with this very powerful batting side, not one yet for Sussex.
No.
They need another 14 runs.
They do.
Can they eke them out?
Well, I'm sure they'll be thinking that, because I still maintain, we had an earlier emailer who said he felt that Derbyshire weren't in contention, but I think everyone's still in with a chance. Couple
At
of
this
wins.
stage, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Well,
good delivery. Beat Seals, all ends up. But it wasn't straight. And it goes through to Cook. 2 slips waiting there.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Sussex have won 2 games and they're well clear at the top of the table. But it's going to be a tight division, and 2 or 3 wins on the bounce, and you're right in the mix.
I think that, although you're not losing Pujara, are you?
We are.
Are you?
Yeah, after the 7th game.
For the season?
Yes.
In comes the next ball, left by Seals outside the off stump.
Yes.
He did play Test cricket, but only not one day.
Well, he played. Yeah, I mean, he played in the World Cup final last year at the Oval.
Of course he did. Yeah.
But no, my understanding, he goes back to India, and then Daniel Hughes, the Australian, arrives. He'll play T20. I would imagine he'll probably. Well, he is an opener, so I'd imagine he'll open in the Championship. And Jaden Seals goes back. He's replaced by Nathan McAndrew.
Here's the next ball. That's a good-looking shot through extra cover, which will get in 4. Glorious shot.
Nothing wrong with that.
Certainly. He rushes up to the boundary, and really opportunity here now as the score moves on to 240. The sun is on 1 score. That's better. We look to our one on the left. 240 for 9. And you'd think, yes, we might get these runs, these 2. We'll get a point anyhow.
Yes, what Paul Farbrace wanted to do, Edward, was have a pool of overseas players that come in at different times, but it's all pre-arranged. I mean, Sussex, there was a season where it was ridiculous. I just couldn't keep up with who was coming and going. I mean, it was just madness. But this season, they've got Pujara for 7, they've got Seals for 7 and a bit of T20. Pujara goes, and Daniel Hughes comes, then Jaden Seals goes, Nathan McAndrew comes, then Nathan McAndrew goes back to Australia, I think early September, and
As they all do.
Yeah, they have to go back, don't they, end of August. Mason Crane coming in to bowl to Ari Carvelos, beautifully taken down the leg side by Cook, and there is no run.
In the old days, you see, you'd get your 2 and that would be it for the season.
Yeah.
And we were lucky here at Glamorgan when you got somebody like Michael Kasparov for the whole season, Waka Yunis for the whole season, Matthew Elliott, I remember.
Mason Crane in bowls to Carvelos, who defends down the onside of the track, no run. Yeah, and I mean, what all you hope is you have these plans that nobody gets injured. That's the so last year Jaden Seals should have come, but he was injured. But he's done really well this season. In comes Crane, bowls. Carvelos glides and around the corner.
I think if I was Crane here,
single.
I'd toss one right up above his eye line to Seals and see what he does. He might put it over the stand, or he might miss it, or he might get caught at long on.
241 for 9. Glamorgan, for those of you just joining us, and people I guess maybe finishing work for the day and just switching on for the first time. Glamorgan winning the toss, deciding to bowl. Sussex, Finn Hudson-Prentice top scoring with 48, Chedishwell Pujara 41. But it's been a good performance by Glamorgan, led by Mir Hamza and James Harris, both of whom have taken 4 wickets. Still another 20 overs remaining in the day after this one. Now, that leg side field, there are just the 1 man back on the leg side.
And they got long on.
In comes Crane bowls, and Seals is not to be tempted.
I'm just wondering if, conscious of the fact they need 9 runs, they might just push it around, get the and then have a dart, as they say.
Yeah. Crane tosses the ball from hand to hand. Is in and bowls. Oh, that's hammered away by Jade, and that's going to go for forwards. A poor delivery by Mason Crane. It often happens with a leg spinner. It's a
One bad ball and over.
Yeah, and it's smashed away by Jaden. So he's not going to miss out on that. He goes to 8. Sussex 245 for 9.
I see when you analyse, you think, 140 for 7. But I think anybody who supports Glamorgan and the team itself would have accepted 245 for 9.
Yes.
First thing this morning.
Yeah, I think
You look at it that way.
in comes Crane, bowls, and forward comes Seals. He's going to pick up a single, plays the ball to Bidon. Looks very confident. 11th, number 11 does Jaden Seals. He goes to 9. 246 for 9. Sussex 20 overs left to be bowled today. So it would be surprising. I remember last season here, Henry Shipley and I think it was Ollie Carter hung on for about 20 overs at the end of the match
Was it?
to secure the draw.
They did, yeah, I remember.
For a long, long time. And Glamorgan just couldn't take that elusive final wicket.
And Henry Shipley, of course, coming in at 11, was an accomplished batsman.
Yes.
I read afterwards that he batted normally about 6 or 7, or even higher, for his club side. Well, Hassan starts another over and beats Seals outside the off stump. He's left-handed. He's got the wicket-keeper standing back and 2 slips waiting there. 246 for 9. The odds on Sussex getting a batting point now, which looked far away at 140 for 7.
Yeah, it did. A long way away.
Yeah, because Hassan from the river end bowls to Seals. Seals is forward, thinks of a run, but the fielders on the onside converge very quickly, and there's no run.
I tell you, that was a shocking throw from Kieran Carlson. He threw the ball, I think, to Sam North East.
On the half volley, didn't he?
Yeah, and he wasn't very happy, Sam North East. That's the sort of one he could easily damage your finger.
Quite easily.
I don't think he was desperately impressed, the skipper. Was it the skipper? Is that Sam North East there in cover? No, it's not Sam North East, it's at second slip. I don't know who that was in the covers, but I don't think he was too happy.
Next ball is pushed away. And, there is no run.
It's Gorvin.
And we go. And I don't think he would pull rank with Carlson somehow.
No. He bowled nicely. Gorvin, 17 overs,
bowled
5
tight.
maidens, 0 for 43.
Nothing threatening, just kept the score down and bored them somewhat. Round the wicket comes Al Hassan, bowls to Seals. Seals is forward. Good length ball, there's no run.
I'll do this next over and I'll
I think there'll be a double change there.
I'll disappear. Duncan Evans has been in touch. He said, I'm watching in Sevenoaks on the stream. Yes, he says, I've listened to the great Edward and Nick for years. Another great commentators from opposition counties. That's very kind of you, Duncan.
Very kind of you, yes, indeed.
Nice place, Sevenoaks.
Oh, lovely. Been to Tunbridge Wells to watch the cricket, have you?
Yes, I have. Yeah, Sussex played down there probably 4 or 5 years ago now.
Well, Hassan bowls left outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. There's no run.
Went down there. It was May time, so all the rhododendrons were out.
Beautiful.
At the is it the Neville Ground?
The Neville Ground, yeah. Upstairs, up on the top, you commentate from.
No, actually, we were on the I remember it was roasting hot, and we were on the balcony out the front. So
we played a 2020 game. It was shambolic again because the scoreboard didn't know what he was doing. He hadn't done it before. In comes the next ball, gun barrel straight and blocked away on the offside. That's the end of the over. 246 for 9, and it was something like 1 run or the last ball you needed. Nobody knew. We couldn't say, well, Glamorgan have won or Kent have won. We just didn't know, and we ended up Glamorgan had won by a run. And on cue, Nick Webb comes in to take.
Yeah, I'll do one more over, then I'll get Nick and Dev will come in. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it was shambolic. I don't think they play there now, do they? I hope
Do you know, so many counties don't play. I mean,
Sad,
Glamorgan,
isn't
you play a 50 over away from here. Did you play at Neath?
Yes, 250 overs, successive days, yeah.
So I'll do this over, then I'll disappear. Mason Crane's going to come into bowl to Ari Carvelos, who's 16 not out. He's in and bowls short, and Carvelos plays straight back down the track. Crane feels of his own bowling. There is no on. The new ball will be available in 2 overs after this one. You'd have thought that Mir Hamza will be desperate to get his hands on that.
A 5-4?
Yeah, or James Harris, one of the two. These two will have different ideas though, Carvelos and Seals. In comes Crane bowls, gives that plenty of air, driven nicely by Ari Carvelos as Sussex inch ever nearer to a batting bonus point, 247 for 9. Jaden Seals just may have his eye on that leg side boundary.
Yes.
4 to bring up the 250.
I think he'll push.
Do you?
Try and make sure of a point. You never know. We always say it, a point at the end of this season.
Yeah.
Maybe the difference of promotion.
So we ought to mention Duncan's email again. Thank you to Nick and Edward for their great commentary down the years. In comes Crane, bowls, and Seals hammers that to mid off. He'll feel he rather missed out then, Jaden Seals.
Yes.
He looks as if to say that should have gone for 4. It was driven straight to you can rehearsing the shot. Yeah, it was a full toss. He was fortunate to get away with that, Mason Crane. Nonetheless, he does. And he's running in again. Bowls and Seals is hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Oh, look at Mason Crane's appeal.
Mm.
Wow. And look at Cook as well. Hands on hips.
So we'll look from the other end on this. But why wasn't that out?
Well, it looked a good shout, to be honest. It looked a very good shout. Difficult to see where that was missing, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Oh dear. There we are.
Crane in again, bowls, and Seals cuts firmly to backward point. There is no run. I mean, I'd rather see an umpire doing that rather than the finger going straight up. But that did look very, that looked very out.
I think we can have a look again.
Oh, that's out, isn't it?
It wasn't hitting leg or off. It was hitting middle.
Yeah, that's a reprieve for Jaden Seals. In comes Crane, played by Seals to backward point. There is no run. End of the over. I'm going to make way for Nick Webb.
And I think, am I making Webb way for Dove here, Nick? Stay here, he said.
Stay on. That's writing. Mr. Pritchard is composing the written word.
Wonderful. I shall look forward to reading it tonight.
BBC online report.
I should be in 20 minutes changing languages.
To bowl at the river end, Kieran Carlson.
Last over before the new ball at that end, anyway. What's today's adjective? Athawal, promising?
Cluthianus, I think.
Cluthianus, yeah. Successful.
I just say, Nick, when you were out there that Glamorgan never settled at 11 o'clock at 2:40 odd for 9.
Oh, certainly. But at 1:40 for 7, Sussex would have settled for
that's how it goes.
the possibility of this sort of score. Kieran Carlson, who thankfully will not be bowling to Jack Carson. Carlson then to Carvelos on 17 not out. 3 runs needed for the bonus point as Carlson bowls, and Carvelos on the back foot plays to cover, and there's no run.
Talking about appealing, and I was not annoyed, of course, last week, and I'll tell you about it now.
Carlson bowls, Carvelos drives to a very deep mid-off and turns down the single, interestingly. Frankly, I thought they'd have taken every run they could get with 3 needed for the points. As Carlson has the ball back in his hands, bowls, and Carvelos works it away on the leg side, no run.
Just going to say, Nick, Jack Tattersall and Adam Lloyd last week, they used to admonish for over-appealing. I've never seen anything like it. They were leaping and leaping and leaping.
Moriarty wasn't backwards and coming forwards. as the next ball is played by Carvalhais back to Carlson, and there is no run.
This is single here, just under long on.
I'm not sure why Carvalhais is trying to protect Seals, who smacked a couple of boundaries.
Yeah.
As that's worked on the leg side, they will take the single this time out to deep mid-wicket. Carvalhais moves on to 18 and the total to 248 for 9. And Jayden Seales has the last ball of the 79th over to face. Here comes Carlson around the wicket to the left-handed last man, who plays no shot. Through it goes to Chris Cook, 248 for 9. We're talking about whether a neutral term would be needed to for night watchmen in the women's game if they played red ball cricket. And Emir Evans suggested night nurse as a gender neutral term. Specially concentrated when required prior to the close, relieves top order batters' nervous tendencies and symptoms, helping you to get a good night's sleep. Other cough medicines are of course available.
Yeah. Night matron.
R.M. Kane says, looks like a usual Gardens pitch lacking in pace. Hope it takes spin later.
Here's Crane then, bowling from the Cathedral Road end, the commentary end. And he'll be bowling now to Carvalhais with a couple of runs needed. Up he comes, bowls the first ball. Driven up to short, mid, extra cover. No run. 2 runs needed for the bonus. And Carvalhais and his partner are taking great time here, making absolutely sure point is a point. It's Crane. Comes in past the umpire, tosses this one up. Forward comes Carvalhais.
And in response to our earlier speculation, we're told that Zainul Hassan will come in at number 7 rather than opening.
We've been told officially, have we?
Well, that's the steer from the dressing room.
Oh. There's the next ball. Nearly caught it slip. He was driving, got an edge. There, that will be the bonus runs. Those rather will be the bonus runs. And an edge which evaded Colin Ingram, where he took a very good catch a couple of overs ago. Let's look at this again. Oh, it went to his right.
Flashed part at catchable height, but flashed fairly quickly.
250 then. And, they'll start playing some attacking his shots now. Crane comes up, bowls a Carvalhais, and he goes for the biggie.
Hello.
And it's coming up here, and that is 6 runs. As soon as they get the point, bang, out comes the big gun. And hammers it past him. As if to say, well, yes, 2 balls left, and then we're going to face pace. Here's the next delivery, played up to short mid-on.
That was fired in a bit quicker from Crane, wasn't it?
Yeah.
None of that nonsense.
Yeah, the clunk onto the advertising board this end. Last ball of the over, which is played out onto the onside. That's the end of 80 overs. 256 for 9. A good recovery this from 140 for 7. Glamorgan might think it's just been going away from them. But that LBW shot, Nick, I don't know if you saw the replay, it looked absolutely dead as a toenail.
Yes, but as you say, you'd prefer to see the batter given the benefit of the doubt. If the umpire thinks any exists, then
didn't happen last
then
week.
the umpire's guessing.
To bowl at the river end with the new ball, Mia Hamza.
So here we are, new ball, 256 for 9. Glamorgan have 3 bowling points. Sussex have 1 batting point. Will they have ambitions to go any further? Well, I'm sure they'll do their best, but it would be improbable, as this Sussex tail continues to wag from 140 for 7. They've since added 116, losing only 2 more wickets. Carvalhais' 6 was the first of the match.
Carvalhais has got a first-class 50, I'm told, and Swales looks as if he can hold about it. Well, Leo, as Adrian was saying, everybody bats these days.
Here's Mir Hamza then into bowl to Jayden Seales, and he's chopped that one down into the gully. Not sure whether he was actually looking to play it.
I think he was leaving
down there. Yeah. It did seem a rather peculiar shot from the Sussex number 11, but he's done his job. He's got a couple of boundaries. He's helped them to a bonus point, which
I think he'd be more comfortable attacking by the looks of it.
yes, we'll probably see him tearing in with ball in hand as well before too long has gone, as Hamza's in bowls to Seales, who's in behind it, playing it perfectly competently and defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Hamza and one presumes Harris in the next over, if he gets a chance, will be vying for the 5 foot. Mason Crane having made sure that they can't both get it by removing Jack Carson.
And I'm sure he'll be delighted if he can get a 5 for Hamza, because he's only taken 4 wickets in 4 games. Wanting to make an impression, I'm sure.
Here comes Hamza, bowls outside off stump, the usual grunt of effort, but Seales will have nothing to do with it and allowing it to go through to Chris Cook. He hit it on the stumps. Hamza into his 20th over. He has 4 for 58.
Good economy, right?
Yeah, James Harris 4 for 83. He's bowled 22 overs. Gorvin 0 for 43, Al Hassan 0 for 36. Carlson 1 over, conceded a single. Crane 1 for 32 off his 8. Hamza in, bowls up in the block hole, whisked away off his legs down to backward square by Seales for just the single, to 57 for 9. Carvelis 26, Seales 10, as Carvelis takes a fresh guard from umpire Watts. Some of the crowd have just started to drift away, but
the sun-drenched crowd.
Yes, not many have moved round into the sun. There's a lot in the shade.
Very, very hot.
Castell Howell stand. And Hamza's into bowl to Carvelis, who's beaten by that one as it goes through to Chris Cook. Yeah, certainly the hottest cricket watching weather that we've had in this neck of the woods. Well, the hottest weather, full stop, I guess.
I would have thought so, yes. Last Saturday was very hot. Very hot.
Yes, it was actually, looking back, it wasn't till Sunday, I don't think, that we got the sunshine in Headingley.
There's times you need to come up the M1.
Here's Hamza in to bowl, and Carvelis has launched himself into that one. That's a lovely shot, smashed it straight back past him for 4 runs, and Hamza stands and thinks, well, you're number 10. Where did that one come from?
Sorry.
Where did that one come from? Adrian will be back to relieve you very shortly, Edward, because I know you've got work in the language of heaven to do. So thank you very much indeed to Edward Bevan, and we'll just swap microphones and Adrian and I will take it onwards.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
So as predicted, it is James Harris with the new ball, looking to complete a 5 for 4 for 83 next to his name on the board at the moment. A couple of them chopped on. Opener Tom Clark top edging a pull up to the keeper. Danny Lamb edging to slip. Harris then looking for a 5 for. We'll be bowling to the rear gunner, Jayden Seales. It's outside off stump through low. Good take by Chris Cook. Low down, diving to his left. James Harris's best figures last season were 4 for 18, so he'll be particularly keen to get a 5 for. as he makes his way back in the still very warm early evening sunshine. Runs away from us. Bowls a swing and a miss from Jayden Seales as he turns, walks a few steps towards the pavilion. I thought for a moment he was walking, but no contact made. No excitement close to the wicket. As, that was wide from Harris, and Seales probably thought he ought to have dispatched it to the boundary. 261 for 9 then. Sussex having been 131 for 3 at one point, but then losing 4 wickets for 9 in mid-afternoon, as Harris in to bowl to Seales, who defends this one in orthodox fashion out on the offside. No run. So the wickets to fall today, those of Haynes for 19, Clark for 18, Alsop 29, Pujara 41 to start the crash. Simpson no score, Coles 19, Lamb no score. As Harris bowls to Seales, who plays that one off an angled bat down to Byram at backward point, and there's no run. Then after the recovery from Hudson Prentice and Carson, Hudson Prentice went for 48 and Carson for 39. Glamorgan trying to break this last pair, who came together with a score on 235. I've added 26 so far. Harris into bowl. Seales defends out on the offside. No interest in scampering a quick single. Morgan's over 8 on the board is still +1, so no huge need for these two to hurry. 5 dot balls strung together by James Harris. And this is comeback over a slightly weary trudge, as befits a man who's bowled 23 overs in his 18th season in first-class cricket. As he bowls to Seales, and that one goes through to Chris Cook, and Seales has got an odd habit of taking a few steps away after each delivery, and you thought, well, did he nick that one or what? But no, he remains there. 261 for 9, and these tail-enders continuing to defy the home attack.
Yeah, it's been a strange game with momentum swings in both directions. Hard to call whose day it is so far, isn't it? Just been sketching out my match report and haven't committed to an intro yet, because it's hard to really say who's in the ascendancy.
Yeah, I think if you offered Glamorgan 261 at the start of play, they'd probably have snapped your hand off, as they say. Hamza then into bowl, and Carvallis just defends gently out on the offside, no run. Dav will return to his written labourings. Read the BBC Sport website. It is by and large a very fine work. Adrian Harms is back with us after his latest radio update, as Edward Bevan updates BBC Radio Cymru listeners next door. As Hams is into bowl, outside off stump, wide. Ooh. Wide given, good heavens.
Wow, I don't see many wides, do you? That was...
No, there was...
I'm not sure it was, really.
There was one obvious one earlier in the day. It went for 4 wides, but that one, yeah, that's fair enough. It has actually gone away considerably off the pitch in addition to the angle, and the replay shows that it probably was around about the white line, and therefore unreachable by Carvallis.
This is frustrating for Glamorgan now, isn't it?
It is. It's not tilting the day back in Sussex's favour, but giving them a possible opportunity, as that's closer to off stump, but still doesn't need playing by Carvallis. That if either if they can bat through to the end, they'll be 300 plus, or alternatively, if a wicket falls in the next few overs, they'll have maybe 6 or 8 at the Glamorgan openers and try and make inroads in return and try and even up the day's play. But you've had too many good days already this season, Adrian. There's Hamza bowls. Carvallis works it down to fine leg, may have been just off the pad. They go through for a single. There was some inside edge involved. Carvallis moves on to 31, 263 for 9. Haven't been that many days of struggle, I guess, for Sussex so far this season.
I said actually I did a little report online mid-afternoon, and I said when John Simpson was out, they went to 133 for 5. That for the first time this season, Sussex were under a bit of pressure. And how would they cope? Well, I think they've coped pretty well since then.
Hamza bowls to Seals, who works it on the leg side, no run.
So, the first game of the season against Northamptonshire, had it not been for rain on the final evening, I think Sussex would have won that game. Northamptonshire was sort of 63 ahead.
Yeah.
And a wicket remaining, so you'd have fancied Sussex to win that. Leicestershire, Sussex would have been favourites, but not odds-on favourites. Again, it rained. But Sussex could have easily won 3 of the first 4, and they've been very good. After some years of pretty poor stuff, it's been a revelation really this season so far.
That is defended by Seals on the leg side, and there's no run. But it is very much the bulk of the side that was with the county last season. Is it with only Lamb who came on loan, did he, last season? Or
no,
he was with the staff last season.
Yeah, Danny Lamb came in the winter. He was on loan at Somerset. We played against him down in a 50 over at Taunton. Lamb
it's only
and
Lamb and Seals really, and Simpson.
The
bulk of the side. The same, but a couple of additions can obviously pay dividends, as it has with Sussex. As Hamza bowls outside off stump, hasn't quite got his radar in this spell with the new ball as yet, and Sussex have added a further 7 runs since the new ball was taken. They're 263 for 9.
Interestingly today, the two new signings, John Simpson and Danny Lamb, were both out for ducks. But I think their experience around the side, I think particularly John, it's just what Sussex needed, that sort of winning mentality. But it's still early days, and I think Paul Farbrace was right when he said no one's getting carried away. The next 3 games, Glamorgan here, obviously, then they got Yorkshire coming up next week, and then away at Middlesex. So I think after 7 games, it'll be a good time to assess, where Sussex are. But the early signs are very encouraging. In comes James Harris, over the wicket bowls, and Carvallis plays very straight to mid-off. Been impressed by Harry Carvallis today. 31 not out. Became a father for the first time in the winter. Did Harry, and he's been in and out the cycle. When Ollie Robinson has played, when Ollie Robinson has played, Harry Carvallis has been the one to drop out. In comes Harris again, bowls, and Carvallis is right in behind that, punches that to mid-off, and there is no. And all of a sudden, this looks very benign. Makes you wonder how Sussex lost those. Was it 4 for 9? 4 for 9.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a build-up of pressure.
No, it was. Yeah.
Couple of ducks in, as you say. Play up Pompey saying it looks ridiculously short. Boundary on the pavilion side. Well, it may look that way on the stream, but I wouldn't say it was.
No, not ridiculously short.
Particularly,
Harris running away from us in the bowl, short, and he has a dip at that, does Carvallis. That's a very good take by Cook, tumbling away down the leg side. Carvallis will probably be disappointed he didn't pull that away for a boundary, but it was a really good stop.
Yeah, well taken by Cook. Yeah, on the pavilion side, I've seen far shorter, certainly. And I think we're actually 1 strip in towards the centre from the previous wicket on this side of the ground, by the look of it. Against Derbyshire in round 2.
Okay.
So they were going to play on the grandstand side, but it was... Or was it? Oh, I can't remember. Perhaps it was the University's game that was played on that strip, and the Derbyshire on the other side.
Harris is in again. Well, short down the leg side, pulled away by Carvelos, and he's dropped. Oh, that's a horrible drop. Had a deep backward square. That was a really straightforward catch. It's been put down by Ed. Is it Byron now? No, it's
Byron.
Yeah. Well, that was a poor drop. It was pulled away. It was in the air. It was straight to him. He didn't really have to move, and I think he's wondering how on earth he managed to put that down, to be honest. Anyway, Carvelos gets a life on 31 and Sussex on 263 for 9, and Byron will be very, very disappointed about that.
Yeah, the only thing we can say in his favour really is that he's got the shin, very big shin pads on, but he seemed to get there okay.
He did, yeah.
Probably owes James Harris a pint if Harris fails to complete a 5 for now.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. So, Harris comes into bowl to Jaden Sills. He's in bowls, and Sills works this one to Byram, who fills this time at a point, and there is no run.
Maybe.
Was he looking into the sun, maybe?
Slight bit of looking into the sun. It wasn't directly into the sun, but might have had that in the corner of his eye.
Yeah.
But, as you say, should have been taken.
Well, it looked like it was straight too. I mean, I'm always mindful. It's very easy sitting here to say, "Oh, he should have caught that. Should have caught that." He didn't mean to drop it, but it did look a reasonably straightforward chance. Harris in again bowls. Sills that's a terrific take by Cook. In fact, I don't think he took it cleanly, but he dived away to his left-hand side, and James Harris, perhaps not getting it quite in the right area. Nonetheless, it's the end of another over. 264 for 9. We have got another 12 overs remaining in the day. So what are we looking at here? Probably about a 6:30 finish, something like that.
Yeah, it's a maximum of 9 for Glamorgan to face, even if they take a wicket in this over. The ball has swung a bit all day, hasn't it?
It has swung. Yes, it has. I mean, that certainly swung away, didn't it?
Not always at the right time as far as the bowlers are concerned.
Well, if it reaches the stage where Glamorgan thinks, I mean, I'm sure they want to get this wicket, but when you get sort of 4 or 5 overs to go, when you get to that stage, you think, actually...
bowl wide for a couple of overs. Just hide the ball for a couple of overs.
I'm sure Byram is thinking, I really don't fancy going out there for 3 or 4 overs, but I'm sure they'd want to take the wickets tonight.
Here's Hamza in to bowl, and that's through outside off stump. 264 for 9 it remains. Yes, Glamorgan might be thinking in terms of a night watchman, which could be Crane, Harris or Gorvin, really, if they want to protect one of the 2 top order batters. Harris has certainly opened as a night watchman before.
We'd have done his day's work, James Harris, if that does happen.
Probably rather not. Maybe Crane will be a bit fresher. Hamza in to bowl. Short pulled, or an attempted pull by Carvelos. I thought he was watching it disappear into the cricket centre for a moment there, but didn't make contact, and very unobtrusive take from Chris Cook going down leg side. So 29 added by these 2 for the last wicket, and it's been 124 so far since the 7th wicket fell, with Hudson Prentice hitting 48 and Carson 39. Carvelos is 32 not out, so a tail end recovery towards respectability from Sussex as Hamza bowls and beats the outside edge as Carvelos pushed forward vaguely. Didn't make contact.
See, there's a story on the BBC website saying Anderson future in doubt after McCullum talks.
Yes, there seems to have been a briefing that maybe it will be the last hurrah for Jimmy Anderson this summer.
The Sri Lanka series begins at Emirates Old Trafford, Anderson's home ground. Didn't realise he's 42 in July, Jimmy Anderson.
Concentrate on his podcasting work. Hamza bowls outside off stump, no shot by Carvelos. Glamorgan members have been invited to a forum next Friday during the lunch interval of the first day of Glamorgan Middlesex.
Oh, that's interesting.
The coach, Grant Bradburn, will be presenting his vision for the club,
Oh, right.
and Dan Cherry, the chief executive, will present an update regarding the commercialisation of the 100 tournament. He says that there wasn't a deadline of today for the counties to give their views, as has been reported in some places. Hams are in, bowls, and Carvallis dabbles at that and just gets his bat out the way at the last moment. This 10th of May was reported in some circles as being a possible cut-off date for the counties' decisions. First-class counties and their members, says Mr. Cherry, will be given time to consult and deliberate over any proposals. Any investment will be considered by Glamorgan on the following basis: any decisions to be taken in the best interest of and to protect the future of Glamorgan, continue to support the ECB in growing the game from the grassroots through to elite pathways. As Hamza is in to bowl edge down to third man for a single by Carvallis, 265 for 9. To support all 18 counties and protect all formats of the game, and to be leaders in women's sport and continue to grow the women's and girls' game. Those are criteria put forward by Dan Cherry, who is the Glamorgan chief executive, for opening bat of this parish.
So there's a meeting next week, did you say, Nick?
Next Friday is the members' forum.
Right, and is that after play, or...?
It's in the lunch interval.
All right, OK. It doesn't leave a lot of time, does it, in a lunch interval?
No. Well,
Well,
these things can go on if there's not some sort of time limit.
I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. James Harris is racing in, 11 overs left tonight, comes in and bowls to Carvallis, who punches this into the covers. There is no run. The runs of, well, these two have added nails at 265, they added 30 for the last wicket. If a wicket goes down now, Glamorgan would have to face 8 overs tonight. 2 slips, a third man, point cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and a fine leg. Ooh, sounds like an update for you, Nick.
It's not for another 5 minutes,
No.
so...
Harrison bowls, and Carvallis eases that one away to deep backward square. Picks up a single, Ari Carvallis, who goes to 34 very competent runs from the number 10. 266 for 9.
Yeah, he's looked better than a number 10, and Seals probably better than quite a few number 11s.
No, I would agree. I haven't seen an awful lot of Jane or either of these two bat, to be honest.
Well, you haven't needed them.
No, that's
Sussex this season.
and when they have, certainly, the top order got so many runs that the lower order has had sort of license to play their shots. Harrison bowls to Seals. Oh, very nearly caught and bowled. Well, he was looking to pull that one away. Oh. Well, that's a comedy of errors. He was looking to pull that one on the leg side, Jaden Seals. He toe-ended the ball straight back down the track. James Harris dived to try and catch the ball, missed it. He then tumbled over on the ground. The throw came in and he had to get out of the way as the throw was heading towards the stumps. All of which will go down in the book as a single to Jaden Seals. And the story of the chaos of that won't really be told. He goes to 11.
Yes. It was comic for us, but I'm not sure if Harris would have enjoyed it that much at the end of a long, hot day.
No, totally. Harris in again, bowls to Carvallis. He pulls it onto the leg side. Is this going to be out, or does it go for 6? Oh, well, it's a brilliant bit of fielding, actually, on the boundary edge, this time by Eddie Byron. That was, he's rather redeemed himself for that drop. That was a terrific bit of fielding. It was pulled away by Carvallis. I think I just went for a single, actually. It was pulled onto the leg side. Byron caught the ball. If it had been T20 style and someone was out there with him, that would have been out. Look at this, is a brilliant bit of fielding.
Yeah, he's forced to just flick it in field because he was undoubtedly going over the ropes. So,
that was very good.
Caught it and then had to throw it away.
Just a single to Ari Carvallis. He goes to 35. Harrison bowls to Seals. He pulls this one away. Is he going to be caught? That's gone for 6. That's gone for 6. That was short and it's heaved away by Jaden Seals, who goes to 17. And Sussex to 274 for 9.
Well, this is swinging the balance of the match back towards even, I think,
Yeah,
at the moment.
No, I would agree.
Last wicket.
It's now worth, what, 39, this partnership?
Yeah, fun and frolics for the last wicket. Not much fun for Glamorgan as they chase the ball, and I think it's going to have to be changed by the look of it after some damage in the that blow from Seals.
I wonder how damaged it has to be before they change it. I mean, cricket balls are expensive, aren't they? They go in the kit bag.
Yeah, it'll have to be a fairly new one, but after 5.5 overs. But the umpires didn't seem to query that. I think Glamorgan were fairly quick out with the replacement balls. Which Gorvin is now examining suspiciously and polishing it before handing it back to Harris. 274 for 9.
Good shot by Sills. It was short and he just pulled it away. And I've got a man out there at deep square. Harris over the wicket, bowls, and Sills covers up and plays very correctly into the covers. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 274 for 9. So 10 overs remaining in the day. Carvelos is on 35. Sills is on 17. A partnership worth 39 between these two.
It's a good job. Dav is used to writing football reports. It's not quite the drama of 2 goals in stoppage time or injury time, extra time.
Yeah, it must have to change reports a lot, though.
Delete top 4 pars.
Yeah.
Rewrite.
Well, I think he skippered very well here today, Sam Northeast, but he'll be frustrated here. Certainly from 140 for 7, Sussex will be very pleased. They wouldn't have dreamt of virtually doubling their score for the last 3 wickets.
Quite, with power to add still. Who knows whether 300 might be on the cards yet, but conversely, I suppose for the Glamorgan batters, it does give some hope that there's not vast amounts of help from the pitch. So Harris is now 4 for 93. Hamza 4 for 66. As he will come in, will Mir Hamza to bowl his 23rd over to Ari Carvelis, and that is edged. And has it carried to slip, or was it just parried by Colin Ingram?
I think maybe it didn't carry.
It didn't look as though there was the immediate drama of a drop chance from the player's reaction out in the middle. No, it didn't carry. So it was a good block by Ingram Northeast rather than anything else. Hamza turns in the distance at the River Taff end. And he comes in. Bowls appeal for LBW, not given.
No.
Would that have pitched outside leg stump, I wonder? Carvelis didn't look unduly concerned here, pitched outside leg. Would have probably rattled into leg stump, but it matters not if it pitches outside leg.
No, it wasn't a wholehearted appeal, was it? It was more of a sort of frustrated, hopeful appeal.
Yes.
From Hamza.
So 2 slips, but it's a bit of an in-out field for Glamorgan. 4 just about saving the single, 2 out on the leg side, plus a third man. As Carvelos swings the bat again and sends the ball racing through the covers for 4 runs. A very big flourish from Ari Carvelos, who's a tall man, and Sussex racing along at 278 for 9, so they have now virtually doubled the score from 140 for 7.
Yeah, so it's a good rearguard action here by Sussex.
And it's frustration for Glamorgan, who would have been completely in the driving seat at 140 for 7.
Definitely, yeah.
Will Carvelos even make it to be top scorer? Hudson Prentice's 48 is the best so far. As that is defended by Carvelos to mid-off. No run. Hopefully there'll be a BBC radio update fairly shortly.
All right, okay. Shall I keep quiet?
So the last wicket pair holding Glamorgan out. In comes Hamza, bowls outside off stump, and Carvelis can't be tempted into driving at a wide delivery there. Evening sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens. Shadow of the pylon stretching out quite a long distance across. There's another pylon due to be installed in the next few weeks. Sussex are 278 for 9. It's pretty much even Stevens, with Sussex fighting back through their tail enders, with Carvelis 39, Seals 17, the last pair defying Glamorgan at the moment. But we did see 4 wickets apiece from Mir Hamza and James Harris put Glamorgan right on top at one stage. They've bowled well. Glamorgan haven't been quite able to finish the job, and the Division 2 leaders have fought back to a position of near equity. Sussex 278 for 9 with 9 overs to play tonight.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Andy Gorgon.
So Gorvin is back on after Harris got a bit of treatment. Treatment in the sense of being hit round rather than medical treatment.
Well, as I say, Sussex will have, well, half an eye here on a second batting bonus point, which looked very unlikely. Jaden Seals is the man on strike. There are 2 slips, 3 men saving one on the offside. As in comes Gorvin bowls, and there's a real loosener down the leg side. Taken very smartly and competently taken by Chris Cook. There is no run. The leg side field, there's a fine leg, a deep square, exactly where Jaden Seals hit that 6 in the previous over, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Gorvin, who bowled 17 very tidy overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 43. In fact, in my book, I'd sort of written his final analysis down to let you see him again.
No, quite.
In comes Gorvin bowls, and that's out. Jaden Seals is bowled, and there goes the final wicket. So he comes in, gets a wicket with his second ball, nice and straight, 278 for 9, becomes 278 for 10. And as we talk about more batting bonus points, Sussex will have to make do with one of those. So 8 overs remaining in the day, we will lose 2, so Glamorgan will need to face 5 testing overs.
Yes, interesting little time for Glamorgan. I would have thought that they will send out a night watch person. To be honest, I would do so, but Glamorgan may have other ideas, of course. 278 all out. Well, if Sussex can nip one out tonight, then they really are back.
Yep.
Even Stevens. I think Glamorgan was settled for that at the start of the day, but not, as you say, through mid-afternoon. So it has been a day of fluctuating fortunes in the sun-scorched surrounds of Sapphire Gardens.
Was that last wicket worth 43?
Indeed. Adrian and I will take a brief break, and we'll be back with commentary on those remaining overs.
So, Sussex 278 all out, RE Carvelis unbeaten on 39. There were 3 leg byes and 6 wides, and a total of 9 extras. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Mir Hamza, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 70. James Harris, 25 overs, 6 maidens, 4-4-93. Andy Gorvin 17.2 overs, 5 maidens, 1-4-43. Zainul Hassan 13 overs, 5 maidens, 0-4-36. Mason Crane 8 overs, no maidens, 1-4-32. And Kieran Carlson bowled 1 over, 4-1 run. There are 6 overs remaining this evening. To open the batting for Glamorgan, Eddie Byram and Billy Reed. The substitute fielder for Sussex, wearing shirt 11, is Ollie Carter. To open the bowling for Sussex at the Cathedral Road end, Jaden Seals.
Welcome back then to Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan are beginning their reply to Sussex's 278 all out, in which Finn Hudson-Prentice top scored with 48, Chitashwa Pujara made 41, 39 from Jack Carson and 39 not out from Ari Cavalis.
Did they say someone's off the field?
Ollie Carter has been announced as being on the field, so therefore, unless Sussex are cheating, someone must be off it.
Well, I would imagine it's either Finn Hudson-Prentice who got clonked on the head, or possibly Jack Carson, who seemed to have some medication brought out for him during his innings. I'm not sure who that is at Backwell Point, whether it's Jack or Finn. I think it's Finn.
Here's Seals then to bowl the first delivery, and it squares up Eddie Byram as little as he plays it on the leg side.
That's Finn Hudson-Prentice, so I think Jack Carson is off the field. I think, or is that Jack by the square leg umpire?
We'll leave you sorted out over the next couple of minutes, Adrian.
Yeah.
We're not pressing you for immediate action. Come on, Mr. Harms, I must press you. What's your final answer for £50,000? Not that we've got £50,000 to spare at the BBC. I hasten to add, dear listener, Glamorgan replying to Sussex's 278 of Seals bowling and Byram dispatching him.
6.
For 6, second ball. Wow. Good heavens, that was somewhat unexpected. But if it's there to be hit, then hit it. And Byram did just that over square leg.
Well, that was exciting. I think it is Jack Carson. I can see Danny Lamb at square. And they're going to have to change the ball, aren't they? That was quite funny. He threw the ball to umpire Watts, and he just threw it back and said, no, I'm afraid you can use that one.
Well, Byram didn't really seem to launch into that in any way. It was just beautifully timed, obviously.
It was.
Glamorgan 6 for naught. As Seals is in to bowl, outside off stump, Byram plays no shot. Eddie Byram playing just his second match of the season after dislocating his shoulder in pre-season.
How did you do that, fielding or?
I believe so, yeah, in part of pre-season. Byram made 9 and 30 in his 2 innings at Headingley. So starting the season slightly late. Not for the first time. He's had bit of bad luck really with fitness issues, Eddie Byram, through no fault of his own. The Seals is into bowl, and that's through outside off stump into the gloves of keeper and captain John Simpson, who could do with a wicket in these remaining 6 overs, as umpire Suri Shanmugam looks suspiciously at Seals' follow through.
He did, didn't he?
He's got a good fast bowler's build, hasn't he, Jaden Seals?
Yeah.
Plenty of breadth across the shoulders and the chest as he bowls to Byram, who plays inside the line as it goes through to Simpson.
And he's quite sharp as well. Well, he's very sharp. He's a couple of spells he's bowled have been very quick. Sussex were due to have Jaden last season, but he was injured.
Right.
So it's the first look we've had at him this season. He's been excellent. And what Paul Farbrace was talking about, his ability to come back at Leicester, it didn't go his way, but he's just very, very willing and willing to learn, Paul was saying.
As Seals is in to bowl a shocking full toss that's carved away for 4. Was that over waist height? It might be a no ball as well.
Yeah, and will that be?
It is a no ball. And it's gone for 4 runs, so that's 6 on the total, as that one undoubtedly slipped, and Byram did well really to go. Well, it wasn't causing him any danger, Eddie Byram. He managed to just guide it away through the backward point area.
Does he get a warning for that? The umpire's still signalling all sorts. Look, what are those signals he's making?
I Yeah, I think that's an obligatory
Warning.
first one strike, isn't it? Well, it's not one strike and you're off, but he won't want to bowl another one of those, otherwise he could be in trouble. But it's purely accidental. Glamorgan 12 without loss in this first over as Seals bowls, and Byram plays it into the offside, and Root slipped as he went for the single and was slow to get going. Byram called it straight away, and Root looks down rather suspiciously at his boot, sticks a hand up to say to Byram, the call was okay. So 13 runs coming off the first over, and Root is looking down suspiciously at a patch at that end, and maybe suggesting to Byram that needs to watch out for taking off from that area. So it is Sussex's Premier Greek South African to open the bowling from the River Taff end. Not that Greek South Africans are terribly thick on the ground in Hove.
I'm just wondering there with Jaden Seals. I mean, there were all sorts of signals from the umpire, but I do think it would be quite good if the umpires could make it clear exactly what's been said. Was it a warning? What was it? Or maybe it was nothing. In which case, it's fine, but you're never quite sure. So Byram's off a bit of a flyer. 11 in the first over. Harry Carvelos, who starred with the bat down the order for Sussex, is in and bowls, and Byram tucks this one down to fine leg. Jaden Seals is in all sorts of action here, racing around the fine leg boundary to field. Byram goes to 12 and Glamorgan to 14 without loss.
Yeah, it's the wickets column that is the most important, really, at this stage of the game.
It is.
But if there are chances on offer, then you take them.
Yep, totally. Carvelos in bowls, and Byron tucks this one again down to Jaden Seals. Who, in fact, it's Billy Root, I'm sorry, what I'm talking about. He goes to 1, and Glamorgan 15 without loss.
Root off the mark. Billy Root averaging 32 this season, having been promoted from the middle order to fill that opening vacancy. And he's got a couple of half centuries, and a 40 and a 30. So he's got going, hasn't quite gone on.
In comes Carvelos, bowls, and forward comes Byron, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
Elsewhere, they seem to be still going in most grounds around the country, if not all. Gloucestershire 337 for 8 at Northampton, a century for Miles Hammond there, and 4 wickets for Siddharth Kaul for Northants.
Carvelos. 3 slips go down. He's in the bowls. And Byron is LBW, and Carvelos gets the breakthrough. Well, Sussex would have hoped they could get a wicket early on, and they've done exactly that. Umpire Watts' finger is up, and Byram's enterprising innings comes to an end. A 6 off the second ball, but he's on his way, and Carvelos has picked up a wicket, and Glamorgan are 15 for 1, and it's turning out to be quite the day for Harry Carvelos.
He is indeed. Just straightened a little bit that from Carvelos. An umpire Watts deciding that it was enough to hit the off stump. He looked disappointed, but he was a bit squared up and didn't get very far forward, Eddie Byram. So you can see why the umpire gave it. 15 for 1 in the second over.
He does bowl very wicket to wicket, does Harry Carvelos. And you did wonder, Nick, whether there may be a night watchman comes in. I wonder what might happen now.
Yeah, Glamorgan losing a wicket after just 10 balls. So still 4.2 remaining. As we await to see possibly Mason Crane. Yes, Mason Crane is the suggestion from our colleagues next door, which proves accurate.
Good call, Nick.
I had a friendly gesture from next door.
Did you? There we are, from the guys on the... we obviously saw him coming down the pavilion steps. Well, it's been all action here today, hasn't it? I mean, the Glamorgan reply, what have we had? We've only had 8 balls.
10, isn't it?
Oh, Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. We're talking about remaining 4. I do apologise. Yeah.
Plus the no ball. So.
Yeah.
At Southampton, Hampshire 336 for 4 is the closer play now against Durham. Ali Orr made 126. Tom Prest is 54 not out. And Parkinson, which one is that? Callum Parkinson took 3 wickets for Durham.
So, Sussex with 4 slips in place. Point, short extra cover. That's Ollie Carter in there, deputising for pretty certain Jack Carson. In comes Carvelas. In and bowls, and Crane drills that through the covers. It's racing out towards the boundary. I'm not sure it's going to get there before Carter is in hot pursuit. Oh, well fielded. And prevents the ball going for a boundary. Goes for 3. Players do hurl themselves around these days, don't they? I mean, it's terrific effort. But I sometimes wonder for a single save, someone
Yes.
rolls over and puts
Is
his
it
shoulder.
worth the risk of injury?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it in a.
But if you don't put in the dive, then the coach is going to say, he's not really trying.
Yes, totally. Yeah. I sort of get it in a T20 in the
Yes.
final, but sometimes I do wonder in a.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Henry Crocombe hurting his shoulder badly up at Durham a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Jamie McIlroy was unable to bowl at all in one match because of a fielding accident.
In comes Carvelas. Bowls and Root drills that down the ground to mid-off, and there is no runs. End of a successful over from Ari Carvelas. 1 for 5, and Glamorgan are 18 for 1. Crane, the night watchman, on 3. Billy Root on 1. The man, Ed Byron, who was LBW to Ari Carvelas for 12.
Closer play at Canterbury in Division 1. Worcestershire 308 for 5 with a century for opener Gareth Roderick. 72 for Kashif Ali and 50 not out for Adam Hose on what must have been a difficult day for Worcestershire, returning to action after the death of their young spin bowler Josh Baker. At Trent Bridge, Lancashire 305 for 8 in the final over there. Keaton Jennings made 91. It's the top score there. 3 wickets for Dylan Pennington. Tom Bruce made 73. Jayden Seales, powerful West Indian, bowls short outside off stump, and Crane has nothing to do with it. Trinidadian to be more exact.
Yeah.
Or Tobagan. Trinidad or Tobago? Trinidad.
I guess one of the advantages bowling that you always get two bites of the cherry with this new ball.
2 bites of the new cherry.
Yeah, 2 bites of the new cherry. Yeah.
At the Oval, Warwickshire finished on 318 for 8. Ed Barnard 96 not out overnight. As Seales bowls, and that one's taken off. And Crane, well, lucky to get a nudge on that one as it went through really head high to the keeper.
Well, that was the quickest ball we've seen today, wasn't it? That was quick.
It was, and it's moved, and it's taken. That was almost, well, it was unplayable, really. Certainly for a night watchman.
I would not fancy being Mason Crane at the moment.
It was taken by Simpson, 6 inches above his head. So Seales sets off, trying to strike terror into the hearts, and Crane pushes that one. Didn't know an awful lot about it again. This is something of an ordeal.
I think if I was Billy Root, I think we'd just stay there.
Well, that's what a night watchman's for, isn't it?
No, it absolutely is.
To soak up any possible damage.
Yeah. His tail's up here, Seales, isn't it? Having bowled those 2 deliveries. He can't wait to get back to his mark.
Isn't it just? Seales must fancy his chances now of getting rid of the night watchman as he races in and bowls, and Crane puts bat on ball and defends to cover, and there is no run.
Fair play to Mason Crane. He got into line then. I mean, it's now Ollie. What's happening? Oh, there's helmets being
Helmet
brought
time,
up.
yeah.
Now Sussex need to be careful. I mean, last week they got horribly behind on the over rate.
Right.
With -5, they got out of it in the end. But this is the sort of thing that doesn't go down well with umpires. Halfway through an over, you've got helmets being brought out.
Yeah, it's possibly not worth the delay, is it? That these things can be done between overs,
Totally,
or indeed you foresee it and get the helmet out and stick it behind the keeper if you don't need it initially.
Totally. Get it out the over before.
Seals into Crane now with a short leg, but it's pitched up on off stump, and Crane digs it out and defends it to cover. Who is the man under the lid there?
Just trying to see who that is.
Who's your usual candidate?
Well, it's certainly not Ollie Carter, who sort of seemed very keen not to be in. Might be Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Parked there around about, 7 or 8 metres away from the bat. Not the closest, but you don't want to be against a quick bowler. As that one's turned past short leg, and was that a chance?
Yes,
He's got a hand to it,
yeah, it was,
and it's gone down, and it is Carter, isn't it?
It's Hudson-Prentice.
Hudson-Prentice, who's got a hand to that one and couldn't cling on to it. So that would have been a miracle reflex catch if he had.
Would have been a brilliant catch.
He's actually done pretty well to stop it racing away for 4. So, but technically it's a chance.
Yes, it is, technically. Mason Crane was on 3, is that right? He did,
yes.
He did a single, yes he did.
So it's the end of Seals is over. Glamorgan are 19 for 1 with 3 overs remaining.
The first of which is going to be bowled by Ari Cavalis, running in from the River Taff end to bowl to Mason Crane. He's in and bowls, and Crane is he? No, I think that probably bounced in front of James Cole's at third slip.
Crane is edging again.
He is. Sussex have been very good in that slip cordon this season. Sort of Clark and Coles, all the regular 3 slippers.
T20 result from Dublin is that Ireland have beaten Pakistan by 5 wickets with 1 ball to spare.
Wow. Carvelis in again, bowls, and Crane defends down the offside, no run.
Pakistan 182 for 6. Baba Azam made 57 of those. Ireland 183 for 5. As I say, with a ball to spare, and Andrew Balbirnie, who had a couple of brief spells with Glamorgan, top scored with 77 of 55 balls, opening the batting. Not captain in this particular match.
Carvelis, and again bowls, and Crane plays that very confidently down to fine leg and picks up something. I might have to go at the end of this over because I want an update on the radio.
Yeah, no problem.
But I say I can see out this over. Have they qualified for the World Cup, Ireland? I'm not too sure. I know Scotland have, because they play England in the first game. And Brad Curry and Charlie Tier, 2 Sussex players, included in the. I don't think they're included in the squad. I think they're playing Holland as a warm-up. But both of those 2, I think, likely to be figuring in the World Cup.
Yes, they are in it.
Thank you. Billy Root waits. Carvelis is in, bowls, and Root drives to mid-on, fielded there by the eager Chetishwar Pujara, belying his years. Round 3, he's good in the field, Pujara. That prevents a single being taken.
Yeah, Andrew Balbirnie had a useful T20 season for Glamorgan in the COVID season 2020, but then came back in the Championship and didn't do an awful lot.
Carvelis in again, bowls to Root, hits on the pad. There's a loud. I've got the feeling it slightly lacked conviction.
It was loud, it was excitable, but it probably pitched outside leg.
Drinking orders about even after day 1. I mean,
yes, yeah, I think both sides will probably lay claim to it.
Carvelis, final ball of his second over. In and bowls, and Root drives, and that's a very, very good stop. In at extra cover there by Danny Lamb. End of the over. That's the end of me for today. 20 for 1 are Glamorgan, with Crane on 5 and Root on 1.
Thank you very much indeed, Adrian. Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex, here on the BBC Sport website. And also available via the Glamorgan and Sussex county websites with the video streams. It's always a pleasure to be on those as well. So after the high 60s, Carvalus pushing 70-ish, we're now to see the out-and-out speed of Jaden Seals, trying to put night watchman Mason Crane under more pressure as he I was looking to say turns it on the leg side. He did appear to want to turn it on the leg side, but the ball ended up on the offside. Mason Crane, who has faced 11 deliveries so far, was technically dropped by Hudson Prentice at short leg on 3, but it would have been a miracle grab had he done so. Seals in to Crane, 4 slips and a short leg, and bowls a short delivery that hits Crane, and I think he's must be fairly well protected because he doesn't show any sign of suffering as a result. So Sussex ending the day with their tails up. In fact, it got him on the thigh pad rather than any further up. Sussex ending with their tails up, having been 140 for 7. Mind you, they'd also been 131 for 3, so it really has swung back and forth during the course of the day. Runs from most of the Sussex tail-enders or lower order. Finn Hudson Prentice's 48 was the highest score. There were 4 wickets apiece for Harris and for Hamza. Hamza's best bowling performance for Glamorgan. Here comes Seals, and Crane getting it bravely in behind it and defending it on the offside, and there's no run, so just 3 to survive for Crane in this over. Batting to come for Glamorgan: Northeast, Carlson, Ingram, Chris Cook, Zain Ul Hassan, James Harris, Andy Gorvin and Mir Hamza. As Seals pounds in and bowls a Yorker length delivery that Crane gets a thick edge to and squirts it away into the slips. Dot ball, and thank goodness the light is fairly strong, because you wouldn't want to face Jaden Seals with any sort of additional disadvantage, I don't think, after some of the murky conditions that we've played in the first 5 rounds of the season. 4 matches apiece for these two. As Crane turns another one past short leg, he's keeping Hudson Prentice on his toes. The ball rolls down to fine leg. They go through for a single, and Billy Root will have to face the last ball of this over. So if he keeps this one out, then whoever's padded up on the balcony can take their pads off, because if wicket falls in the last over, that is the end of play. 21 for 1 Glamorgan, replying to 278 all out. Seals comes around the wicket to bowl the left-handed Billy Root, the leg slip as well as the 3 slips and a short leg, and Root plays it back to him. Seals falls over as he stops in his follow through, but Glamorgan have seen off the West Indian paceman for this evening. He finishes with 3 overs, 0 for 15, including a rather eccentric opening over. 21 for 1, Dav.
Yes, well, we were saying how uncertain we would be of committing to a certain narrative when it comes to the match report. I think it's
Stevens, is that the gist of it?
I think so, yeah. It's been a very strong recovery from Sussex, isn't it? You wouldn't be too confident in putting your neck on the line in saying one side or the other was in the stronger position, because you have to lean on that old cliche of having to see both teams bat, haven't you, really? So we'll have a better idea once this Glamorgan innings is over. But with so many momentum swings on this first day, if you're going on the old peak end theory, I think Sussex are probably the happier of the two sides, given the order of events.
Mason Crane, meanwhile, is just getting a little bit of treatment. I thought he was hit on the thigh pad, but it might have been a bit higher up. Was it the shoulder, possibly?
Quite possibly. He'd taken his gloves off to be seen to. They were being shown that it was the shoulder by our helpful colleagues next door.
Team effort. Thanks, boys.
Carvelas will bowl the final over of the day over the wicket from the river end, and it will be Crane to face, and he leaves the first ball outside the off stump.
Mason Crane got his maiden first-class half-century against Northants up at Northampton. I was somewhat surprised to see that it was his maiden first-class half-century. His previous best was only 30-odd, and without wishing to jinx him, he looks a better organised bat than that, someone who might have picked up a few 50s along the way.
Here is Carvelas bounding in again, and Crane defends comfortably onto the offside. He's a neat cricketer, isn't he, Crane? Compact little bowler, lively in the field, and can certainly hold a bat, though he's swinging his arms to suggest that he's still in a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, you don't really want to be hit by a guy that seals his pace, I guess.
Here is Carvelas, arms pumping as he comes into Crane, who's forward defending. Sound technique, nothing getting through that forward defensive.
And Seals on opening view some of those deliveries to Crane. The one that took off and Simpson took above head height. It's probably the fastest ball of the day.
Yeah, he's a real handful, isn't he, Seals? You can see why he's the leading wicket taker in this division so far this season.
10 test matches at the age of 22.
As Carvelas continues to Crane, who shoulders arms outside the off stump. The ball just gently shaping away. Two balls left in the day. Those shadows lengthening. Still a warm, pleasant evening here in Cardiff, as Carvelas makes his way to the top of his mark at the river end. In he bounds. Crane defends once more. The night watch person has one ball to navigate, and that will be the end of play. A riveting first day's play of this match. Lots of momentum swings. Both teams can feel pleased with their efforts, but do you think Sussex might be feeling slightly more pleased to have recovered the way they have done?
As you say, just on momentum, I think start of the day, Glamorgan would probably have taken this position.
4 slips, 3 in catching positions on the drive. Crane leaves that final ball of the day outside the off stump. Glamorgan finished the day on 21 for 1. They trail Sussex by 257 at the end of an entertaining first day's play.
Thank you very much indeed to David Pritchard. You'll be able to read his report on the BBC Sport website. Thanks to Edward Bevan and to Adrian Harms. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on BBC Sport Online, and we will be back with you for what's forecast to be another sunny day in the Welsh capital at just a couple of minutes before 11 o'clock. Thanks very much indeed for listening. North Star, very good night.
Good evening, Noswaith.